Can't My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Infinity Walk, and with me is the one and only Lan, and we are here to start off with another day of group stage action. Today we're back with Group A featuring Renatus, Invictus Gaming, and Team BANO and Desolate, and it's going to be crazy, non-stop, high-octane action today. And we're going to have a look at the group stage, where it's at, before we go any further. So Renatus, they've played 2 games. They are top of Group A with 12 points and a 16 round differential. IG is behind, but they have a 14 round differential while having played just 1 game.
Right, exactly. And in saying that, they have a lot of promise, but they're going up against some pretty interesting names tonight. Of course, on Group B there, we have our teams, No Use Talking, Team Verve, Team Coming, and Gore. But today, Team BANO has a lot of work cut out for them in this first match against Invictus.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. BANO, these guys are a strong team. They pushed Renatus quite hard last week, but doing it against Invictus Gaming, that is going to be a whole different beast. But they may have a chance because Invictus, they are now focusing on the Sweden Major, and they'll be looking to preserve some strategies and don't show too much, just play a little fast and loose, not playing very much beyond default strategies. But then you look at the maps, Lan. What are these maps? These are not good maps for BANO.
No, they're not at all, especially on Clubhouse and Cafe Dostoevsky. They're really, Invictus is really well known on Cafe Dostoevsky. It's pretty much home turf for them. And even on Clubhouse, we've seen Invictus not care and just steamroll team after team. It is going to be an uphill battle for Team BANO on both maps. And if by some miracle that they manage to pick one of these two for themselves and go to Bank, that's even harder for them, considering Bank is a map that I have a lot of very distinct memories of a certain shield main literally walking it down on the second floor. There's a lot of things that they have to pay attention to, but if we focus down here on for Clubhouse first, it is definitely going to be something that they have to focus on taking to the best advantage possible. Now that they actually start on defense, they have the best opportunity now to scoop up as many winning rounds as possible, if possible at all.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether this actually plays out in favor of BANO, because as you said, Club and Cafe, just very strong maps for IG, and starting off in Club, of course, and then even if we get to decide a Bank, IG hasn't played Bank in the last 6 months, and before that, I think it wasn't, well, not 6 months, this stage really, when it was reintroduced. They haven't played it so far. And back when it was in the map pool, they were very, very proficient on it and very happy to go there. And since Bank hasn't changed too much in terms of how it plays, small little tweaks here and there, BANO are probably in for some trouble. IG banning out Maverick and Kaid after BANO banned out Thatcher and Valkyrie. So very standard bans over here.
Yeah, nothing too shocking. These are pretty obvious picks, especially since Maverick is a operator that excels in so many different points of this map. Not only is he good at taking down the hatches on the first floor, leading into basement, but he's also really good at taking open that CCTV wall, which is pretty much standard play for him. Everyone else is quite obvious on why they're being banned there. Kaid, because he denies 2 walls with a single gadget, and he can deny hatches as well. In addition to Thatcher being the most banned.
It's happening, man.
Yep, he
It's
doesn't.
happening.
He wants to get this over with. He wants to end
It's
this now.
happening.
Yep. Look, Glenn, after his amazing interview, by the way, go watch that
that
interview
was
video
really
of
good.
Glenn. It was real nice. I just don't know how he's wearing a jacket like that in Singapore humidity. It's pretty. He definitely took that thing off directly after that video. But in saying that, now that BANO are moving downstairs, let's look at their roster for a second here. We've got the Banshee, we've got the Jaeger, we've got the Magnets, the Mirror, and we've got some pests on the board as well. A lot of deny here, but what we do notice is that that BANO go for these utility picks, but they don't win those team fights sometimes. So what I'm hoping to see is that they not only use these gadgets, all this utility to their advantage, but they actually capitalize on the openings they create in order to actually pick up some of these fights. And if anything, if they manage to take down Speakeasy or Hysterics, they stand a better chance on this roster. But it's still not going to be easy, considering that for the last few games that we've noticed in the first few weeks, we noticed that Luna Metal's actually been playing a very frag-heavy role despite his usual support position.
Yeah, he is he's been criticized in the past for being just an IGL, which is kind of reminiscent of the criticism the Super gets, but Luna's never been that bad. But yeah, he's still gotten that criticism, and recently, he's been kind of stepping it up, especially here in the Operation League. He's been an absolute menace. Rossi's already down, taken out by Hysterics. He's himself playing on a very old role. He's on Hibana. This is what he used to play way back in the day, back in like Season 6 of the Pro League. That's 2017 end, if you guys were wondering how far ago. That's when he used to play Hibana, the Hysterics. So a lot of old roles, and Speakeasy on the Thermite, obviously, that's not a thing that usually happens. You never see him on Hard Breach. He's always on the Zofia or the Frag heavy operators, maybe sometimes the Nomad as well. What can BANO do?
Saying that they're already getting to work.
Yep.
Yeah, they're getting to work already on some of the soft tissue here. A lot of that flooring is being opened up. Lunch, hasn't really done too much at this point. He's kind of just waiting on site like most other mirror mains. He's gonna notice, I'm not sure if he actually saw the model there. Hysteric's still waiting for a right opportunity to push over into the motor, but X-Kairos getting to work, and there's not much they can do about that. But Mira's decided to push right up, and Hysterics goes down. So that's more than I asked for before when I talked about capitalizing on these positions.
Oh Mira's playing very aggressively. No one's watching the rotate, and Lunch is gonna get a second one. Eats up Speakeasy. Invictus Gaming, they're not really in the best of straits. 3 versus 4, but Luna hasn't really made an impact so far in this round. We know he can make a big impact. Mira's still so close, and if he hears this crossbow being loaded, no, he doesn't. Doesn't push. 3 versus 3. Joe gets it in place. One more in the hallway that falls inside a motor. No kill just yet. But 3 versus 2. 30 seconds left for IG.
Oh no! If he landed the asphyxiating arrow instead, he would have had a really good time. Would have got a free kill, but instead he will go down. Vooz as well, taking a lot of damage, has to rotate. We'll see the back of Luna Meadow, drops the diffuser on the ground, and Armory is now left in control of Joe as he tries to push this one last member. Vooz on an inch of his health. We'll get that diffuser down. Joe will be with... We'll actually get that successfully down, but will he take Vooz as he gets pushed on here? And there we go, as a pre-fire. Yes, Joe wins that team fight! No way! Did Vooz enter that team fight, enter that last fight too slow? Or did Vooz just get really lucky on that pre-fire?
He left it too late, did Vooz to push him. It would have turned out in the Wamai's favor had he just pushed it a little bit earlier. But Joe was firmly in control of that engagement from start to finish. He had a mirror window to support him, but he made a very wise choice to go for the default hatch drop plant location, where he could just fall off right after the plant, or fall off in the middle of the plant had Vooz pushed up earlier. So there weren't really many scenarios where Vooz is too successful. Vooz should have been pre-firing maybe around the corner while Joe retreated. That was really where I would say the round was lost. That 1v1 specifically was lost by Vooz. But that's the experience really that Joe has and Vooz doesn't.
Absolutely. Timing was crucial there, and I suppose Vooz still made the best out of the opportunities he had, despite him being super low. Being cautious wasn't the wrong choice, but definitely a bit of a loss on timing. Having said that, I think BANO did pretty well. Lunch on his double kill was so aggressive that he actually managed to catch them off guard.
Yeah, although I would say Robust made a little bit of a mistake. He was just caught completely unawares in the middle of the hallway, no cover whatsoever for him. So Invictus Gaming sloppy over there by letting Lunch persist under that hole that they created, kind of going through the motions really without putting in too much thought into what is actually needing to be done. But all's well that ends well, I guess.
Yep, and in saying that, Joe, now leaving the strip, will be moving on into Billiards bathroom now instead, and be trying to push onto these staircases, moving down again as BANO go for their second attempt at this basement hold. They had a pretty good first round against Invictus, and I think that's going to bode well with them, and especially in knowing that their position so far and their strategy is generally working. Only losing and coming down to a team fight that a couple of free kills that they gave up. In saying that, Lunar now will be pushing through that storage, and I think they have a pretty good hold here, but Hysterics is so low. I didn't notice how this happened, but he's pretty much almost dead.
Yeah, Hysterics probably took an early fight, probably got spawn peek maybe, or was hit by a stray C4. No, none of the C4s have been depleted. In fact, there's only one C4 available, that is Lunch's C4. He took Easy down in the previous round with it. Let's see if he can make any more impact happen. Joe is going to town here on the kitchen floor. Because there's no C4 in response, he really doesn't have to worry about anything, and no one from BANO is even peeking him. BANO really need to try and force an engagement, force an early pick over here. Joe got 3 kills in the previous round with the plant as well, so obviously, you know, he is someone that they need to stop.
Not sure where their rotations are aimed at right now, but they do know that blue and the tunnel is... Well, it looks fairly open. They understand that it should be some kind of defense there, but they haven't been able to actually flush anyone out, considering all 10 members of this game are still standing and still alive. Asphyxiating bolts are now still out, and Jordan is thinking of pushing these stairs manually, going down with a hot drone. He might be able to find 1 or 2 members as they push onto this angle and trying to rotate and retaliate. But no, switches back to the smoke, gets hit with the glue mine, and now has to pull back just because he's going to incur a little bit of damage there. Asphyxiating Bolt goes out. Don't think it's going to hit anyone just yet, but does look like a couple of kills have been traded. Hysterics will go down to lunch, and it does look like Speakeasy copped a little bit of damage himself.
Yeah, indeed. It's 4 versus 4. 30 seconds, sorry, left to go, and you can see the push is coming in. Lots of smoke everywhere. God Mode and Robust are in very good positions. You can see that God Mode, he knew exactly where Speakeasy was, couldn't land the kill shot, and he's gonna get down himself. Robust gets one, though Speakeasy traded out on the mirror window. Luna gets another for himself. 2 versus 2, make that 1 versus 2. Lunch gets his triple, and this is surely going to be a BANO round. They can't pick up the diffuser unless he looks away at the wrong time. The grenade doesn't hit. Luna medal, he has 2 seconds, 1 second, he dies, and BANO strike back in the second round itself. Usually we have had in this Operational League IG going up 5-0, 6-0 before there is a response, if there is a response at all. BANO, though, on the second round alone have responded, and this is a sign, a signal to IG that this is not going to be an easy matchup. They can't put in 1% of effort and coast by. They need to put in a lot more.
Now, in saying that, I don't think they need to put in like 100%, start using their strats that they've been saving for Sweden, or, you know, expose any of their weaknesses, or, you know, some of their bigger plays. But they do need to start coordinating a little bit more. They start needing to, you know, pull together and actually come like operate as that team that they're expected to be. So far, it does look like a lot of solo plays. You know, Luna already in the site by himself, followed by a couple of members trying to catch his tail. But now that we're out of basement and Armory, can they repeat this on CCTV and Cash? This is a site where a lot of other teams in APAC actually find their best success. A lot of their win rates are here. It is one of the better sites to defend. Surely it won't be too much harder to defend as opposed to the basement site. However, it does have way more variables, as they are now playing with outside angles that lead all the way to the outside of the building.
Well, this is a little bit of a weaker site, as we all know. You know, statistically, it's not the best site for defenders. Things have swapped around with the proliferation of the hard breaches. Joe, he sent himself down into the basement, clearing out anyone who might be hiding in the oil pit. So this is a lot better already. You can see he's being hot droned as well. Looking up from below, the hatch is closed. He's safe. He's going to push up blue stairs. There is someone here on blue stairs. They have the yellow ping, and you can see the drone comes up. But unfortunately, Joe's going to miss him. Jordan's going to collect Robust, though. So the kill does come in. A nice little double push, and you can see one's coming in from the garage. He's going to get tagged up a little bit. It's not God Mode who loses that engagement, so to speak. Joe comes off worse the way, and God Mode's going to persist. This one on the window. Now he takes some damage. 2 members pushing him, and he's not taking too much damage. Luna's the one who's taking more damage.
Yeah, surprisingly, God Mode comes out of that nearly unscathed. Only just cops a little bit when they started double peeking him, but he's still alive despite that. Blue Mines will go down finally. It does mean that he has a little bit more information, understanding where that's being used. Cameras are being taken down as well. Finally, a little bit late into the round, I would say. But with 1 minute and 34 seconds left on the clock, Lunch has still so much to chew off. Roski now holding on the stairs in the garage. And the outside CCTV angle as well. We'll notice a little bit of utility being used. Flashbangs galore. But God Mode now taking a more forward position. Leaving the safety of the garage, actually tries to take a couple of angles as they push in onto site through the shutters. Flashbangs go out, 2 of them, 1, 2, and now he might peek for a 3rd kill, and there we go, a double kill, sorry, they go down. Headshot on the Jordan, and now Hysterics has to rotate over. Speakeasy finds the kill onto God Mode, of course, for that trade back.
A very weird round so far, and I'm going to explore it later on. And Speakeasy comes up top and instantly gets deleted. God Mode as well, the 2 kills that he got, he won that engagement with Joe earlier on. 1 more free for him. Luna's down as well. We're going to see BANO take a 2nd round, are we? Hysterics takes 1 down, and there we go. The perfect timing from Lunch for the swing. These guys have information, and they're using it to their full advantage. And BANO, I can't believe I'm saying this, but they've taken the lead against Invictus Gaming. And that was a very, very weird attack. What on earth was going on with that? Joe came in from below. They did clear that player in blue. That was robust. And then after that, they just were stuck in blue thanks to God Mode. They were trying to push Garage as well. They opened up shutters, but God Mode he first took down Joe, and then Luna Metal's pressure fell off because he was now on the main outside wall pressure. And then after that, Speakeasy walks in, just dies very, very easily without even knowing that God Mode is there. So lots of weird things going on. A very horizontal push. The walls, exterior walls, was almost an afterthought. Construction was not even pushed. So it's clear this is not what Invictus Gaming usually plays, because they're trying to save strats, obviously, for the Sweden Major. But even then, even saying that, what on earth was that push?
I think you don't need to save all the strats in the world in order to beat teams in Southeast Asia at this level. That's me speaking very lightly of what they're able to achieve. Of course, I don't want to say that I'm taking BANO very lightly, but they still need to coordinate and they still need to work as a team. We see them trying to double peek an angle, and they're really focused on taking down God Mode. They wasted so much time. Probably like 20 to 30 seconds of doing that.
And then forgot about him. Yep. Counterproductive to their efforts.
Absolutely. And in saying that, now that we see them trying to take over gym and bedroom, Joe's still on the other side of the map. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. I mean, he hasn't wasted too much time, but he's still nowhere near the site or the rest of his teammates. And one member still in spawn. So how are they planning on executing for this? Now that they're so split up, they're trying to take different angles.
It's a split push, so this is a little bit more standard. Lunch, oh my god, he's on 6 kills already in 3 rounds. He might get a couple more this one if it keeps up. But yeah, we can see this one inside of Cash. Luna and Joe are going to be pushing him in tandem. You have the hot drone that we saw earlier on. Then we also have the replicator that the Yana has. Lunch is trying to go for an outside run out. It's not going to net him anything. I'm very, very sure about that. No one from IG is there anymore. Had he been a little bit, maybe 40 seconds earlier, he would have netted himself a kill maybe onto Joe. We can see Joe's pushed into CCTV. 3 members now. Jordan's going to join the 2 of them. Speakeasy's coming up. He's going to open the wall here inside of construction, I believe. That is the plan. 3 members stacking up. 1 minute 30 left in this round.
I just want to make a note that Lunch is doing a fantastic job so far. 6 and 1. Oh, Who's goes down in what? Look at that C4 kill! And I just had to speak of Lunch. He leaves with a double kill with a C4 and a headshot onto Lunar and Joe. Hysterics picks him up in return, but like I was just trying to say that Lunch was already doing so well. He has left the anchor position into roaming, and he is that much more dangerous. And exactly as I say that, he displays it. He is a weapon, and he is now unleashed, tamed at this point of time. But of course, now roaming the sites and roaming the map itself. Roski still has a little bit of room to play with, has 1 more camera left, of course, if he wants to put it up. Don't think he's going to be able to at this point of the game, but considering their position, a couple of shots will lead into a free kill for Jordan as he picks 1 up, and God Mode gets dropped very, very, very low.
God Mode nearly had that kill,
no.
But unfortunately he's going to peek again, lose his life. 3 versus 1, the plant is going to go down. Rossi is a little bit distance from everyone else. There is 1 holding the angle on 90, 1 from the window, 1 from the stairs, I think. No, just 1 on the plant. It's a 3 versus 1 post plant. Flashbang still available. This is not happening, of course.
No, he'd have to pull off a miracle. He'd have to kill all 3 members on that amount of health. It's not very likely, especially if he walks right past the mirror and he gets shot in the back by Speakeasy. So Invictus here coming together finally and actually controlling site quite in a quite controlled manner, very stable, very managed. The only time they lost members was when Lunch caught them off guard, the C4 and the push, which he timed perfectly. But BANO not able to actually defend or lock that site down, as Invictus not only took it away from them, but also flipped the tables and putting them into a post-plant position. it really did, level the playing field here. 2-2 now, Invictus versus BANO.
Lunch, he's on 2 kills per round on average right now, which is absolutely crazy to me. He's performing so well. IG are obviously very, very sloppy. I think it's very plain to see for anyone, even if you are, not very highly experienced with playing Rainbow Six. You can see that IG are leaving massive gaps, like you kind of see in ranked, and it's unsurprising why, but still. This is something that they will need to kind of shore up. They need to kind of start putting flank throws, no man-air jabs. Maybe that's going to give away some strategies, maybe not. But it is going to be something I think that they will need to do to go ahead and win this match. IG are very accomplished gunners, but number one, this is not a gunner map. And number two, BANO are very good at gunning as well, specifically Lunch.
A lot of the rooms have very tight angles, and they play quite intricately into one another. There are a lot of soft walls and a couple of long angles that lead through some rooms into the next. But can IG keep this up? Surely, yes, the answer is absolutely. They are a world-class team. They are a world-class talent. But BANO are proving that they can stop them in their tracks if they wanted to. And if they come together well enough. Joe, now on the upside down rappel, will be able to get onto that hammer and start creating some footholds and some entry points for the rest of his team that might want to actually make this worthwhile for them to push through CCTV. Maybe even create a bit of a distraction.
3 members stacking up now here on the west side wall. Luna Metal is going to be rotating, however. He's going to be watching for a potential peek out from the dirt tunnel. He's going to go back. He's a little bit indecisive, it seems. Not sure if they're getting calls or they're just watching just in case, because at least as far as the outlines are concerned, there's no one even close. IG, these guys are just playing a very standard attacking lineup. They have a castle barricade this time around that they need to deal with, so they can't just walk into B. But it also means that the defenders can't defend against this Hibana, who's going to be opening up the mirror window, and Luna gets the kill as Lunch tries to run away, and it's a big kill onto Lunch.
Yeah, Lunch gets taken down in that mirror position as well, so he's already on site and he's dead. So him being out as the first member doesn't bode very well. And it doesn't actually mean that they're going to have control of the site either. They still have 4 members on BANO that can stop them, and I believe they have potential. Godmo, there we go. First kill onto Lunar as well. Does take out the IGL, but that does mean that... Sorry, he's already dead, God mode. Leave him alone. Oh,
but
what?
God
As he
mode,
picks the corner.
He's on fire. He's not leaving IG alone. Jordan gets taken down as he tries to get a refrag. It was Lunch in the previous round. It's God mode in this round. Are either of this efforts going to be successful over here? Robust is going to push in. Joe gets taken out. Hysterics off the board. This is going to be a third defensive round for BANO. They're going to be at least evens on their defensive half. Unless Speakeasy can pull something crazy off. We saw him do a 1v5 last week as a Frost, but that was on the defense as well and was pushed very poorly by the attackers. He gets one free. That's Booze off the board, but Robust just tapping away with the worst gun in the game. And he takes down Speakeasy. That is another lead for BANO, the second time in this series. And IG, they are being pushed back. They are being told you can't put in even 10% of effort. You need more to beat us.
First of all, that is not the worst gun in the game. The UMP-45 is the worst gun in the game.
Hey, well,
it's
that's
consistent.
what he was playing. That Robust.
The skin definitely threw me off. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it really did throw me off. In saying that, it was the best. It was the worst gun in the game, but it is also the most consistent. I will say that. I've said that multiple times already. But I can't believe that we're going back down into basement for defense. This is the last round they have on defense for BANO, and they're already in the lead. Can they make this 4-6, 4-2? I think they can.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's not impossible, and it's really exciting to see IG because
I'm actually living. They haven't
living for this. they haven't dropped in the whole Operation League more than 1 round per map. The worst that they have been was a 7-1 victory, and they've already lost 3 rounds now on this map over here. Clubhouse, of course. I don't know whether they're really trying really hard to convince their future Sweden major opponents that they are absolutely terrible at Clubhouse, or
Hey, it's a
whatever
strat.
the case is.
It's a strat.
Yeah, but like, cause like, you know, you can
Is that
play
what you want?
there are defaults. You know, default strategies work fairly well. You pluck a strat from, you know, even platinum ranked, and I'm sure with the experience and chemistry that IG has, it will work out. And it's no slight to BANO. It's just how good IG is. So, you know, it's a little bit baffling that they're not even trying default strategies. They're trying really weird strategies like that horizontal push that we had over onto the cash room in a couple of rounds.
Maybe they're taking this as a learning opportunity to be able to see if something like that is viable. Obviously, BANO proved that they can be of some fair caliber, and that they do pose a threat. A lot of their wins are actually gunfight focused, right? And not only are they taking these gunfights very aggressively, they're also not just winning them, but showing complete dominance in a lot of them. They lose out when they're actually outnumbered, cornered, or, you know, they've been out-devised by the enemy team as they actually push in and actually capitalize on a lot of positions that they give up. But this time around, moving back down into the basement, armory, and church, it's like, you know, with this hatch open, I feel like they can actually take this. It's free real estate as long as someone's watching that door. But so far, it just looks like a lot of droning. There are like 3 drones next to each other. Like, there are 3 drones next to each other, and they're just droning for themselves at this point. What? Do you see this? Like, they're not even droning for each other. They're just, like, doing their own work.
Yeah. It's obviously very sketch, whatever they're doing. So if you guys are thinking and you're tuning in like, hey, I see IG's going to the Sweden Major, and you look at these games and you're like, yeah, I'm going to follow what IG's doing. Don't. This is, not even in rank, this is a good idea. So let's see whether any of this is successful in the first place. Luna Middle Waste 1 frag for me doesn't really do any damage. A little bit, I guess. 5 HP's worth. Too robust. But BANO, they're holding their positions a lot more solid. And it's 5 versus 5. 30 seconds we are at. One is pushing through Dirt Tunnel. God Mode might get caught out, but it's going to be tough.
Flashbangs go out, get caught by the ADS. They're going to burn that utility down. Lunar now with the position over in the Dirt Tunnel. Might be able to find him. Oh, no, he gets taken down. Sorry, Yana, no bluffs for you today. A double kill for God Mode, a triple kill for God Mode as he enters the state of Nirvana. And maybe another one, and yes, no, it's Jordan to get the last kill, but they win based on time. They stop them, they are unable to get that plant down, and they are unsuccessful as they push into another round and they switch sides. BANO lead 4-2 over Invictus Gaming.
Alright, so you know, I know we're casting BANO versus IG, but just looking back to last week and looking forward a little bit at the same time, Renatus were pushed pretty hard by BANO, but they still won out. You know, they were the better team. So IG is already struggling fairly hard here on Clubhouse. This is their map pick, no less, and they have to play Renatus later in the day, the last game of tonight as well. So today is a tough day for IG. They have to play 2 of the best teams in the Operation League right now, period. And definitely 2 of the other very good teams here in Group A. They took down Desolate pretty handily last week, but now is the challenge for IG. And they are at risk of dropping this map. The early defensive rounds will basically spell what this map is going to look like. If IG ships around very, very badly, and they don't try, then IG are in serious trouble.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to make a
Maybe
note,
they don't
by
care,
the way.
but they will be in trouble.
5
They would
seconds
be.
left.
It's not the end of the world, though. If they lose these games here, it's just a number on their record. Yeah, sure, they're like the top team. They want a flawless record if possible. But in saying that, it does take a lot of pressure off them. They don't want to feel burnt out. Likewise, though, they also don't want to feel like they're sluggish when they enter those matches as well. But I just want to make a note, by the way, that I got it right. That it wasn't the UMP-45 that Robust was using.
No?
It was actually the MP5. Yeah, Lucy doesn't have a UMP-45. She has an MP5.
I thought Robust was on the castle that round.
No, he was Malusi.
Oh, I see. There's lots of tap firing going around.
There was a lot of
You're
tap
welcome.
firing. And talk about tap firing, Booze takes the first opening kill on the speakeasy. And there we go. There goes your mute. It's not the end of the world. Roski, very close to the explosion itself, will leave. Immaculate. Oh, did he see the head? Yes, and he will collect the kill as well for a quick trade back as Lunar Metal takes out Booze.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, it did turn out to be a trade. Luna over here, he's trying his best to engage. He's down to about 50 HP. You can see Joe's gonna peace out of there down into the site where only Jordan is left alone. So now reinforcing over here, the kitchen floor is getting opened up. Not a great position for these defenders to be in. C4 is going to get prepped, is going to get detonated, is not going to hit at all. There is a red ping, so there was cameras. Lunar Metal gets down as well, so it's 2 versus 4, all up to the Jays here on site.
Yeah, he's not completely out of the game just yet as the Aruni, but he is bleeding very fast. I will note that. Jordan will notice that.
He's not going to make it. Surely.
Nah, he's not. No one's going to be able to make it to him in time. It does look like one member is actually rotating over. Yeah, he's actually trying to pick him up.
Wow.
But now that Jordan's actually trying to defend this, he will be
It's a free
killed.
site!
Yep, they're all off site. Lunar's actually going to make it back just in time. In saying that, the Tsuruya gate's open. But now that Roski has a double kill and Lunar is all alone after being picked up, down to such a low health, Robust has a pretty good position here, along with God Mode and Roski as they close in on the last living member of Invictus Gaming on this defense side, which is completely bipolar. He's going to make a transfer over to the other side there. Flashbangs are out. He's going to be blinded for a long time, and as they push in on him, he has limited options. Picks up 1 kill, hasn't had too many shots left, but he will switch back.
Play the trades.
And as he tries to pick over, not just yet. No more kills. 16 rounds in the mag, and he wins. He wins the fight, but he doesn't win the round. Attackers take that one, and BANO are now 5-2. What? We are in an alternate timeline, my friend. An alternate timeline.
IG's only had 2 rounds, and those were, shaky rounds at best. One of them was a 1v1 clutch by Joe on the attack on this very same bomb site. Yeah, the decision from Joe to go and try and pick up Lunar Metal over there, I'm not sure what it was motivated by, but it left Jordan in a 1v4 on site, and you could see he really needed to make an impact, and he was contesting that hatch really, really hard, and eventually got punished for it. Just really difficult, even in a 1v1, for a defender to win that out. High ground always wins, as we all know. So IG, lots of bad decision making over in that round, and again, I'm sure some of it's intentional. I'm sure they don't care that much. But look, Lan, they lose this game. They lose against Renatus, and I believe I'm not too sure. Is it top 3 who goes into the playoffs, or is it just top 2?
I believe it's top 2.
What? Which is?
We'll have to check those stats again.
No, actually, it's top 3. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, it is top 3 because I believe we have 4 teams in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and then 2 teams, the winners of the groups, get a bye into the upper bracket semifinals. Correct me if I'm wrong, producer. I'm sure you're listening. But yeah, I believe that is the case. So in that sense, IG's win against Desolate last week was good enough. they are basically through to the playoffs, and the playoffs are really not a concern for them until next weekend.
Hysterics over Logistics. Oh, we see Joe actually get taken off the board by Robust, and Hysterics now as he transcends and descends down the staircase in Central. God mode now takes a couple of aggressive angles as he tries to push through the floor
Attackers have located a bomb.
and tries to find any members hiding within cache. Oh wow, okay.
There's frag grenade. I think they exploded a little bit too close to God mode, but Speakeasy's picked up Robust. Robust not really having that easy of a time as the Buck in this round. He's going to be on cams for the rest of it. Lunch and God mode, both with 9 kills each. These guys have done a lot of work, and there's a red ping on the defender, but still Jordan is able to down one. A breaching round misses and goes sailing past his head into the wall, actually. He detonates the shield and backs on out of there. You can see this is a cache CCTV defense. Jordan is trying his very best, and Hysterics now he swings in. He was descending for so long from the central stairs. Picks up Rossi now, but gets traded out by God mode. We have God mode on very low HP, Vooz on very low HP, only Lunch at full, whereas on the defense side, we have a bit healthier outlooks for them.
Double kill going to Speakeasy. Now a triple kill as well. We're no surprise here, and Lunar finally finding that last kill into Lunch does mean Invictus now pulled back another round for themselves here on Cache and CCTV. Winning this round here at the top on that high site there on floor 2 does mean that in round 9 they have to go back down into gym and bedroom. Now gym and bedroom is a point is one of those pretty defensible sites as well. Every site is pretty defensible on Clubhouse if you play it right, but so far Invictus they're just swinging for a lot of kills, and it's working out for them in a lot of positions. I want to note that they've denied a lot of time and the push from the staircase through the storage and through the garage by not only just dropping the smoke, but also denying area with the Goyo shield, the Vulcan shield, and just making that entire location essentially a kill zone. They could not make anything out of that position. So that forced everyone in BANO to try to push in from all the other angles, and they essentially just wasted time, and they got found, picked out, and they just got flushed in those positions. They needed to take control over gym and bedroom, over a lot of the other positions, but Invictus were too good at controlling and diverting their attention away from that.
10 seconds to insertion.
So, you know, I was looking at the group stage table again, just for a little bit of fun. So let's assume that BANO wins this, right?
Attackers are moving out.
And
Locate a
let's
bomb and
assume
defuse
that
it.
Invictus Gaming also doesn't try against Renatus, thinking that, you know, everything's alright. Oh, well, let's spawn peek with the
Okay.
things. And he gets traded out. No, that's Jordan, actually. Okay,
Yeah.
But yeah, I was looking at the group stage table. Invictus Gaming, they are on 3 points right now. If BANO wins this, they are on 3 points. Invictus will remain at 3 if they lose to Renatus. Now, in the next game, if somehow, which is unlikely, but if somehow Desolate beats BANO, we'll have a nice little spicy 3-way tie for second place on 3 points. And at that point, it will be just about the round differential, I believe, that will come in as the next tiebreaker, because all the head-to-head in the mini-league will be 1-1-1. In that case, Invictus Gaming and BANO should very likely make it through regardless, so even then, IG will be safe, and I'm sure they've been looking at it the same way.
What?
Because they're not playing good at all.
Yep, Robust picking up that kill on Hysterics was hysterical. Don't know how he saw that coming, but with a good read, those kills are sure to make themselves free and available to you. Robust now rotating over, does notice maybe one member over in cache, and Speakeasy picks one more up with the LMG. Lunar on about like a sliver of his own health does see that his teammate Joe picks up a double kill onto Robust and Roski as they trade back from one more member, but it's all about Lunch being left alone and on pretty much 10 HP, 20 HP. This Thermite is not having a great time. Doesn't have any utility left available to him. Does look like he's gonna have to trade this out the hard
Bomb
way.
located by
As
attacker.
he tries to the angles, Lunar should be an easy kill, but Speakeasy with that LMG is able to put down a lot of suppressing fire and make it very hard for him. Lunch actually has 3 flashbangs left in his pocket. He could make something happen. If he gets a good flash, he blinds them for a good second, he might be able to find the last 2 members on Invictus Gaming, but at the same time, he needs to make a move relatively soon. He has 50 seconds left. That's technically a lot of time, but as he tries to execute the plan, he will run quite thin.
2 versus 1 in the favor of IG. They're holding defensive positions. They're just waiting it out. Absolutely immobile. Actually, wait. Do we have a server issue? Because Lunch is not moving as well. I was going to say, it looks like a server issue, but it isn't. Because the camera is flashing. The time is ticking down. Okay. Oh, wow. They were all 3 so still.
Yeah, Lunch was just waiting.
15 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
This is like a Texan showdown. I don't know what's happening.
What?
Yeah, and
They
they're
were just
peeking now.
Absolutely not even looking
Get back to
around.
fighting. This is what I was trying to tell you. When he tries to execute, he's gonna run out of time. That's exactly what happened there. All of that standing still got you nothing. Sure, it gave everyone the clarity and the peace that they needed, but it only works for Invictus Gaming because they're defense. If you're in an attack, you can't stop like that. Sure, you need the drone, you need to do a little bit of recon, but man, you had 50 seconds left and you chose to stand there and listen to the beeping of the cameras.
Well, I was gonna say, like, yeah, you know, the defenders are standing so still that it might look like we have a game freeze. And then I looked at Lunch and he was not moving too, and I was like, wait, hang on, is it actually a game freeze? But it wasn't. But yeah, it got me. We're seeing Finka though brought out by God Mode. I'm surprised IG didn't bring out like a Finka, Lion, Dokebi, Jackal, Ying combination or something absolutely bonkers. Which makes me think, you know, if they're not bringing it in here, that's actually a pocket strat they might be planning for the Sweden Major or something. Because this is like the opportune moment to pull out something absolutely wild like that.
Flipping the script on to defense, BANO still have the lead here. And they only need 2 more rounds to take this map away from Invictus Gaming. But now that they are on attack, they are showing a little bit of inconsistency and just a little bit of struggle. Just because defense is just a generally easier time here in Rainbow Six, and attackers definitely have their work cut out for them. Having said that, BANO need to find a strategy and a way to push onto site that makes sense for them as they are running out of time. Round 10 now, they don't have many options available to them as they already swapped sides. They've already expended a lot of their strategies, but can they use the utility that they've been so banking in on to use to their advantage? And some part of me says that, you know what, they have a Finka now, things are going to be different. So surely a lot of aggression to come out as they, if you look at the rest of the roster, we have a Bug, we've got Habana, we have a Niana, along with the Sophia. Just generally aggressive operators to try to take site quite soon. But have they done their droning, and have they fleshed out this one last Joe hanging around Cash and CC?
It's a strong position to be holding no matter what side you're defending, unless it is obviously V side itself. It allows you to influence the horizontal clear, it allows you to influence the vertical clear. You can be the vertical defender as well if you have some holes set up for you. Joe doesn't, but that's alright. He's here to waste some time and maybe collect some kills along the way. He's on 8 kills, second behind Speakeasy, who's having a really good game. Ruse gets downed by Lunar Metal on the Mark 14. Good start for IG this time around. 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this round. They are just holding station, the defenders, and we talked about this at the end of the last round. Just waiting around isn't going to do anything for BANO.
They have to make something happen soon. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. They're already reaching that point in the game, that point in the round, where it's starting to run thin. Past the halfway mark is never a good thing when you don't have your members all inside the building or even close to site. That hatch is now getting worked on. They only have a minute left on the clock. And as I say that, we see Lunar Metal leave with a double kill, and Robust trying to find the trade, but it's not going to happen this time around as, oh, he actually finds Lunar. taking the strong angle top down through the hatch. He does notice one member that will go down, and he throws a flashbang to maybe cover a little bit of his tracks as he opens up the rest of the flooring and finds a couple more gadgets to be able to take out. I'm not sure if the ADX actually went down or not, but it does mean that, you know what, Lunch and Roski are in church and inside the point as well.
Well, Muro is a good position to be in, but the C4 is going to detonate. Oh, that was very lucky for Rossi. But from above, Joe comes in. I don't know whether that was intended, but he catches him out nonetheless. Diffuses was just stuck in the middle. And IG therefore back.
That was a misplay. I definitely think Roski should have continued with that push. He psyched himself out as soon as he heard a couple of sounds.
Yeah.
And I think he really botched that. If he actually pushed over into church from Motor, he would have got the kill, and his teammate would have been able to get the plant down through the hole in the walls. But Joe came in swinging like a superhero on a mission, and the free kills given up in the last few seconds around not only show that BANO are wasting their time on these attacks and they're too cautious, and they are giving them way too much ground to work with. They need to be more aggressive with seizing territory, and from seizing territory, taking the kills that are entailed by that territory. You know, if they went in through and collected church, not only could have they got the plant down, but the post-plant situation would have been so much more beneficial to them, as they still had a lot of utility left in their pocket.
Yeah, the angle was being held a little bit deeper though, or the swing would have likely come in regardless. It was not a good situation, but at that point, as you said, the best thing to do is commit to the push, to swing in. Hopefully you get a couple of picks. And that's a swing that's sometimes very hard to fight unless you have all of the, couple of defenders really, 2 or 3 angles being watched at the same time. Otherwise it's very easy to dodge, especially when you have the church wall opened up, as it was just now. So IG now back on level terms with BANO. It was 5-2 the lead for BANO. If we see a 5-1 defensive half for IG, they will win this map 7-5. But I think BANO still might have something more in them. We might see over time. We'll go to full length of regulation anyway.
They will have to. Vuz now transversing over to back up Robust as they push on through storage. And Roski doing a little bit of droning for them, and he's already pushed and drone all the way up to the staircase over in the center. And we'll notice the rest of his teammates following him through bar and through a lot of that open territory now. One member over by the blue storage and the stairs. Joe will take out one of the drones, count that towards his kill mark, and hold this territory in solidarity, understanding that the rest of the enemy team are not nearby at all. Joe finds that one kill onto Roski, and it does mean that BANO lose one more member. And then Zofia, there's a lot of utility that gets wasted here. Russ trying to take this duel bottom up, and it's not working out. He hasn't connected any of those shots just yet, and it needs to be able to find the right opportunity for them as they need to open this wall. And the Thermite is just so patient. Lunch is just waiting, and I feel like this is a complete waste for them as they're putting Lunch on a secondary operator. Sure, it makes the Thermite a little bit more aggressive, and Fragmite is a thing after all. But the SMG-11 taking Robust out does mean that yet again they lose another frag-heavy operator that could have gone to so much better use.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. Godmode, the only other person who's on double digits so far. He's gonna collect one at least. That's a freebie onto Hysterics. Luna takes down Lunch though, 4 versus 2, and the defensive positions right now are very strong. You can see the smoke is gonna choke out Godmode. Very lucky he didn't have his Adrenal Surge activated before the smoke detonated. And goes down and gets back to full HP, but it's all up to him now. He needs to get a 1 versus 4, and a 1 versus 4 is already difficult. Doing it against IG is something else. Thrown on the stairs. Joe just falls. I guess gives him a freebie. So 30 seconds over here, but Jordan's got a very nice angle from the top of the table. And it's IG on match point.
Invictus with just too much control over the site. Yes, they gave up the construction pretty freely, but in saying that, BANO still unable to capitalize on the circumstances, the chaos, and to create any to their benefit. I think, going back to what I was saying, sure, Lunch is a dependable player, but him being on Thermite is a complete waste. He was better off on someone like Buck, where he's able to aggressively take angles, aggressively take kills, and to be able to throw frag grenades in addition to that was massive for him. Or maybe even playing on Yana might have been good to, bait out the enemy himself one way or the other. It's a bit of a waste. I would have rather see someone like Robust or Roski on the Thermite instead. The roles are not ideal for me at this point. But now that we are moving over into Jimin bedroom, this might prove a little bit easier, considering that if they focus on that jacuzzi wall, they focus on the one side of the map, and they try to take maybe a couple of angles with the rappel over the staircase and maybe over gym bedroom, and of course they'll need to source out CCTV. They don't have to play with this multi-floored game where they have to play, C4s, grenades, vertical plays. A little bit less of a problem here, but definitely still on the table, considering that, all that floor is still soft. So they should have a better time, but so far it's starting to prove that, BANO just aren't that good on attack.
And struggling very significantly. The first attacking round that they did win was a little bit of a freebie from IG. Lots of bad decision making, as we remember. Joe running off, way off from site, leaving Jordan in a 1v4 there. Wasn't a good idea, but it net BANO one round, which made this go all the way to the maximum length in regulation. But we are here at match point, and IG are looking very, very good to convert this. They've won 4 defenses in a row since that misplay, and BANO have looked very much out of it. If BANO doesn't find early picks, if BANO doesn't find early picks like they're trying to with these red pings, they don't get very far, because it gets to like 15 seconds and they don't have the manpower, or they just don't have the positioning.
Early picks are going to be key for them to be able to take these sites, as they need that numbers advantage in order to really capitalize on their position. The fact they came so close to Invictus already because they got a lot of good picks, a lot of good capitalization on their position, and a lot of those defensive rounds does mean they have potential to win this. But now that they are on match point, their best bet is to go into overtime. Can they make this happen with 1 minute 30 seconds left for the clock? They're already drawing it to the point where I've said multiple times, they have wasted it. They are wasting so much time. They're not even in the building, by the way. One member hovering outside cashing CCTV. Look at this. Lunch is only working on the construction wall now. Hysterics finally goes down to Vooz. They take over CCTV and potentially even cash. Ooh. And we see another grenade kill onto Luna Metal. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They need to be a little bit more aggressive here. And now that they're doing this, they open up so much room for themselves. 1 minute left on the clock, and Jordan is holding this hatch, and he's going to waste that time as Joe actually has his back. So it's not too bad, but in saying that, it does mean that BANO have to be able to capitalize on construction and also on bedroom as well. But so far, shooting through a couple of walls does not lead into that position. And Roski is trying to deal with a little bit of... Why did he have to do that?
Yeah, I don't understand why he did that.
The wall was open.
Yeah, anyways... Joe, Jordan, and Speakeasy, you want these 3 members alive right now. They have been fragging out of their minds, and they are very, very proficient at getting clutches when needed. You can see the C4 is going to get tossed out down to main stairs. It's going to net one. Robust goes down, 3 versus 4. The power positions are still in favor of these defenders, except for this central stairs position from Godmode. He's pushing up with the finger boost. Speakeasy gets 1. He's going to leap out, get another onto God mode, and he's got a strong position. Diffuses on the floor. Red ping inside of Jim, and he's going to down 1. He needs to run right now. The one's chasing him, but it's going to be a map win for Invictus Gaming. It's going to be 7-5. It was very, very close in this round, and BANO, they really tried really hard. They got very, very close. It was a good round from BANO, all things considered, but again, they were very slow on the execute, and it allowed Invictus Gaming to hold those strong positions and just snatch the win away from them.
I'm just disappointed. We were led up to the point where we thought that honestly, hey, they're gonna be able to take this. They have such a good lead. They not only were 4-2 on the swap on sides, but they were also leading a lot of those that first round, taking them 5-2. And that was big. You know, BANO has so many good moments, but like I said, on that attack, they just waste so much time. They are so hesitant, and whenever they have a good position, and in that last round, they definitely have that. They had the opportunity to lead into an overtime, but they gave that up when they not only decided to overcomplicate their strategies, but also waste a lot of utility on taking out gadgets that they didn't have to. They were already past the Surya gate. They already had the wall open. They had construction all to themselves, but they didn't take it. They had the hatch open in logistics. They could have... Yeah, exactly. The hatch and logistics would have led to them being like, hey, no one's actually looking through this wall. You can't take construction. It's free right now. They didn't take that. They didn't capitalize on any of the positions, and they ended up just like, hey, you know what? Despite us wasting like a minute and 30 seconds taking CCTV, cash, and construction, we're going to just dump all this and go up central stairs where the rest of the enemy team is. And then that C4 not only took out one member, but it left their last Finka on 10 HP and made them do something really, really stupid, which was pushing Speakeasy. And this is the guy that had the 1v5 ace.
Well, yeah, one thing I'd like to point out too, that the drone economy is really poor. Just before we throw to the highlights, of course. That's the reason why BANO had no idea what was going on. They didn't know where these defender positions were. They didn't know, as you said, that logistics was clear for them. They could have dropped in and etc. And the construction push could have gotten very smoothly. They had 2 members advantage. They had so much map control. They had all the chances to make it overtime. But you're going to see in the highlights exactly how they didn't do that as we take a little bit of a break before we come back with map number 2, Cafe.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Oh, I've been muted, sorry. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this continuation of this matchup between Invictus Gaming and BANO. It was a very, very close first map indeed. Closer than any of us would have anticipated or expected. It was a 7-5 for IG on the first map of Clubhouse, Lan. And Lan, you had a lot to speak about that final round, the way it played out.
And I still have a lot to speak about it, but I'll forget it for now. I'll put it behind me, and I will essentially just move on because we're going to kind of Cafe Dostoevsky now, and Cafe is one of my favorite maps in the game. It is, it's quite rigid now in how a lot of teams play it, a lot of the angles that get used. Deviations from that can be very interesting, can be great, can be terrible, but it really is about dotting your I's and checking off your T's.
Yeah, now Cafe, IG has been playing it a lot in the Apex South League. It was the map where they won 8-7 against Elevate to make their way to Sweden automatically without having to play in the Apex playoffs. But, and this is a very important but, they also lost it 7-3 to Direwolves and 7-4 to Chiefs. So it's not as if they're infallible on it. And if they don't turn it up, if they don't take it extremely seriously, if they don't take BANO seriously, BANO can take this map away from them as well. So we're going to have to wait and see which Invictus Gaming we see. Is it going to be like the first half Clubhouse IG, or is it going to be the second half Clubhouse IG who takes things a little bit more as they are?
And I think BANO still have a chance here. Especially since they are starting on defense again. If they can repeat the success they had on defense on Clubhouse, they can definitely do that on Cafe. IG are very surgical with when they want to be, and they're on point as heck when they really want to be. And that's obvious with their performance so far. But this is one of their maps, you know, like it is a map they just generally have a really good success over a lot of other Southeast Asian teams, including Elevate. But with Finka and Thatcher off the board, that takes off Mirror. So these are all BANO successful operators, mind you. These are all the operators that BANO were really good at over on Clubhouse. Removing them does mean that they will have a better time moving forward.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. Finka is obviously definitely an odd ban from IG, but it's as you said, not really unexpected, especially given how BANO were trying to use Finka in the second half of Clubhouse. Valkyrie banned again from BANO, so that's a Thatcher Valkyrie follow-up exactly. A mirror ban is surprising from IG a little bit over here. I know they like to play with the mirror active here on Cafe, but perhaps again they want to hide exactly what they do with the mirror available when looking forward at their Sweden games.
They don't want to hide too much though. It might even hamper them, but they don't have to worry. In all
They almost did on Clubhouse.
They almost threw that out the window on that attack. But coming back into this one, there's nothing they can really hide because, like I said, Cafe's rigid. It's pretty structured in how a lot of it's played and how people capitalize on a lot of space. It has been around for a while, and eventually it's going to need a rework to spice up the meta. But for now, it is what it is. We're going to be seeing a bit of defense over in the freezer as per standard, and then of course opening up the wall for that spot in the corner of the bakery as well. Invictus now on this attack. I wonder how they're going to be able to play this. Speak easy on Diana is great. Seeing Lunar on the Nomad, nothing surprising. Overall, generally picks that I expect them to go with. But BANO are the real mystery here. They're going for a pretty standard setup so far. A lot of the standard line of sight being opened up along with the flooring. Really is going to come down to the play itself. The round has started 10 seconds in, and we don't see too many roamers or many at all. We see one member actually leaving the site, but probably just Vooz at this point.
Well, we'll see whether it works out for them or not. It's going to be an important early set of rounds from BANO. They're on the defense, and they need to set the tone right. They need to be able to lull false sense of security, but Joe getting that free kill is going to give them confidence instead.
Yep, and that's exactly what I mean. I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve here on this defense, as IG aren't even close to the site yet. They're all on the third floor, and they haven't even started yet. But they've taken down two members of BANO with so much ease because they've essentially given themselves up for free kills. Joe's gonna get to work on that hatch and he won't be punished for it either, and Joe will now move on into taking out the flooring inside Train once he makes it down there and drops from the hatch itself. Lunar, of course, already has some of the air jabs up, and the drone will come in.
It's such a good round so far from Invictus Gaming. I just want to say that they've been so efficient. They've cleared out third floor, they've gotten 2 picks, they have second floor for free as well, and when they did that, they were 2 minutes on the clock at that point. Now they're getting to work. Lunch is going to get an answer back out to Jordan, but you can see the frag grenade is going to go in, try to clear out closet. No one's there, I think, just very luckily for BANO, but you can see the long angle set up, some damage is going to get dealt to Robust. He's going to get away with his life, thankfully for him. And he's going to rotate over to try and fight off the red stairs push. But he's on drone, he's seen. So now his position is given away even though he tried to keep it hidden.
Grenade will take out Vooz as they do find his hiding spot. Speaking easy now with a bit of a drone for himself as well. We'll notice that his teammate Lunametal lands a nice headshot into Lunch, and they take a lot of control here. Robust is leaving site to try to pick a flank, and he might find one, might find two, as they push back into his angles and into that site. A couple of shots won't lead to success, though. Lunar picking up another kill for himself will take out Robust as he has the superior position and the cover of the table as well to take the shots for him.
Excellently played from IG over here. This is how you really want to be setting the tone. BANO needed to do that. BANO needed to establish a stronghold. And while it is only one round, continuation this way just spells doom for BANO. It means that IG, they're not playing around anymore. They were 5-2 down. They won 5 straight after that. They might win 7 straight here if this keeps up, this intensity that IG is bringing. We all know that IG can. It's never ever been a question of whether IG can't, but it's just about how much they care about it. And right now it seems that they are done giving BANO that wide berth. They're like, okay, look, this is the level we have to play at no matter what. We can try let off, but we are going to ship rounds and be at risk at losing the map.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on this defense setup here. They brought in the Thunderbird this time, Infian. That's going to be pretty good, considering that so far they've just lost teammates too quickly, essentially. Now they can bring in the Thunderbird to say, hey, you know what, round 2, we're going to actually try to live a little bit longer. That might be a great strategy. They will, however, have to play within close proximity to the station itself, and they can't give up too much of their position. In saying that, they need to be able to find a way that they can stay within close proximity of each other, as well as controlling a lot of ground without all being huddled in side to side. So good control over first floor is going to be important. White stairs is going to be massive as well. They take the shutters down, and Lunar already finds an opening kill onto God mode, and there is your Thunderbird off the map almost immediately.
So 5 versus 4 early on again. This time is a little bit of a different push. You can see that they have taken control of second floor a lot faster rather than do a full top-down clear. You can see Speakeasy also has information on 1. He's going to do some damage. Again, it's Robust taking shots as well as Rossi. Lunch gets taken out by Jordan though. Finally. That's 1 more on the board. Again, as we take down to 2 minutes, it's a 5 vs 3 in favor of the attackers. Rossi, though, answers back onto Hysterics. That's good response from these defenders, but he's getting pushed from the window over here, the big window. Luna middle needs to be careful of the walkout from the main door. Joe's pushing into side all on his own, based off a yellow ping, and he's going to back off very wisely.
Actually, Robust is going to take a very aggressive position here. He will be seen as he rotates over to the corner of the wall.
Oh,
Jordan takes out Speakeasy by accident, and there we go. He makes up for it by taking out Booze and maybe one more member. And yes, Robust will go down for a double kill going down to Joe. And Rossi has to make his way all the way back to the map. Those surrogates going down will be a huge tell and a huge signal for the enemy member as the attackers are pushing onto the side. Lunar doesn't have to do too much, but already has set up the air jabs and now has a great position. Rossi exposing himself now will be caught in between a rock and a hard place, pushing onto Lunar. Might just make it work, but Joe already has that down, and the air jab hits Rossi as he now trades, and no, he will go down. Lunar picks that up, capitalizes on utility, and keeps his teammates safe as they pick up their second round here on Cafe Dostoevsky.
Well, IG 2-0 up on the attack. This is basically all they really need to do to guarantee themselves a map win. This is what they did on Clubhouse, although those rounds were a lot scarier, a lot weaker in their fundamentals, of course. But they are starting off with a 2-round lead here on Cafe, and very much looking like they can convert this to a 6-0 attacking half. BANO, they seem to be a little bit scared. They don't really seem to have an idea on how to exert their authority here on Cafe. The way that IG are setting up, it's more, very markedly more planned out than it was before on Clubhouse. So against that planning, BANO's efforts are not really effective. They're trying aggression, it's not working out because IG can play the trades really well. They're trying to set themselves up in unorthodox position. That's not worked out too, because IG's strategies deal with the rest of that. So what can BANO really do at this point?
They have to be beyond aggressive. I don't see any spawn peaks, I don't see any runouts. Everything is within the building at this point. And Cafe's strength is that it is a tall tower. It is a 3-story building where they have so much to play with. They're not using that to their advantage at this point. They're pretty much giving entry into the building free. Half of the game, and yes, it is coming to some point. As I speak of it, Lunch goes to work, drops Speakeasy very low, and that makes a very aggressive Amaru a very passive Amaru, and there's a limited way in which Speakeasy can play that operator now. It's going to be very hard for him.
Well, Speakeasy hits him with the almost. And it is very, very close, of course. Hysterics, he knows once in there, he's gonna send out the flashbang. Is he gonna move? No, he's gonna hold very, very still.
Oh,
there is some movement, he's gonna go out. But the KMRS is unable to land the shot, and yes, that is the KMRS, not the C8 on the top.
Yeah, and there we go. Lunar as well will be moving on through. Shoots through the Surya gate, tries to get anyone hiding in a common position. And does look like God Mode actually has to rotate out. No longer safe in that place. Will be taking a lot of damage from all the windows. And oh, trades back! Actually wins against Lunar as they rappel on. And you know what? Maybe one more member. No! Unfortunately, Jordan takes that, and Speakeasy trades Lunch back and gives him a little payback for the scratches that he left him earlier in the round. A couple of flashbangs go out. And a couple of utility gets put down as well. Ace will be able to make a nice little line of sight for himself through some of that walling. And maybe an open angle for him to trade back. But unfortunately, Vooz here will have to pull back. Has the safety of the Banshee over on that side there. And now an ADS as well to keep him alive from any throwable utility. But will he stay alive long enough to take back a couple of more members? 2-2 right now. Robust picks up one more to Speakeasy, and Robust tries to find another member with a red ping to give him a little bit of indication. One more member hiding around the cigar shop. Might this lead into a line of sight that leads to his demise as Jordan pushes through Cigar into Whitehall, holds an angle, and Hysterics rotates off just as he could have found one more member of the defending team. He pushes on in, and Vooz finds Jordan, leaving Hysterics all alone. Just pulls the shotgun out, might be able to find one more member, and yes, there's Vooz. The DMR going to work right now, and will Hysterics get the plant down? He's got 40 seconds left of the clock. He will bait that one out. Red pings go down, and it forces Robust to trade. Forces Robust to rotate, and the hipfire won't succeed. What were you doing, Robust? You had the angle, you had the position, and you gave it all away just to throw a bunch of shots out for free.
That is unfortunate. He could have, that sad face for sure. Hysterics was not aware, really. He was looking a little bit too Robust right, and had Robust actually just played it a little bit more calmly, I think he just panicked. Had he played it calmly, that was a surefire win, and a defensive win, finally, for BANO. Right now, they're 3-0 down and listing. This could be a full 6-0.
They need a little bit more trigger discipline when it comes to that. He saw the arm, but you definitely know when you see an arm like that, you don't always take the shot.
Attackers need to locate and
right, you gotta wait for it. You see a little bit more real estate, a little bit more of the body, a little bit see the top of the head or the helmet a little bit, depending on the operator. But this time around, he threw his position away. He gave that up quite easily, and he didn't land any of the shots. And then he panicked on ADS and did not ADS back in, unfortunately, just because the mechanics don't allow you to do that. It is a very played game. This is not a run and gun FPS. This is a MOBA. This is a strategy-based, utility-focused game. Need to be a bit more conservative with your positions. But 3-0 right now. IG take this lead quite convincingly, and BANO, despite the scoreline, have had very, very close rounds in Finn. They could have had a lot of those rounds for themselves if they didn't make common mistakes.
Robust setting up here on the 3rd floor. It's another attempt from them. Jordan's gonna drone up white stairs, so this might be a precursor to the push. IG trying something new. Of course, you can see they are doing a 1st to 3rd clear. Speakeasy's up brown stairs, trying to find any early pick, someone trying to over-aggress, perhaps over onto heaven. At the very least, Speakeasy ensures that it's clear for Joe to drop down, but Luna's getting taken out by God Mode. A good early start for BANO. I think it's the first round in 4 where BANO have gotten the opening kill.
The trade back with Speakeasy does take out Robust. That's perfectly fine, considering that Oryx... Oh, actually, I take that back. Oryx being taken out is pretty massive. He is his utility. Hysterics being taken down by Roski does both pretty well. Has a good position here over in Fireplace and Dining. But, maybe he might be able to rotate out of there and find a better position before they collapse on him. He might lose his angle over at Tiana, but no! Lunch on the back will find the flank and pick up that kill, saving his teammate a little bit of embarrassment. And maybe another member, yes, along with the diffuser downstairs as well. Does look like Joe takes a lot of damage, doesn't find the kill just yet, but now pulls back as God Mode, and Booze closes out the game. Joe going down means that BANO win on a very external game. They roamed, they eliminated the enemy before they got to site, and that's what they need to do. They need to do that more often. They're doing that very well.
That's a really, really good round, and a really important round for BANO. They need to push this into 3 defensive rounds over here to have any shot whatsoever at winning Cafe and pushing things to map number 3, which is going to be Bank, if we get there. Unfortunately, that is probably an outlier round for IG, just trying to push a little bit too far once again. You know, they were cruising, they were 3-0 up, so it probably was a good time for them to use a round, so to speak, to see how far they can let loose. It was very unorthodox clearing from the first floor up to the 3rd floor. It didn't really work out. They dropped down the hatches, and very good kills. BANO capitalized, of course, and that's what they need to do. BANO can't let any round go to waste. Doesn't matter what IG are doing, for BANO's perspective, whatever comes their way, they take it, they play to 100%. And they play without fear.
10 seconds to go.
Some pretty nice setup here for BANO as they take down control over the kitchen, and they set up some internal defenses on site, but no signs of that external play that we love to see so far. Nice camera from Roski, though. Will mean that he will be playing on this this bakery to keep enemies out of that position for as long as possible. Will he have backup? I hope he does. Quick reach onto the white garage wall here. Does cop a little bit of damage from his teammate. Hysterics. Naughty.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate that both Jordan and Hysterics were very focused on opening up every inch of that garage. I'm not sure whether the new lunch was there, but it turned out to be a very, very tough situation, and he got turned into Swiss cheese.
Yeah, speaking about Swiss cheese, we see a little mouse here trying to look for some utility. Unfortunately, not able to locate any just yet. We'll take out a couple of cameras, but that's about it. And Speakeasy will do the rest of it, just droning out the rest of the 1st and 2nd floor. Jordan playing a little bit more cautious now, considering his health has dropped quite low. We'll be looking at the rest of the round through the looking glass of a little robot boy. A nice little line of sight being made by Hysterics to control the fireplace as well. Will mean that they have full control of the 2nd floor. No one to contest it so far. God Mode actually in the corner. Yeah, and here they're going to push right into his line of sight. And no, they find him regardless. Hysterics with the double kill will take him out there. And does mean that, you know what, they're down to 3 members left on that 1st floor and on site. That's unfortunate. God Mode actually wasn't seen at all.
No, he was definitely seen. I saw there was a drone that went around, but Luna Metal was very nonplussed. You know, he was just standing outside of library door like nothing was ever going to happen to him. So I thought it was misdroned.
He didn't telegraph it at all. They kept it
there
pretty
was
good.
No way. Not until Hysterics swung it did I know that IG was aware. That's a good response.
Oh, that's a good C4 kill from Robust onto Joe. Vooz now has an opportunity to be able to make something happen, and Robust now rotating in over to be able to find a little bit more, and we'll have free real estate on this wall as he opens up a little bit of line of sight, not the whole wall itself.
We have a little bit of an audio issue, of course. It will be fixed soon enough, I do believe. But Rossi, he's going to help and try and bring this back the best he can. He's on low HP, but he's got a kill for himself again. And now 3 versus 2, 15 seconds left to go. IG do have to push this and win out every single one of the gunfights. It's going to be a white
no,
for
Robust.
Robust. He's going to win it out. Luna runs out of bullets. A pistol kill from Robust over here. He runs out of bullets now. And Speakeasy needs to push this. He wins it out of nowhere. He was full sprinting. But oh no, why did you have to engage? You should have just hidden. You should have run all the way away down into bakery somewhere, hide behind the counter. Don't give Speakeasy the opportunity, because if you do that, he is going to take it and win the round.
Speakeasy definitely wins those. It's not something you want to do when you know that there's one member left on the enemy team and you're on defense. We've seen IG do it multiple times before, and all you do and all they do is hide. They don't have to take the last guy, especially when it's down to about a couple of red seconds, because they're forced to do one thing, and that's plant the diffuser. If they don't do that, they lose. This is not a shoot-only game. This is not completely based on frags. They have to complete an objective, which is plant the diffuser and make sure it doesn't get diffused.
By attackers.
As defenders, you don't have that obligation. You know, you don't have that obligation to get that done. You can just hide. It's perfectly okay. Retake plays are not the end of the world. But 4-1 right now, IG are looking strong and looking to take this last round on attack as well, and to close it out quickly on defense as they swap over. As we said before, Impian, this is their map. This is their dominating playground here in Southeast Asia.
Well, we do
10
have
seconds left
to
before insertion.
wait and see whether BANO can
Attackers have
respond
located a
even
bomb.
on this one
5
to make it a
seconds to go.
fairly, well, it's not going to be a close fight, but a little bit
Attackers
closer
objective
than
is
it
to
otherwise
defuse the
would be,
bomb.
because this will either end in the 5-1 or a 4-2. A 4-2 still, gives you a little bit of hope. You are only 2 rounds away. You get lucky with 1 attacking round, perhaps, and then you just have a good one that surprises IG, and there you have it. You are on level terms. But I think we're going to have to wait for a drone to be spectated and destroyed while it's getting spectated for us to get our audio back. But regardless, Speakeasy, you can imagine what that OTS 03 sounds like. On the glass, we haven't seen the glass from IG in many a moon. He used to be a very strong operator back in Season 7, actually. Hysterix destroys his teammate's drone. Len, did you see that?
Yep, I saw
Joe
that. He
deployed a
definitely did
drone
that.
and Hysterix just knifed it.
Yep, he definitely did it on purpose. There's nothing about that was an accidental play. It was all deliberate. Frag grenades will go down as well, and it will net no one, but God mode will find an opening kill using what I believe is the Vigil. And so, K1A, very nice kill by Joe, leading into a double kill. Vooz will go down, and there goes your Jaeger. So, a lot of your roamers are off the board, and Hysterix, again, not stopping this train, will be traded back by Robust. And the UMP-45,
Robust.
no longer the worst gun in the game, will in fact be the best. And as he trades,
He might get
he plays
one more.
Oh, he might just get one more. They don't know exactly where he is, but he is definitely in a good position. He still has a cardiac sensor. He will be able to detect where the enemy is. But with those drones going down, and you know what? He will notice the drone there as well. And it's okay, because we still have Roski full health right now, and Speakeasy taking a lot of damage does mean that the diffuser gets dropped outside. The diffuser gets dropped outside, and Joe is on like 1 health. This guy could die at any second. If he runs out of breath, he might enter cardiac arrest. He has to play through the enemy team. The camera spots him. 1 more pulse left in the clock, and there we go. There is his last minute, and through the hole in the wall, he will be able to find that. That is a great angle. I love that.
Yeah, this is nice little 4K from Robust. I think that was really an example of what BANO should have been doing every single round. Robust was roaming so fluidly. He started off on the 3rd floor, I think, defaulted down, jumped down, got 1, that was Hysterix, and then someone jumped in after him, I think Lunamel on the Nomad, he got that as well, and then he got Speakeasy outside on a very long engagement, protracted one, and then he got the finisher at the end as well. He was all over the place. He went from third to second, Red Hall tucked in the corner inside of Train, and then eventually down into Fireplace. Such a fluid roam is very, very hard to punish unless the entire team is coordinated, and IG, they were obviously trying to coast by, given that there were 2 members up already. That punished them in a very nice 2v4 clutch.
Joe cracking out the Warden. Love it. Love to see it. Now that they are on attack, though, we do see that we notice that BANO have, they've got to make this work. Is this their opportunity to shine on attack? Some teams do better on attack than they do on defense. Sure. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt so far, but they've shown that they can actually stay in this game and that they have the potential to actually win. They just need to action it. But what I have noticed, they don't have set roles. A lot of these players are all flexing into different positions, and I think that's where a lot of the inconsistency in their play is coming from.
Oh, bless! We heard a drone getting destroyed, and we spectated it. And we have audio again as we go into the second half. BANO are slow, though. Again, we see 30 seconds, and they still haven't made it to the top. Now they have a little bit more time taken than should.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, so Roski with a pretty interesting drone here. We'll be able to notice a couple of members. Vu's taking out his own teammates, never going to be good, and that is a pretty important one as well. Without a Diana, you will be punished because no one's baiting up for you and you'll have to cover for yourself. Hysterics capitalizes on that with the Roni, and we'll be able to pick up on that along with maybe a couple of more members that might rotate into this position. Lunch with the Candelas will go down quite free and has that available to him. But now that, you know what, Lunch did pick up that, now that we do see Hysterics pick up that kill on the Rid Stairs, they're a little bit more cautious of where their positioning is and where the enemy might be. And now they just caught in a position and a place where they're just covering their own 6 the entire time. Minute 20 seconds left on the clock. They need to make something happen here. But with 5 members left in IG, it does look like an IG round. Considering the numbers, considering the position, and the amount of time left on the clock, knowing BANO don't really capitalize very well on these clocks. Oh my gosh, they just walk right past each other.
Robust, he's on 10 kills so far. He's been having a very, very good cafe. 10 and 5 actually. But this is likely going to be another death for his account. Lunch might catch someone out. No, Robust, he's gone down up top. John takes him down, in these solo plays that BANO needed to make, they haven't really come off. Speakeasy takes some team damage elsewhere. Lunch is creeping around. He's not on camera so far. But random pre-fire is going around from IG. They're having fun. They're celebrating the round as if we are in the 60s Texas. Luna takes out Joe, because why not? Lunch is going to creep on. He's going to take down Hysterics. 15 seconds over here. Lunch does not have a chance to plant. He does have the diffuser, but Jordan comes up White Stairs and shuts him down. Finally, IG closes out this round. It's a 5-2 lead.
We're looking at closing out this second game here on Cafe Dostoevsky quite quickly. 5-2 on round 8. Invictus are leading this and are quite confident in what they're doing. So, can they make this happen? They need to... They're showing some good promise so far, and they're looking like they're actually in a good position. Quite happy where they are. And I honestly... Pulling the Nook? Oh, the Blitz? Okay. BANO understand that they are in a... Anything can happen, let's make it work, let's just do it kind of position. You know, like they can't lose anything at this point.
Yeah.
Other than the round and the game.
Well,
Attackers have located
we
a bomb.
have gone into round number 8. It was a 5-2 lead for BANO over on Clubhouse, but it's a 5-2 lead for IG, and IG's on the favored defense this time. A lot of it, the reason why Clubhouse was brought back by IG was they were on favored defense then as well, which meant it just was a little bit of a waiting game and allowing BANO to play into their own mistakes where they take a lot of time.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Hysterics. I love this. Why let them even in the site? Oh, Speakeasy's already downed.
Defender exposed.
This is not good. Malusi outside and down. That's never a good time. Runouts like that don't always pay off, guys. Just saying. Robust actually getting down and taken out there by Luna. Very nice, strong.
Wow, that's
position.
a long angle.
Yeah, it is a long angle. I actually didn't expect that to happen, given where he was. But you know what? He got it in the end. A couple of kills back and forth do mean that IG are down on a lot of defenders.
And one of their members is a Clash. So that's going to be
It's
a
not
little bit...
Lunar.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not Luna.
not Luna.
So that's going to be a little bit of a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the SMG on Clash isn't exactly fantastic. Change haven't rolled through yet either, but you know what? He will still net a kill with it. And there we go. Roski still finds the game and still finds the round. So quite a good game, quite a good round for BANO. I doubt they're going to be able to keep this
Excellent
up.
round from BANO. Yeah, I mean, obviously, IG were just walking into engagements. They were just walking around, really just taking every gunfight, whether they won or whether they lost, whether it was favorable or whether it was unfavorable. You can see Speakeasy, she jumped out early. Luna Metal challenge once, won, and then challenge twice, lost. And at that point, it's just IG were just falling like flies. And it was a 2 versus 4 at that point. Not really much that could have been done because BANO were playing it very well. They were coordinated, they were ready to play for the trades if need be. And they pushed in hard, they pushed in quickly,
Attackers need to locate
and
defuse
nothing
bombs.
that IG could have really done. It's 5-3, but as you said, I doubt IG are going to give them another opportunity to do it again. They're going to try and play a little bit more concise. They won't run out, they won't give away free picks. It's not hard to do that, you just have to not move as often.
Seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to go.
4 seconds left on that prep phase.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
IG
bomb.
doing their due diligence, putting their utility. Considering they're playing upstairs, shouldn't be too hard to manage or defend. They have a good position here. I'm concerned about this Vulcan shield though. One false round, one not false, but you know, one misplaced bullet, and it's bad news for whoever's using it to defend.
God mode, he's been very quiet so far here on Cafe. Robust has been really dragging BANO within 2 rounds of IG. Ruse and Rossi, they have been not that impressive as well. And Lunch, he's been not bad. 6 kills for him, but also 6 deaths, trading himself out at the very least. IG is not performing like that stand out in terms of kills, but they are doing it concertedly as a team, and that team effort is definitely showing. They're only hoping that they don't have to go to bank, because going to bank after they've saved it the entire season so far might be a bad idea. But just as I talk about Rossi not doing as well, he takes down one. That speaks easy. Good opening kill. An answer back from Luna Metal onto Lunch.
Luna now trying to make his way off site because he's finding that it is a bit of a kill box at this point. It is not going to be great for his health. A couple of frag grenades go out into White Hall, get pulled up by the magnet, and does look like they will detonate to no consequence. A couple of pre-fire shots through into the freezer. Won't connect to anyone just yet, but will allow Roski to get this soft breach charge down to no consequence. EE1D gets popped here. No one's gonna get detected this time. Flashbang goes out, but a double peek on both sides leads to a nice free kill. Hysterics still on full health. I take that back. He's super low, and now he's playing against one more member over in Cocktail Lounge. A long angle in a very narrow hallway.
This is really tight. If Hysterics accidentally detonates that gold 6, it's a bad idea for him. But an impact grenade throws off God mode, and Hysterics peeks up at the correct timing. Hysterics swings wide even as the shield goes down and takes a headshot onto Goose. It's all up to Rossi right now. He needs to get kills number 7, 8, 9, and 10 in this round. That'll make it an ace for him, I believe. He gets a second, but Luna Metal with the pistol on the long cross takes him out, shuts him down. We are in match point, series point, with IG in the driver's seat.
I don't know how everyone's switching off and just giving up the angle on Hysterics, despite the fact they all knew where he was. You all know where he is, and you just give up the angle. You're like, oh hey, someone might be on my flank right now, and twice we see that happen back to back, and both times the attacker dies because they let Hysterics get a free kill. What is happening with BANO? They have, yet again, throwing the advantage. I don't think the Lion needed to move. The Lion could have ate that impact grenade and just tanked it out.
Thrown off, I think, believing maybe it was a C4.
He was not dead. If it was a C4, he definitely would have been. In saying that, he definitely panicked. He definitely saw an explosion, felt it, and then just thought, I need to get out of here real quick. That is your instinctual, that is what you instinctually do. But,
yeah,
again, trigger discipline, and the discipline in order to just say, like, hey, and calculate in your head in an instance that if an impact grenade hit me at full health, I am not dead. And what can you do at that point? There was a lot of utility his team still had, and the freezer was pretty much open for them to take. They had so many different angles to push, but they chose to push one. Again, kind of just baffled on in their decision making.
Well, it's alright. I think BANO are not really in the best frame of mind. They push IG very, very close, and I think they might be feeling a little bit dejected about it. I saw God Mode, he was in the chat earlier on as well, saying that his team choked, and I wouldn't really call his team losing 7-5 on that map a choke. But we have one player in Garage over here. They may lose their life to him. Lunch is going to open the wall, but Luna is going to take down one. There's one more right next to him. Unfortunate that they couldn't catch him on the drone in time. Lunch lets him go as well. There's no trade. Jordan is the one who got killed elsewhere, but this could have been a continuation of the man-count advantage for BANO.
Couple of free kills get traded back, and Robust leaves with the double. 2 members down on each side. BANO stand a pretty decent chance of taking another round, but IG being on match point means they want to close this out, and Lunar shows that exactly with the Thunderbird as he picks up another kill for his team. Lunch and Roski can make this happen. Lunch, of course, one of the better players on that roster for BANO, only shadowed by Robust at this point. He's a robust player, but Roski waiting for a bit of backup from his team as they try to just link up and try provide themselves a better opportunity to trade back and forth.
So Hysterics right now, we might only have 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this matchup. So Hysterics, he's on 13 kills, and these might be 13 that he'll get in this month and maybe in next month as well, because he's not. It's unlikely, he said on Twitter, that he's going to be able to travel to the Sweden Major, and that'll be a huge blow to Invictus Gaming's chances for that event. We're not sure whether Ultima, the substitute, will fly instead, whether Team Coach Gig will fill in, or maybe even we might see, since he's technically a free agent, whether we'll see Yasera come back. Now back to this game, Rossi. He's in a 1 versus 3 over here. He's gonna get shut down from the vertical angle. This was a long time coming, and really, as I said from the very start, result was unsurprising. We always expected it to happen. It was just the question of how much IG would have to push to try and get this win. They had to push pretty hard to recover a 5-2 deficit on Clubhouse, but they were very much in control here on Cafe, and it showed. Very good showing from IG. Good and valiant attempt from BANO. But, of course, you know, we have a next game at the end of the day, the third game in this slot. That one is going to be a little bit more spicy because Renatus, I think they're just a little bit better than BANO, and IG are going to have to step it up against them way more.
They have a lot of confidence going into that match, as you would expect Invictus to, and Renatus will always have to actually just show, because for Renatus, it is so different. They have everything on the line on that game. It is a match that's going to set the tone for the top 3. You know, will they be the ones to lead that top half of this roster or not? We'll have to find out in that last match. But that is a 2-0 going to Invictus Gaming, and I'll be taking a bit of a break. Black and Blue will be coming back to cast with our man Infian over here, and I will see you guys afterwards. But until then, I'll be in chat. I'll see you guys soon. We'll be back after the highlights.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar.
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of Group A, the second day of Group A here in the Operation League Season 4. I'm Infinity Walk, and with me is Notland, who is the one and only Black and Blue. So glad to have you back. It's been a while, and we have a very nice matchup coming up.
Totally. I'm glad to be back here. Taking a bit of a hiatus, but I'm glad to be back, especially for this game coming up here right now. Two Filipino teams, my homeland, going to battle it out with Desolate and Team BANO, who we saw Team BANO actually kind of bring Invictus, one of the best teams we have in this entire tournament, into, the distance for that map number 1, although map number 2, not the exact same story. We're looking at the map vetoes here in Fian as, we're going to get Desolate here picking Chalet, Team BANO picking Villa, and our decider will be, of course, none other than Oregon. What do you think about these ones we got on the board?
I think it's very, very interesting that we saw Cafe picked earlier on because, these map picks are done before the day starts. So BANO were confident enough to pick Cafe against Invictus Gaming, but they're not confident enough to pick Cafe here against Desolate. So either that or they know that they are head and shoulders above Desolate, which is what I think as well. And they are not willing to showcase their best maps. They're okay to go to Chalet, they're okay to go to Villa, because just now we saw BANO ban Chalet against Invictus Gaming. And here they've allowed Desolate to pick it.
And interestingly enough, they're picking Villa, a very execute-heavy map. They're kind of banking to, I guess, kind of what you talked about, like, trying to skill diff the opponent here. They maybe think, like, they're not a good Villa team. To be fair, Villa is a map that can be very technical, and some of the teams who might not have, too much experience can struggle on a map like Villa. But, Desolate, I've seen them been playing quite active in the Philippine community time and time again. They've been, like, perennial top 4, top 5 here in the Philippines, and they've really yet to be able to break that barrier to be the champions. They were able to do that in their own local qualifier, but now we're going to see if we're going to do that here in the actual playoffs in the Operation League now for Season 4, and we're going to map number 1 as Thatcher and Flores off the board to start off the game.
Well, Thatcher, unsurprising, and of course the Flores to follow up. That's a strong operator, especially here on Chalet, where you see Flores used to very good effect all the time. Mira is of course no surprise, although she's not supremely useful, but she is certainly useful in some situations, and useful enough that banning her is not a bad idea at all, especially if you think that's what you're going to struggle with, because these are Desolate's bans, the Flores and the Mira. BANO, they're going to respond with a very classic Valkyrie. Don't want to be giving away information to Desolate, especially when BANO are going to be starting off on the defense. Now, Chalet is an attacker-sided map, globally at least, maybe not quite here in the Operation League. So BANO, they're going to be fighting hard to try and push this to 3 rounds at least on defense, and if they get 4 on defense, that is going to be absolutely ace. 2 will be fine though, and they can come back on their own defense, on their own attacks later on.
Speaking of maybe aces up their sleeve, a clash being pulled out here at BANO, but no, are they going to really 6-pick it out to the Trunka? You love to see it. Either way, it's going to be a fun party time. Rossi here on that Daruni, Castle on Robust, and Vuz on the Jaeger. Nothing too wayward here from either team. Only hard breach on the side of Desolate is that Hibana, and to be quite honest with you, especially if you're taking this basement, if you're not really planning to open the big wall, I don't think just having a Hibana is necessarily a bad idea. Like, you can play hatches, open that sight line from the back garage, and maybe, just maybe, that'll be enough for you to really win the round.
Now, you can see they've gone down into the basement. It's not a good site. I would say it's the worst site here on Chalet. It's a very open site, and the way that BANO are setting up is even worse. I mean, they have opened up that north side wall. You can see just now briefly. They're placing a shield behind it, so they're gonna peek on out, I guess, from behind that shield. But I don't understand the logic behind it unless you're really that confident in taking gunfights against the attackers.
Could be the case, maybe. I mean, they are extending here horizontally right towards the first floor. They have kind of this extension towards like the dining room to kind of deny that back wall, especially knowing that there is no Hibana, so you're not going to come from the big wall. Instead, a top-down clear coming in here from the side of Desolate. They could be, actually being able to clear this 2F. This should be good for them. But once they go down towards that dining, as we talked about, that is where Desolate are looking to kind of hamper and stiffen that push.
Alright, Mac over here. He's on the Jackal. He likes to be on the Jackal, and cleverly himself also on the Zofia as expected. Really unsurprising roles over here. Ryul's very commonly seen on the Yana, Pi Guy on the Hibana, and Ruby Rose. He's on the Twitch. It's a very nice position his Twitch drone is in. Not only to take down utility from far, because now, of course, it can jump and has infinite range on the laser, but also give a lot of information. So you can see the Jaeger. He's very excited, very eager to push up his Vooz, but not able to do so just yet.
Well, 2F, second floor control is all they've really got to work with here as of the meantime. Coming down off these trophy stairs is going to be quite a big problem as Rossi finds the kill on the Pi Guy. With Hibana taken down, only hard breach left taken off the board. Now, those hatches are going to be a problem for them. They don't have any hard breach charges aside from that, and Rossi finds a second. These gunfights that you talked about, Infinite, then confident in taking, and then confident in winning. Rossi finds a double, a triple actually, as it's going to be Ryul's to equalize things up. He brings it now to a 3v2, but they still got a lot to work with here. Looking for kind of a backside push, but right now, BANO do have that lead.
Yeah, BANO looking good value for it as well. 45 seconds left to go. They are very clear on where this push is coming from the attackers. Lunch is going to check back of blue stairs just in case. But you can see the Shoemaker launches. They're going to deny that back push, and the north side push is going to convert to a west side push. Ryul's and Cleverly both pushing down. Ryul's very low. He has the diffuser in hand as well. Cleverly needs to be first point of contact. Lunch is going to figure this out. Frag grenade goes in. That's a very nice time. Frag grenade. Lunch is going to get forced out of position. Boost takes down one though, and Ryul's on 1 HP and a Dream. He takes down one, but he's burnt out by God Mode. Those Shoemaker launches, absolutely perfect.
Especially late round, Tachanka and Smoke to that same extent are two operators that do kind of progressively get better as the round goes on. The more they have that time kind of ticking away, the more that their utility just finds even more value, and you can see that exactly there. Like, if Tachanka was doing that at the early stages of round God mode, then it wouldn't really be too much of a problem, but late round pressure like that, them filtering themselves in from the west side down into blue, would have been a very tough task for them to come out with a round. So BANO, very good job by them, especially by Rossi, to find the triple kill in that one. That dining hold by him in kitchen was completely spectacular, and won the gunfights as you talked about them, looking confident about it, then making it happen. So right now, going now this time to a more viable site typically, but for them to make the basement work out, it is looking pretty good for them at the moment.
Now,
Bomb located by attackers.
Robust is breaking out the clash on this round, on this defense of the second floor. That basement defense is going to give them a lot of confidence, and confidence enough to bring a clash out. He's likely going to be receiving the push in from the south side
10 seconds left.
door. That's likely what he's going to be doing. And he's going to do a good job. What the rest of his team needs to do is help him out by making sure no one peeks him from the east side. But here's what's very interesting. BANO, they're setting up heavily, extensively here on the first floor right below the site. So I guess they don't want the Zofia to send out her lifelines, or Ryul's and Ruby Rose and Sledge and Yana to send out their frag grenades. Or Sahara Mac, he's got frag grenades too. That's 6 frag grenades they have.
Yeah, a common way, for teams on the attacking side to deal with this site is going underneath and opening things up from down below, destroying those gadgets, using nades as he talked about, and Ruby Rose just gets taken down by the force of gravity, the worst enemy in the game.
Oh no, come on, man.
No one saw that,
All right,
Ruby.
At least he gets res. No, oh, we saw that. Our observer was looking at him right at that moment.
You know,
He couldn't have been worse.
Infian, just to add a personal anecdote, I played ranked with that guy, and it doesn't surprise me that happened.
Oh no! Oh, the savagery's already started. And we have BANO taking a little bit of damage is Booze. Cleverly takes down Rossi too, so this is going to be a very, very tough position for Booze to hold on to. He gets taken out by Ryuls himself, didn't even need the Zofia. But God Mode responds. Finally, 1 minute 30 and Lunch piles on his 3 versus 3. He's here waiting to receive, and I do believe that's Ruby Rose inside of the West's main door. Oh, it's not a door anymore, it's a window.
All right, Ruby Rose. Let's get back up to shape here. Trying to aggress. And God Mode playing inside that small room. Solarian pressure being pushed down by Ruby Rose. No nades in hand to try and flush him out of that shield.
How did Ruby Rose get up from the Solarian stairs? Because Lunch is right next to him and holding the angle, I believe. I think Lunch must have fallen off. Yeah, there we go. He took the long way around, made his way back to sight. 3 versus 3, God Mode, he gets his second off the round. There's one right there. The smoke is going to flush him out for sure. And a little bit of damage done as well. Hi Guy, what can he do? He's on full HP with the diffuser, but choking on the smoke.
Some time to work with here. 35 seconds left and taking Pie Guy. Pieing the corner, finds that kill. The down at the very least, and gets God Mode after it. A double for him. Flash is all that's left. And Robust is going to have to try and be very stationary here to be able to be that rock to hold down the line. Ruby Rose, a single bullet away from death. They will be able to stick the plan for the meantime. The Robust is able to get the kill on the Pie Guy. Ruby Rose, though, on the train. He started the round in quite a fumble, but he gets the clutch in the end to get Desolate 1-1, tying up the game with BANO.
Oh, if only Robust knew, he could have just kept that EMP on and zapped both of them to death. They were so low. All he had to do was make sure that he didn't present his exposed back and just zap away. Both Pie Guy and Robust, and Ruby Rose would have been taken down. But Robust, I guess, just not having the information for both players. And unfortunately, he switches to his gun, gets one, but traded out immediately. Credit, as you said, to Ruby Rose. He started off pretty badly, dropping himself down to 20 HP. But as long as he has a gun, I guess, he is in the fight.
How did he even heal up them? Oh, they got Finka.
Yes.
Yeah, that explains it, yes. Finka is now viable, ladies and gentlemen, apparently. Yes. Nades back. Beautiful.
I mean, it helps a lot that she's now like a mobile dock, right? Rather than a temporary burst of HP. It's a permanent one, and it sticks with you, so you can just bring yourself back to
actual
100.
heal now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
operator.
Totally. It's not just an adrenaline boost anymore. Like, actually can give you that more sustainability. So very nice. Finka definitely finding her place now in the meta. And well, speaking of meta stuff, BANO not really changing things to up here. Their own meta is one they really want to stick by. There's Clash by them. Could have worked out. Honestly, I would have expected it to work out a bit better than we did. As he talked about, you know, somehow they were able to push that, you know, the north side stairs, even though the Clash was there, and it was kind of confusing, but they still made it happen.
And also the fact that Pie Guy just ran in. No one had any idea. He downs one guy near piano, and then the other one, he takes him out inside of box. Just unfathomable. You can't allow that to happen. You gotta bring barbed wire, you gotta bring lesion mines, something.
Well, alas, it is not the case, but Rossi has a great flank here. I'm not sure if you're going to expect his lurk. Making a bit of noise here in the hallway, but he's able to get the tag, almost getting the kill on the Ruby Rose. Heal coming up here for Sahara Mag to get Ruby Rose back into the fight.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I now have an idea that Rossi has been roaming. They like to do this a lot, Infian. They like to roam, you know, maybe the site, rather the floor above or below the actual site, and it has been something that has been getting them quite a bit of value, but not able to really convert them into every single round. Nade being cooked. Not exactly proper timing on that. Not that it would get a kill anyways. God Mode tagged up a bit, but, well, 2 nades dispensed there by Reels and not much found from it.
Sahara Mac over here. He might be getting into a confrontation with Rossi. Rossi's had a good game so far. 3 kills, 2 deaths. So has God Mode, especially in that last round. Fortunately, it wasn't enough. Cleverly, he's going to deal some damage and take out God mode. Oh, how did that happen? Ruby Rose piles down onto Rossi. Oh, is BANO falling to pieces? Have they, you know, pushed a little bit too far with this defense, setting up all of these verticals that are working two ways in favor of the attackers as well?
Okay, they're trying to do the same thing as Nate will actually kill him, and that does. Kobe landing by Ruby Rose, but the double from Booze. Oh my goodness. 45 seconds left on the clock, and now in the 3v2. Robust still alive, but Clash is going to have to come in clutch here for the round, as they do not have that man advantage, but Booze is going to be in a position to capitalize off of it here in the Solarium. They might just find a way to drop down. If Booze goes for that flank, he might just be able to get them down, but 1v3, there's no chance remaining here for Robust. This should be a done round, and that it is. Ruby Rose, a great performance at the end of the round once again to get them the double, and a second round on the board as they now have taken the lead.
Excellently played, and you just want to point out, this will be Desolate's last game in the group, mind you. And BANO, these guys, they are, I believe, on 3 points. No, wait, they're on 0 points. Right, they are on 0 points so far because they lost to Renatus last week and they lost to Invictus Gaming today. So it's obviously very early. We're 3 rounds into map number 1 in this series. But if Desolate is able to snag this away, they will, I think, take the last playoff spot in Group A, because it will come down to head-to-head, I believe, as the tiebreaker, which Desolate will hold. So God mode, so BANO, it's a very tense situation for them over here. I know I talked about them picking their maps, trying to think whether they're already looking forward into the playoffs. I just want to make sure that they haven't bitten off more than they can chew.
The final, basically this match is to find out which seed of the Philippines is going to be moving on over into the playoffs, and so a single representative will be seen. Walls opened up in that library small wall. Typically, you know, teams would reinforce at least one of those sides, maybe on the left above the hatch, but in case they open up entirely, that's going to make things challenging out into that big window on the patio. A bit more challenging, but we've seen this setup quite a lot in the past year, especially in the Operational League in Finn, where they have the shield on top of library stairs, very standard, and for the Flores to be banned, I think that's a huge point of contention here, because that was one of the best ways to counteract this setup. So, for the meantime, this could be a round where BANO are able to tie the game on up. We're going to have to see for ourselves if this kind of like triple stack on the shields with the Goyo and Smoke is going to work out in their favor.
Sahara Max so far unable to make an impact. He was on the Jackal early on in the very first round, and I think since he's been on the Finca, he's bringing the Spear too. It's not a bad weapon, certainly not at all when you are bringing on the Thunderbird, but on the attack usually you like to bring the LMG just because it allows you a very nice and long pre-fire. It also damages a lot more stronger. Now this is a new operator we haven't seen so far. Ruby Rose on the 0 as God mode takes down cleverly on the big window. SCRX in his hand. He lost one of his cameras already, so they know there's one in the corner, the southwest corner, that is so pesky to clear for the attackers. Very easy to sit there as a defender. Even frag grenades don't bounce perfectly, much less so when you have Womai magnets protecting you. There is a trade though. Robust goes down himself.
Great smoke there. That's a great smoke to help him out, allow him to reposition just a bit. That was coming from underneath in games. Good smoke being tossed out from God mode, but he has been taken down to quite low HP. Flash being cooked here, trying to check. He should be blind at the meantime. Rossi gang killed as Ruby Rose bounces his way in. God mode from underneath with those smokes is going to get him in return as Pie Guy finds one more. It's a 2v3 right now, and they do have one single canister, I believe, yes, left remaining on God mode, so it's the only kind of utility they're going to have for that plant denial aside from the Nitro Cell. You have to play that to perfection at this moment. 45 seconds left on the clock. This is not out of the question yet for BANO. They still have a chance here, especially if we can get a tag down on a player like Sahara Mac. Reels has made his way here on top of the mezzanine, and He has that information that Goyo is here. Great
nice.
pre-fire, and lunch is going to be eaten here. The dinner as the table is closed. Right now, God Mode, last one left remaining. 20 seconds left on the clock here, God Mode. And he will be taken down as Reels shows there is no gods. There are no gods here in your Operation League. 2-2, but not tied up. Rather, Desolate take it 3-1.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit concerning for BANO over here. Or rather, BANO, as you know better. Concern is definitely mounting. 3-1, Desolate. Now, this is an attacker-sided map, yes. But last week, Desolate got swept off the board by Renatus and Invictus Gaming. Those two teams are definitely, in my opinion, number 1 and number 2 in terms of strength in the entirety of the Operation League this season. Really, maybe even ever in the Operation League Southeast Asia. No use talking, credit to them, number 3, I would say. But the fact that Desolate got swept by them maybe doesn't mean as bad of a death knell as we thought it was. We thought maybe Desolate was just bad because BANO pushed Renatus fairly close on their maps, but then Desolate got destroyed by Renatus. But now, over here on Chalet, it seems like Desolate were just playing off that week.
Yeah, it could have been a colder match for them. I mean, it does happen. And, well, without the Mara being banned on here, teams like to kind of open that wall up. Instead, have some sort of pseudo hold where they have that Runegate to try and protect it, and obviously protect it with ADSs or Y magnets. But for the meantime, once again, they're extending here down below, playing that Aruni and the mutes and the smokes downstairs, at least the mute, to try and hamper things. Because we do know that, especially here, Desolate, they like to push from a bit of a safer. They don't really go for those hot entries. Instead, they like to go for kind of a deeper clear. And in that case, BANO, their setups have been geared towards hampering exactly that, but they just have not been able to win gunfights. And they're kind of, I guess, the base plan on paper has been looking good, but the execution of it just does not come to fruition in these rounds.
Miles looking in from the side. Ruby Rose, he's doing really well. I really want to give credit to him. 6 kills and 2 deaths. So is Ryles. 7 and 3 for him. Both of them having a +4 KD split so far. Cleverly nearly collects 1 for himself. Almost makes it a -1 for him. Robust. Now, he's been playing on the Clash for the past 2 times that BANO have attempted the defense here. It's not worked out for them. The first one, it was very tense 1v2. Second time around, they just got wiped from the vertical. Desolate are playing really well. They are doing exactly what they need to do. And given that they've banned the Flores, they are not really having issue clearing out utility as well. Usually when you ban the Flores, the goal is to hurt the enemy team's utility. And it seems that Desolate have adjusted their attacks well enough that they are able to offset the lack of those 5 boombots that you have.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Smoke canisters out. Try and deny that big wall for the meantime, but the minute left remaining on the clock is still lots to work with. Nades here to try and force him out of these angles. They have that information. He has to be very careful what he's doing here right now. Robust, he could find himself being naded from underneath. You can see that being prepped by Ruby Rose, but they will not connect. Pie Guy, flash in hand to try and check for any mine magnets, and that he does find one. Cleverly, very smart kill from him to get Robust down on that push. And here comes Pie Guy on the trade. Lightning fast blitz plant. They're going to go for it. And Godmo gets taken down. 4v2 right now. Rossi taking down very low. 1 HP on him. Lunch is going to have to come in big here to try and help Rossi on that. But on the peak, Ruby Rose from the piano is going to play him a tune. And he will be taken down. Last one left alive, Lunch. He will get a meal. But Pie Guy will bake him out as well. Desolate, they are looking spectacular on this attacking side, and they have taken now the game 4-1.
Okay, that is number 1. We gotta stop with these lunch puns. It's we need to stop. Yeah, I hear it now. It's getting bad.
I think it's just
but-
me talking out of my stomach.
Hey, I was doing it too, so it's not just you. But secondly, oh wow, oh my God, Desolate. These guys are looking so fearsome right now. I don't know if BANO are hung up on the fact that they weren't able to convert that 5-2 against IG on map number 1. I don't know whether they're tired after playing 2 maps
Defenders
against a
protect
very
bombs
dominant
being
IG,
used
which
by
is
attackers.
unexpected, very much expected. Or are they just surprised by Desolate right here playing a bad map that they ideally wouldn't have played? They're just trying to hide their better maps in anticipation of the playoffs. But is that coming to bite them back? Is this too much of an attacker-sided map for them? Or is it a combination of all of those factors in one? You know, there's so many factors why BANO have not switched on so far, except for God mode, really.
10 seconds
But it's not
to
looking
insertion.
good at all for BANO. If Desolate are able to make this 5-1,
5 seconds left.
I put them very good value to win out this map.
It has to be kind of a concoction of all those things, right? And just so you guys are aware, you know, Team BANO, they did announce that this will be their last tournament that they play together in, and so they're gonna be disbanding after this one due to life stuff and just everything else. And so it does, we have to respect that, but at the same time, it does beg into question like how I guess invested they are into this specific match, knowing that they're going up against Desolate. So if they lose, at the very least, their own friends, their own countrymen here, also another team from the Philippines, will be able to represent and bring that flag. So for Team BANO, I'm sure by all means they want to win this, but there is that question of how invested are they, especially, or how even their heads are in the game, especially after a loss, that big loss on map number 1 versus Invictus, which would have been a great map for them to take to start off the day. That momentum could certainly push on forward. But speaking of pushing on forward, well, Desolate, they're looking to take this Solarium side, which they've been quite successful in doing. Good time on that, but they're going to have to take the mezzanine as well. We know that BANO likes setting up quite heavily here on the top of the library stairs, and on that mezzanine, supported with a bunch of ADSs, should be the Jaeger here on the booze, who has not really had himself the hottest game so far. It's only really been God Mode who's been popping off here for BANO so far. You're going to need a bit more of that. As you said, final round of the half, and you need this to be a 4-2 at the very least.
Yeah, BANO need this round very, very much. They're on the defense. That's a good C4. Is it gonna connect? Oh, how does it not? I think it just landed on the window frame. Had it gone a little bit further, that might have been a massive double kill for them. Pie Guy, he's low, but he's still up and running in this engagement. Cleverly backs on out of there just before the library stairs player comes up top. Gets a little bit of his HP back as well. Now it's looking a little bit dicey. There's 1 minute left in this round. Robust gets the first pick up onto Cleverly. It's untraded so far, but damage is being dealt to Lunch.
Drones out here, they have that idea that there is a player in mezzanine. Library stairs has to be aggressive as well. That shield is proposing a big problem. Ruby Rose on the vault on in, gets naked down by Robust, who's down to low HP. A double now for Robust here, staying alive, staying strong. Boo's finding one of his own, and Sahara Mac with a spear on that Finka is able to get the kill on the Lunch. 4v2 right now. This is the first round that BANO are looking really, really decisive, and in that advantage in here, at least on this defensive side, it's going to be a good round to win for them to move on over to the attacking half with that momentum and positive force. But Sahara Mac, knowing that this guy is alive, and Pie Guy, they still have a real chance to bake this cookie wide open. God Mode able to find that kill on Sahara Mac, brings it to a 4v1. At this point, the round is done, and so Robust says that is the case. But no, getting that second round is going to be huge for them. Not too far away just yet, but it's certainly going to be an uphill battle to get these opening 2 rounds.
Indeed, look, it's not the end of the world now. That's a lot better. A lot better defense as well. You could see they choked out the Desolate attack all the way until the final minute when the kills started flowing back and forth. And at that point, it was just making sure that they were in superior positions, they had utility to protect them, and they were getting their trades whenever needed. Not that they really needed it, because they ended up with a 4 versus 0. They backed off at the correct timings, they held the power positions at the correct timings, even if they were a little bit lucky with some of the swings and the pushes in, but it doesn't matter. 4-2, they go on their defensive half, and now they can try and bring it back and then create and extend their own lead for the map victory.
Perhaps could be the case. I mean, this map is one that either of these teams would really want, but I mean, especially here by knowing that they just came off of that loss, and this being the pick here of Desolate would be a very great thing for them if they're able to take the map pick of Desolate away to start off this series and maybe close it out on Villa. But Desolate, they're looking pretty good right now, at least on that defensive side. This map has been trending on the attackers' favor quite often here lately, even in other regions, and so that is something to note. But now Pie Guy opening things up here, making the proper setups, and who knows, maybe this attacking side of BANO is exactly what they need, a bit of a change of pace to try and get the game going. No reinforcement beside that rotation inside the site. Curious, but hey, let's see if it works.
See what happens over on this defense. If Desolate are able to get some early picks, I give them a good chance to win this. And the piano player over there, he's going to give away his position that he exists. Ryules and Cleverly are going to be working in tandem to receive. A drone's going to jump in. Cleverly's probably going to take care of that. Godmo is going to recover what HP he lost. So is Lantrossi and BANO over across the board. Robust gets the first kill though. Sahara and Max stuck on 1 kill. Robust gets the second kill. Ruby Rose taken down. Rossi gets the third and his fourth. It's all falling apart for Desolate.
Team BANO, we talked about this attacking side of theirs is where they can be very scary. Plant should be stuck right now. It's on the reels. Has been having himself a great game. 7 kills on him coming to the half, but I'm not too sure if he's going to find any more. God mode does spot him on out, does get traded damage, and he will confirm that kill here in the reels as well. LMG in hand. He knows he's got a advantage here. Boost on up, and that is it. But no, they get that round. This is a super huge round. And now the deficit is cut down to a single round rather. But no, need one more to tie things up. And with that attacking round of theirs looking very decisive, I wouldn't be too surprised for them to take this other round once again. But Desolate, they're going for the same site and looking to try things once more.
Well, let's see what shakes out over here. Pie Guy. He's going to go from a mute to a castle. Interesting choice over here. Baron Gaming is the site defended. Oh no, it's going to be Aruni. Yeah, I was going to say, like, a castle is pretty good, but ideally you want an Aruni or maybe even a Capcan to try and punish these attackers for swinging in or using utility. A Capcan is more of a surprise factor, and I wouldn't put it past Desolate to try something like that as well. I don't think BANO will be expecting it, nor will pretty much any team, especially if you bring it in a 6th pick and hide it from the drones just very nicely. One on the big door here. Actually, now you can, soon I think, you can stack them. 2 on one door, or 3 on one door, as many as you want. You can put all 5 there as well, if you want to really ensure the air explosion will kill whoever's walking through.
Yeah, that change is crazy. Like, even when I'm aware of those changes, and I die to a single doorway, I'm like, bro, really? I didn't even expect that. But these teams, they have to. They know now, how much value potentially those EDDs could have come on in if there was a Capcan being played on here. But for the meantime, not to be the case. There will be his older brother, it seems, though, on the Tachanka, Sahari Mac. We saw that really came in big for BANO on that basement defense of theirs to start off the map for round number 1. And, well, Desolate looking to take a few pages out of that book for the meantime. Aruni Gates here should kind of slow them down, but we've seen that BANO have been very adequate at really dealing with these, utility that they're placing to hamper them. And these laser gates shouldn't really propose too much of a problem as of the meantime. Drone on out just to burn it. Now they're going to go look to take that mezzanine side again.
Now Woos is gonna slide on his drone, get some information, and he's gonna prep a frag grenade to follow up. I'm not too sure what that frag grenade really was for. I think he's trying to take down the shield, but I'm not too sure if it was successful because we still see Ryuls, after taking a little bit of damage, persisting over on the hallway, so that might not have been as successful as they hoped. They're going to use the replicator to take down the sewer gate. This is what I was talking about, why you really want a Rooney here on the defense. That library player is providing such a headache to the BANO attackers, and he's still tucked in on the southwest corner. It's very tough angle to clear. Oh no, I was wrong. The shield has been cleared, but from behind the library shield works out for Ruby Rose. He gets traded out, and Roos can now push up. Godwell gets one more for himself. 1 minute left, and the attackers have the man-count advantage.
All right, here 2v4 Desolate. This could be a game, rather a round that BANO are going to tie it up against them, and that is a quick
fast.
prospect here, completely taking the reality. Rossi gets that final kill, and this, this game site that they've been picking, it's just not working for them. Desolate don't have any way of really making it happen. I mean, they're doing most of the standard stuff. You have a shield there towards the mezzanine, although I'd honestly place it further back, closer to the pillar, and then they have one on top of the library stairs, but the gunfights are just not going their way. The attack from both the top floor and the ground floor are both something that Desolate haven't found any way of really delaying or hampering, and so BANO, this attacking side of theirs, is looking to take the lead, and at that point, one more round after, if they bring this up 5-4, we could be seeing match point already, and for Desolate to get that 42 start, man, I don't think this is what they were expecting.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Well, I mean, I think BANO are just on a tear right now. The past 2 rounds have shown us that Desolate are playing decently, but BANO are playing on a whole different level, and it's what I expected early on as well when I came into this matchup based on last week's results. The speed and ferocity with which BANO carries out the executes is absolutely staggering to see. They set up the constrict. Sure, they may take 2 minutes to do the whole setup for the final execute. Sure, they may take 2 minutes to clear out all the utilities that they want to clear out. But when they start swinging, you just see that kill feed light up. It went within, 5 seconds from a 5v5 in round number 7 to a 5v1 or 4v1 it was. Same in round number 8. It just went the same way. It just explodes to life, that kill feed. And it's always in the BANO's favor. So Desolate right now, they are doing good in the early to mid rounds, but they're not doing well in the execute. They are not able to fight off that constriction that BANO is doing so very slowly and so masterfully.
I have to agree, right now, Desolate, it's looking like a barren wasteland for them if they lose this round. That momentum of theirs has not been working their way. They've lost 3 rounds now in a row, 1 to end the opening half, and 2 to start the second half. It's not a good prospect to be in at all. Robust finds that kill. Reels quick on the trade for Robust, and that gives him some opening to work with here, Vooz. Maybe he can try an entry into his bathroom, take that piano side, but a lot of the defenders here, actually 3 players from Desolate, are still up top, and this is something that might actually be able to hamper, but no. Vault on in, and right now, Desolate, they get that pick from Ruby Rose on the Vooz.
Well, this nice swings coming in. Ruby Rose gets downed as well. Is cleverly going to go for the pickup? Yes, he is. Ryul, he helps out, and there we go. Desolate fire back. I was talking so much about the final round execute from BANO, but over here, BANO just pulled the trigger way too early. They didn't do the setup that they have been doing in the previous rounds. And Desolate, they got the picks as they came to them. They used their strong positions. They used off the back of the utility and everything. And that's very, very important round, and exactly what Desolate needed to do. You have to act early. If you know you're doing well in the early to mid rounds and getting swept off the board in the late round, don't let it get to the late round. You know, you can try and improve your late round, but that's a more holistic process. It's going to take some prepping and presenting and thinking about in the post game. It's hard to do it mid game. What you can do mid game is take the early fights and win them.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
So, moving on, we are heading to round 10. Desolate have the lead once more. It's important now for Desolate to keep this lead and at least push things to overtime. They are on the defense, so a 4-2 half will do it for them. They started off with a 4-2 attacking half themselves, and it looked very good value for their lead early on. BANO had a good momentum, but that arrested momentum is just the cherry on top of the cake for Desolate right now. If they're able to now swing it fully back in their favor, then we might see a nice little game on our hands, as Def Marta, my good friend, likes to say over down in Apex South in Oceania.
A nice little game. One that they're going to have to play because Desolate are potentially here taking match point. They're at the cusp of that. Peek here by Reels. He did get found out, and Vooz will put him to snooze. Reels being taken on down, and that's a good advantage here from BANO to start off this round. Not that they really needed it, but yeah, good job done. And now they are on pretty much really good time to continue this push on forward. Pie Guy playing at the bottom of the library stairs. We haven't seen him come alive here in the second half as much as we did on the attacking side, but he might be able to catch Vooz off guard here if he's not expecting it. Rossi gets the kill on cleverly, though, which is huge.
5 versus 3, BANO again. This time the early round has very much gone in their favor. They haven't bothered to wait around. They got pushed back on the early round, the previous round, but this time they've taken full control of it, gotten aggressive with a lot more information and a lot more better utility use as well. Robust is on the first floor, pushing the defenders out of their nice little positions. Unfortunately, he takes some damage likewise, but God Mode is able to help him out. Ruby Rose goes down, Pie Guy responds onto Lunch. It's a 2 versus 4. Pie Guy has retaken Mezzanine over here. He might get pushed though. Very dangerous position. Oh, he wins that fight against Robust. Can he win the long angle? No, he can't. It's a 1 versus 3 for Sahara and Mac. He's only gotten 1 kill. He's not gonna get any more. BANO tie it up. It's 5-5. We're going for the full distance in regulation.
Time out being called here by Pie Guy. Put a pause on it. Let's all take a hold and a breather, as this is looking to go the distance. I wouldn't even be surprised if we go into overtime. If we go 6-6, and that could certainly be the case. Will be the case. Well, right now, BANO. Quick adjustment from them compared to that round right prior on round 9, where Desolate took the fight to them, and BANO seemingly surprised this time. Even though Desolate were able to find some kills here and there, Pie Guy on that roam that we did see from the top mezzanine on the main lobby. He's able to get some kills, but BANO just a lot more ready right now for the type of, lurk and aggression game that Desolate did show here in the second half. Alibi on Ruby Rose. He's been stepping up to the plate and swinging, hitting hard, but we need a bit more to really secure this match point. It's honestly, right now, anybody's game.
Yeah, it's definitely anybody's game right now. The tactical timeout, Desolate just talking like, hey guys, we need 1 round. Just 1 round. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out if they have the tiebreaker over, not a tiebreaker, sorry, the preferred side in overtime, which is going to be attack. If they have that, then the conversation will be, look, we are at 5-5 right now. We can lose this next round, but we only need 1 out of these 2. If we can get 2, win it in regulation, that's ace. But if not, that's okay. We will just take 1 round. We'll force it to regulation. We force it to overtime, Don't have to win in regulation, and then we can win it there on the attack. Let me just clarify what overtime sides we have. Right, Desolate. They're on the defense actually. So that recontextualizes the conversation. Then it becomes, yo, we need to win these two right now because it doesn't bode well for us to go to overtime.
Yeah, it's not going to be good for them, I'm sure. As much as possible, let's end it right here, right now. We'd love to see it, though, as the fans, the viewers, casters, everybody. I mean, it'd be a great match to see, but
5 seconds to go.
going out here to the second floor, bedroom and office. And, you have some setups, the usual here. Pie Guy, he's got that sight line into the, the hop in from the big window, opening walls down below in dining, try and contest that. Like, reinforcements here on this big wall towards the mezzanine can be very dangerous, but at the very least, they're able to patch that on up. The quick push was to come in here from BANO. They might have just been able to catch them off guard, all the setups coming a bit late, but, well, more important factor is they're able to get it done without getting picked off. And right now, as the boost has come out from the finca, they're already engaging Reals here down below on the first floor of that kitchen that they were looking so eager to try and set up. It's almost been working against them. These sightlines are going to favor these attackers with the rifles and scopes on them. Echo drone here on Sahara Mac will get instantly denied. And Vooz, a kill from him on Ruby Rose. I don't even know how he found that, but nice job, nicely done.
Early pick, untraded, always bodes badly for the team that conceded that pick. You want to be getting those trades so that you don't let the attackers run away with it. There is a trade, but it's on to the second kill that went in favor of BANO. And we can see Ryu's take another gunfight, but come off worse the wear for it. Rossi on the window, trying to help out. Godmore gets one more for himself. He's on 13, but he's gonna get stopped right there. Oh, I thought we would see Sahara Mac push too far, but he pulls back just in time. Lunch was ready to take him down. 3 versus 2. Sahara Mac on full HP. Ryals on very low HP. Boost is inside of sight, but Ryals comes in for the swing. Sahara Mac gets taken down anyway by Lunch, and it's all up to Ryals to prevent match point in a 1 versus 2. They have the information, the attackers. Ryals knows that he's forced to move. Flashbangs are going to sail in. They go too deep though. And on the breach, we see Ryals get 1 and then 2. I thought he didn't quite see him, but the head just pops up and he nails them, both of them, to the cross. And that's a gorgeous little clutch. Ryals played it perfectly, played it so patiently. And that's a vital match point here for Desolate.
A headshot is all he needed, and that is what he delivers here. Very nicely done from Ryals, who's been one of the stand-up performers, as well as Ruby Rose here for this live Desolate. And they've taken match point when Team BANO, seemingly looking to come back, won 3 rounds in a row to come back into the game, tie the game on up, took the advantage, but now Desolate have answered back. This is looking to go all the way, honestly, and it wouldn't be surprised if we even go overtime here. And if we do see Desolate win this map here at the final round of regulation, and we go on over to Villa 1-0 in favor of Desolate, I wouldn't even be surprised if BANO win Villa and we go into map 3 for Oregon. But as of the meantime, Team BANO, they are going to have to really step things up here right now. We got that buck, but robust. We've seen him try and open things down under all alone, and he's been getting caught off guard by these roams here from Desolate, so they're going to have to try and support him a bit more if he's going to continue to do that. Vooz on this Yana has been doing some good work, but they're going to need just a bit more from some of their few other players, like maybe Lunch here. Really secure this at the very least.
5 seconds left.
Super important
Attackers are
for
heading out to defuse a bomb.
Desolate team to hold on. That Pie Guy Frost pick might just be the ticket. Catch some stray and careless players bolting in. And even though you have a Finca, you can't save someone if they're caught in a bear trap. But 3 members of BANO, they send themselves into Trophy and up Solarium stairs. Oh no, that's just to take down camera, is it? No, I think they're going up. Godmo is going to stay here on the first floor, push into kitchen and dining. They have information as well onto this Goyo. Robust is going to be pushing in from the basement. They are aware that there's a player. They hear him, but they're not going to peek him just quite yet. They aren't too sure. The drone is going to move, likely get heard, but Lunch takes the first one down. Sahara and Mac, he's having really, really not a good time on this map. Only 2 kills, 9 deaths, and that's the Goyo off the board.
Okay. Trying to open the shield on up. I think they should get that destroyed in time. Look at the very, very deep lurk here coming from God Mode and Robust. Trying to take his first floor, trying to take Garage, and maybe, soften things up from down low, but should at least give him a bit more space to work with, if ever. Drone here denied. Booz gets that kill. A double open here for BANO is looking to spell the case for overtime, perhaps.
Bomb located
Yeah,
by
but
attacker.
no, certainly going to force overtime. They have site control as well. But Lunch and God Mode, they have been down and one of them been taken out upstairs. I think those might have been the frost mats that we're talking about. Fire collects one, but he gets traded out. It's all up to Cleverly. He's a good player, but he's not switched on so far. And he's stuck here, pushed from 2 angles. And we are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Desolate, they got the 1 round needed for OT, but now they have to continue on the defense. And they have to win 2 defenses as they did in 6 rounds in the second half. Now they have to win it in 3.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. This is what we expected here from these 2 teams. The final seed of the Philippines to move on forward into the playoffs for Season 4 of Operation League. BANO or Desolate. Who shall it be? Well, the choice is theirs on who will perform and step up to that. Riuls on this vigil looking to make a play. Ruby Rose trying to hamper things down. Very, very different composition we're seeing here from the side of Desolate. Not too many changes.
Oh,
Attackers
no.
need to locate
Oh,
and defuse
no.
as many bombs as they
We
can.
should have a rehost though. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
They've called it. It's been at the very start of the round, literally as we switched over from Op Select. But yeah, there we go. Rehost being confirmed, and I believe you will see our beautiful little faces in a little bit. Unfortunately, Ruby Rose dropped out at such an inopportune moment, and BANO, they're all gonna leave. And you're gonna see our faces a little bit, where we can pause, slow things down, and discuss this. Hello, everybody. How's it going?
We're gonna chill out here for now. Of course, it is the nature of the beast. It is an online tournament. How we would love to have LANs, but well, the only
Well, we
LAN
have a
here
LAN.
is, yes, LAN himself.
We
which,
have
to
a
be fair,
LAN.
isn't
He's
half
in
bad
chat.
either. Yeah. He'll be joining
Hey,
you
LAN.
guys for the next game here too.
Yeah, indeed. We are fixing the lobby. We're getting everyone back. We're waiting for Ruby Rose, but Black and Blue. What do you make of Desolate's chances over here? They did get to their. They won their first defensive round, didn't they? When they switched halves, and then the second defensive round. So it's possible they will be able to push it to max OT, but winning,
Third.
That's a different piece, isn't it? The pressure.
Yeah,
will be on.
it took them actually 3 rounds to finally get that win. No, actually, yeah, finally
Did
get
it?
that
No,
win on the. They started on the.
Oh yeah,
attack.
you're right.
The
It was a
defense,
third
rather.
round. 7-8
Yeah, it was a
went
third
very
round.
dominantly in BANO's favor. That's right.
So it took them 3 rounds to finally get things going on the defensive side, and at least they've kind of heated up there near the end, but I'm not too sure if these quick turnaround overtime rounds is going to be enough for them to really get their pace going once again. Now, at the very least, at least they're going back on the defensive here, but that's certainly not something that they really have been too spectacular in. They have brought this obviously to overtime, but I mean, they took 4 rounds on the attack and only 2 on the defensive side. So that already goes to show and tell you that even though they picked this map, Chalet, they definitely have a more comfortable side on the favorite side here of the attacking side. And, BANO, they're a team who have, for the most part, been a bit higher up there in the rankings by a few places over Desolate here locally. And it's Desolate who have kind of reformed into this. You guys might be familiar with the former team Execute. That's where their, a lot of their players are from. And now they have rebranded into this, Desolate Gaming Squad. But they, as we talked about, haven't really been able to kind of fulfill those expectations from them to be the top dog in the Philippines, to be that top team. But now, they're getting there. It's been a long time coming. And, with pieces out of the scenes and new pieces moving into the scene, it's looking like their time to shine. But BANO, they are a big hump in that way, and I'm not too sure if you're going to be able to get over this current hurdle. But I mean, it's map number 1 for them, and they've already taken this to overtime, so I don't expect anything less, honestly, than maybe a full 3-map series coming from these two teams.
Look, I would be very excited to see this go to 3 maps. Chalet, I think we can see that BANO is not the worst team at Chalet. They're not really a bad team, but it's certainly not one of the better maps. The way that they fought off Invictus Gaming on Clubhouse, or whether they tried on Clubhouse, that is definitely a better map. Cafe is a better map too. But maybe the logic was also, since we saw a bunch of the members from Desolate in chat earlier on in the first game, maybe the logic was, look, we don't want to give them any ammunition for counter strategy right there and then, because they're going to be sitting in chat watching everything that is unfolding. So if we play the same maps again, they'll know our strengths and weaknesses and be able to exploit them. So rather we go to maps that we may not be as good at, but at least we won't be giving away critical pieces of information, especially when we also have playoffs to keep in mind. If we are able to scrape through here, then we can probably survive and do it in style. But we're heading right back into the game. Everyone's back. We are in overtime, and the continuation for Desolate on the defense.
BANO getting that early, rather Desolate getting that early lead in the map, bringing the half 4-2, and BANO coming back with 2 rounds straight at the start of the second half on their own attacking side to equalize the game. Desolate answering back. Now we are here at match point. Yada yada yada. The story continues. BANO, they were, the representative during Season 3 here of the Operation League for the Philippines, and Desolate, it's their first time to get that international spotlight, to get that experience for them. And, well, while they haven't really been performing to the same kind of, I guess, highs and bars that some of the other teams we might have here in the Operation League have, for their first shot, I think they're doing pretty good, at least for now, and this match versus BANO. But we have to see if it's really going to continue on for them. They did do pretty well in those qualifiers for the Philippines, but
10 seconds
Desolate right now are in a very different environment, even though they're up against another Filipino team. So Reels, we talked about, he's on that vigil looking to make a play. Always tells you that they've got something up their sleeve. He wants to put that weight on his shoulders and maybe clutch out the round near the end of it, picking that vigil, and really waste time as well, because BANO have been spectacular on these roam clears, and that vigil might just be what they need.
Fingers crossed for Desolate. They have had a really, really tough time here in the Operation League since they made their way through very dominantly, might I add, through the Philippines qualifiers. They had a good run there, but since then it's been tough, and unfortunately I think God Mode's having troubles now. We see him get stuck, I think, a little bit of a lag spike. Hopefully that's temporary and is not going to affect him too much, because we're not going to have a rehost anymore in this round. The mute jammer helps out too from Pie Guy, and that might just be the ticket, but what might just be the death knell to this round is the fact that they're defending down in the basement. It's a very weak site, but BANO started off this map by defending that. They won it. And I think that surprise factor might be enough, though, this time around. They don't have a Maverick ready, and they don't have a Thatcher. God Mode's very low.
No Mav, no Thatcher. It's going to be a very difficult case to try and pry this cookie open. Cleverly taking lots of damage early on in the round, and God Mode has taken the same. They're honestly kind of neck and neck on HP left remaining, but he is a Finka, so be able to heal himself back up a bit more. There it goes. Burns that adrenaline boost, and Boxing back up to tip shape. Sahara Mac taking some damage down below. It seems like here Vuz is applying a lot of pressure on him. Robust finding that kill on the Ruby Rose, and most of the players for Desolate are very low. A quick lightning fast storm of that side. God Mode finds another kill here, this time on a Pie Guy. A double on Reels, cleverly finds one. Robust able to get that, and Rossi will be taking him down at the end of Reels out for the count. And BANO on this attacking round of their successful clear of that basement site, and they've now taken the lead and match point potentially.
Very nervous right now, very nervous for Desolate. They are now fully with their backs up against the wall. In regulation, they were the ones to get match point first, and they could still survive even if they conceded that match point. But now they're against match point, and they're on the attack, which is the preferred side for them. They looked very good on the attack. They went 4-1 early on, and then 4-2. But they have no more room for errors. So the question is, how is their mentality going to get affected? Are they scared of what comes, even if they win this attacking round? Because a lot of times you can't help but get ahead of yourself, right? You think like, yeah, I'm gonna win this attacking round, but then, oh no, I have to defend again, and we just lost those defenses. We only went 4-2 on our 2-4 on our defensive half. It wasn't really good. A couple of them were clutches, and then your mind starts getting ahead of itself, and that just demoralizes you, and you start playing sloppy. You're not as confident, and then you just lose out. So this round will go to show what their mental strength is like, in my opinion.
That mental, psychological aspect of the game is something that cannot be understated, of course. And giving up an early lead is not something that will help that case. So you're playing the basement site here. You really, rather the first floor sites, you really want to get your setup done before the action phase, especially the reinforcing parts, because those can really bite you in the back if you don't get it done in time. Now they'll breach onto that garage. Reels here. He's on that Yana. Looking like they're going to go for a second floor clear. Looking to go for that library stairs immediately and the library windows. Sahara Mac pressuring here from the side southern window. West side now being held by the Lion. Rather, by the sledge here on Ruby Rose. Trying to go for the peak. Sahara Mac nade on now. Nobody getting found just yet. It's God mode, and the rest here, but no, looking to concede that library, giving it on up here at least for their most players. Because right now it's going to be a death sentence to try and stay inside that library. So second floor control mostly caned and taken by them, but still do have players here in mezzanine that BANO have to worry, rather Desolate have to worry about.
Given away position for Pie Guy. Everyone's stats have reset, if you guys were wondering, because of the rehost, which is unfortunate because we had a couple of people well past 10 kills. Sahara Mac is gonna go win. Desolate, have they played this to perfection? The LMG is gonna cover that sound. They think that these are pre-fires. They don't know the plant is going down. Pie Guy down in the basement. He's gonna extend and go back out, and Ryuz is holding the flank. Robust goes down. Vu's taken very low. Sahara Mac gets his, I think, only third kill of the series. And unfortunately for BANO, we might be headed all the way to maximum overtime. Lunge gets taken out as well. Ruby Rose takes down Booze. It's all up to Rossi. He gets one to answer back. It's not a flawless round, but it might as well have been. The ninja plant goes down, and then the cover is perfect. Everyone from Desolate came over to defend this. They traded things out. They were covering each other's angles, and Desolate, they have not been cowed by the fact that they have to defend this final round of Chalet. They have kept their spirits high, and they've shown that their mental game is very much strong.
OT of the OT, and that's a risk you run every time you play any of those kind of sites, which can be directly influenced from the outside. And you see that there, going in straight up, go for that plant covered by the LMG on Zofia, and well, but no, they were none the wiser that was going down. So Echo being switched out here for Kaid. Both have lots of merit to bring, especially here on Chalet. Kaid will help them deny a bit more, but the Echo could have gotten them that information and maybe even deny that plan from happening if BANO do the exact same thing. But they got the smoke here to try and do that. Have to be aware of that strat. And yeah, as BANO, when we saw them on that defensive round, right? As soon as they gave up library there on round number 14, they pretty much had no other way of knowing that the plant was going on down. They had no control of anything up above, aside from maybe a bit of main lobby and a bit of mezzanine, but even that was quite shallow from them. So the goal here, if they're going to learn any lesson from that round that they were on the defense, now their attack is to take that library real quick, and Desolate are going to try and repel that here for the meantime. They know that if the same thing happens to them here in the final round of regulation, rather of match point of this map, then they could be really sharing the same fate that BANO did that prior round. And here at match point, that's not something they want.
What can Desolate do? The one defensive round they won, that was I think round number 9 by my memory. It was they pushed hard, they pushed back hard on the early round. You saw BANO send themselves flying through the trophy window, and Desolate were there and waiting to play for the trades if needed, and then also take down these rushing attackers who were pushing in with a little bit of an assumption rather than perfect information. We lost those gunfights, but right now Desolate are allowing BANO to take control, and this is not looking great. There's 2 minutes left in this round. There's not even Surya gates that are going to be burning utility for BANO.
Nope. Okay, the Electric Claw immediately spotting on out. This wall will be open, no problem here for BANO. Good time for them. A minute 40 left on the clock, and as he said, no Aruni here to hamper that, to burn some extra utility, and that just lets them now walk into this potentially. But Pie Guy finding that kill here in the robust, that's a huge pick to find. The Buck going for the quick peeks there on top of it. Ruby Rose dumping his flashes out lunge, and Pie Guy will find another kill. This is looking like Desolate to steal the map, but Rossi has something to say about it. Gets that kill, a huge one for him to find on the Ruby Rose. Down to a minute and 15 left on the clock. Nobody inside library. It should be clear for the meantime, and now the drone will fall on down, but this top of library stairs shield is going to propose a problem. He has to know that on the other end of this, Cleverly was in there. He cleverly expect him to cross. Did he even realize that that cross has come on in? Here comes the flash. As he very carefully gets a kill and then down anyways. Vos, how does he do it? Too quick for him. Caught him snoozing, and Lunch will get that kill on Saharai Mac. Down to a 2v3. 2 gas canisters already used here. Pie Guy has one more to use, and Reels is going to try and support him in that.
Oh, careful. Don't expose yourself to Lunch right there. Rossi takes on one. It's all up to Ryul. He's a 1v2, but Lunch has the angle. They trade, and it's a 1v1 at the end. But, you know, it is the attacker that's left standing, and BANO, so close it was from Desolate. And just as I said, the execute was very, very strong from BANO. They played the trades perfectly, even though they lost 2 members early on. They held strong, and Desolate, they paid the price for not extending the advantage early on. They really had to kill the game in the early and mid round. It didn't happen, but what a thriller we have had in the first map of this series. We might go to all 3 maps, because the other 2 maps, well, the second map really, isn't exactly the best for BANO either.
No, it is a map that they did pick on, but we're going to really look at things here. The highlights to come on in. What a nail-biter of a match there near the end. Could have gone either way. Either of these teams could be up 1-0 right now in the series, but alas, it will be Team BANO. Going into their map pick on Villa, they're looking pretty strong right now, but so are Desolate. It's really going to come down to who can really perform on those opportune moments, in those clutch moments, in the final stages of a round. But guys, we'll be back after a quick break here with the Operation League. We'll go to highlights for you guys to take a bit of a breather, because by God, we all need one. We'll see you guys in a bit.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Operation League here with BANO taking map number 1 in such spectacular fashion in the final round of overtime. What do we expect from the two top seeds of the Philippines? I am Black and Blue. With me is Infant Ewok, man. What a map number 1. I'm only going to expect even more excitement for map number 2.
Indeed, we had a really exciting map 1 that was Chalet. Now this was a map that BANO had banned out against Invictus Gaming, so clearly shows that they weren't super confident on it. But they allowed Desolate to pick it here against them, and they almost paid the price for it. It went to maximum overtime. 8-7 was the scoreline for BANO. So they got away with it, but now they'll be going over to Villa, which is another map that they did not pick or allow to be picked against Invictus Gaming. So that goes to show that they are not supremely confident on that map either, but just is a map that they are confident enough of beating Desolate on, I guess, and rather are looking to make their way into the playoffs without showing off too much, maybe. This is all speculation, by the way, but without trying to show off too much of their practice strategies on stuff like Clubhouse and Cafe beyond what they tried to do against IG.
Perhaps, they saw something specifically about Desolate that they felt like they could utilize against on the map like Villa. We do know it's a very execute heavy map, very utility heavy map, and you have to be super disciplined and diligent. And for some of the teams here, they might not be up to that par that BANO wants to play at. But we're going to be going over to map number 2 right now, the map pick of Team BANO, and they were able to take that map number 1 away from Desolate on on Chalet, which was the map pick of Desolate. So they're in a pretty good spot right now to close out this series with a 2-0 fashion. But Desolate, they've been very valiant, they've been very ferocious at fighting back, even with a deficit. They brought into that final round of overtime, and now we're going here in the second map. Thatcher banned, of course, to be expected. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Flores ban, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, Thatcher, no surprises there. This time from, I think, from Desolate. Yeah, last time it was from BANO. Nomad, though. This is the first attacker ban from BANO. That's an interesting one right here on Villa. They don't want to be restricted, I guess, making their rotates. They're going to be pushing perhaps for late round flanks and trying to dull that Desolate attack, play a little bit more fluid on the roam, which Nomad would obviously stop. But this is a ban that they made on Chalet as well. No Valkyrie on the board, no extra information. Desolate, these guys are practiced as well. Very clear idea on what they want, and that's a mirror ban. So overall, a fairly comprehensive and varied, but very expected ban phase.
Yeah, not too far out of the question there. As for the meantime, Valkyrie and Mirror off of the board, very high impact operators, can be very much so a nuisance as well on a map here like Villa. Sahara Mac hovering that pulse. I'm not too sure if he's going to confirm that, but if you're playing the second floor sites, then he can be very important in denying those plants from down on under. And so, if that's the case, if they're sticking with the pulse here and not 6 picking it out, which they actually are to be the case on the Clash, is this for real? Could be. I mean, Clash has gotten some many good days here on a map like Villa.
Oh yeah.
And on a second floor site like this, then if they're able to utilize her to her fullest extent, then that could be great. Although we did see some kind of wayward performances with a Clash on that previous map, on map number 1, which in kind of curious if it's going to work out for them this time here in Villa this time around.
Well, BANO are starting off on the unfavored side again. This time it is the attack, because they are playing on Villa. So the choice of a Clash, I think they might be just on the money over here. What BANO was really strong at was the late round execute, as we saw on Chalet. Now this is a bigger map, it plays a little bit differently. You need to make a very nice clear down from the north side, maybe push up main stairs as well, some pressure on from Study. But if the Clash can lock off one of those avenues, most likely, in my guess, it's going to be either the push-in from the Study or the push-in onto 90. If Clash can lock down one of those two avenues, then it puts Desolate in a very good spot to try and hold off on that final execute. That just might be the ticket to fight off BANO's prowess over here.
Be the case, but for the meantime, we have to find out for ourselves. BANO on their attack have been looking pretty good on Chalet. For them to pick, well, Villa here, it could be once more of that, the case of it. Trying to entry through the wine entrance, through the wine cellar on Robust, and I'm not sure if they've really caught on to that aspect here, Desolate, but God Mode with a drone is a very good spot for that. They have no idea that his drone has gotten here in the top of the classical hall. And honestly, if he stays there, he could be naded, and that's exactly what happens. Lots of damage done, but not taken out for the count just yet. God Mode, he's got the concuss here to try and do it. Second one through, not able to get him killed, but Sahari Mac is very low, so single bullet will do him on in from this point forward.
Yeah, he needs some assistance right now. Someone needs to swing in over from the southeast doorway. They are aware of it, but so far nothing is coming out. There is an Echo drone that is going to concuss God Mode, but He's going to be able to clear that out. Oh, unfortunately concusses himself as well, but Vooz takes down Sahara Mac with the lifeline together. Oh, that's so close. Cleverly gets away with it. It's a 5 versus 4. Cleverly's assistance came way too late, and no one was there really ready to trade out the clash. C4 goes out and doesn't hit.
Cleverly, a sliver of life left in his veins. And Lunch is going to go peeking here deep into the site. Aviator is going to take off as Lunch opens that on up. And he's actually going to be denied from opening up the further wall into that games for the meantime. Now, playing this pretty nicely here, Reels on 90 to have a huge position. Pie Guy gets that kill. Reels finds a second here at the round for them, but quick trade off from Rossi. That is huge from him as well. Reels playing this 90 is going to be very important. He's going to need this kill, but no, it doesn't go his way. God Mode gets that kill, and he goes completely omnipotent. Gets those double to end the round with the Zofia, and he just clutched him the win. Round number 1 going to BANO.
Alright, Jules. That was a bad idea to push down 90 hallways like that because he had no cover whatsoever, whereas God Mode could duck in and out behind the corner wall. And unfortunately, he got punished for it, even though he landed the first shot onto the Zofia. And he couldn't hold on to the main stairs engagement as well. Lots of timing kills that went in favor of BANO away from Desolate. But it's a good start, a very good start from BANO over here, taking a first attacking round. They take one more and they're pretty much done for the half to ensure that they'll be able to bring it back on the defense. They take 3, 4, maybe even 5, maybe 6, and they are basically guaranteed to win the map.
Right now, Desolate. Villa being one of those maps that can quite heavily favor the defensive side sometimes. You can want every single round that you can get here because the attack could be a struggle for them. Nothing too fancy on their setups. Default stuff, no rotation into classical hall, which you see some teams like to do, especially if they've got a shield operator. In this case, they got 2 of that. Tachanka, Sahara Mac and Ruby Rose on that smoke, but alas, it's not what we're going to go with here. Let's see where we're going to place their shields. If it's even going to make a difference, because God Mode and the rest of Team BANO have been pretty spectacular in clearing them out without much of a problem. No, Pie Guy, you cannot shoot that out.
Showing a little bit of unearned map knowledge so far, but he'll know now, and he will keep it in mind for any future games. Unfortunately for Pie Guy, and for Desolate, this might be their last map in the Operation League for this season. They lose this, they are out of the playoffs running for sure. We have Renatus and Invictus Gaming who are going to fight for first place in the next matchup, and this matchup is to fight for third place and the final playoff spot in Group A. So, do or die.
Right now, it's certainly going to be due to be the better option here for a team like Desolate. Losing map number 1, their own map pick, in that way is a heartbreaker, especially when you get it down to the final round of overtime. So Vooz, he's been pretty good in this entire series so far. God Mode found a double to end that round, but Vooz kicked things off by getting all of that early damage on the clash and eventually confirming the kill as God Mode helped him with the assist there on the stun. So, a minute 35 left remaining on the clock. You're kind of still hampered here on this first floor. Trying to nade it on out, but won't really find much in that aspect. Oh, it doesn't even explode. Unfortunate for him. He goes simply through it.
Yeah, I think might have been caught by an ADS, perhaps. I didn't hear that second explosion very clearly. But there was a lot of renovation going on from Robust anyway. So maybe we have missed that. Pushing up the main stairs will be 2 members from BANO. It's not the easiest push to make, but when you have Zofia lifelines and when you have no one playing the shield, then it becomes very, very easy, of course. Who's helping out with the replicator? God was not going to bother getting rid of that shield because there's no one actually playing behind it. In fact, he can use it to his own advantage later on. Rossi picks up the first. Flames go out. I'm not sure whether those are from the Tachanka or the Capital, but Rossi and Robust They get one more each. Sahara Mac, now Shumika rings true, but it's all up to the Tachanka. What can the Lord give us? Nothing at all. But no win this the second time around, and it's even more dominant.
You might be on Lord Tachanka, but there is only one god in the server right now, and he is on Team BANO. God mode popping off. That's his 3rd kill in the game, and we're already here coming to round number 3. So this composition that they have so much soft destruction. Look at this. They got like they've got 2 grenades on them. They have 4 impacts. They have that Buck with his master key, of course, and Ivana for that range hard breaching. So they have lots to work with here, and all of the utility that they like to stack here at Desolate side, the shields and everything else that might be bulletproof, are easily dealt with because of the 6 potential utility destroying, util that they have on the side of BANO as well. So there isn't much in terms of what they can necessarily stack to just drain out the nades and the impacts on the side and the breaching rounds on the side of Team BANO, but they can try and place them in more clever ways and try and play off of them in better ways as well. They're going back here into the site games once again in aviation. I'm not too sure if, going towards this study side is exactly the right idea. Maybe they can try something more of, they've tried the bottom floor roam. They haven't really tried the master roam, but then again, BANO aren't necessarily pushing there too heavily, but who knows? Pulling that aggro there might just be a better option.
5 seconds to insertion.
5 versus 5 at the start of this action phase. No one's team killed anyone just yet. Pie Guy does get that drone, but he gets caught dropping down onto the 1st floor. You can see Lunch has him on camera as well. He's going to place a couple of mute jammers down, try and hold down the fort here in Library. He's got a couple of the Alibi Prismas, but I think he's going to get isolated so very quickly. He doesn't really have any support, and he's getting pushed from 2 angles. Rossi here from the north side, and I think that is Robust up from the south side. Robust is going to drone in, and I think Pie Guy, I'm not too sure, but I think I saw him drop down into the basement.
Did he now?
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Cheeky angle being played here.
Oh, so lucky.
Nitro not connecting. Lunch not landing his shots either. Rossi taking some damage, but he does get the kill eventually on the Reuels. He's trying to fall back there. Now as that stairs has been controlled, God mode pushing on in. He's found the 4th. He's going absolutely insane, and Pie Guy is able to answer back on the Rossi. The only lifeline here right now from Desolate is that kill that he found, and he's honestly one of the only players who has kind of stepped up to the plate here and really swung and hit home run, at least for Desolate. Pie Guy, the only other player on their team right now already as we're in 3 rounds. But the kill is Reels, and Sahari Mac will go down. Quick, clean flush here by Lunch. It's down to Ruby Rose and Pie Guy. The 2 SAS operators remain. They got SMG-11s in hand. They got shotguns in hand as well. But will those Benellis be enough for them to get this round? Plant will go down. Lunch low HP, but will still get the kill here. BANO, he's gotten so many already. A double in this round. He's gotten 5 kills in the series, in the map rather here, and we're only on the 3rd round. And Pie Guy, he has a lot to cut on open here. Gonna try and find some angle down below, but he's gonna get caught off guard as Robust will be a rock hard support and a rock hard piece of the puzzle here for the side of BANO. They take a 3rd round, and Desolate seem desperate.
Well, it's going to be a desolate end to their campaign over here in the Operation League, because I'm ready to call it. 3 rounds here on attack, and in the manner that they've come, absolutely dominant. And I have to point out that each of these rounds were on the same bomb site. Desolate tried it the first time, wasn't successful. Second time wasn't successful. They tried it a 3rd time, and it still wasn't successful. Guys, you gotta get the hint after the first one. You shouldn't be repeating sites like that. And they tried it 3 times. They failed all 3 times. They gave BANO 3 rounds when they could have only given them 1 perhaps. They will kick themselves if they win on trophy and statuary, and then they figure out like, oh man, maybe we didn't have to waste those rounds on AVG.
Yeah, I mean, Aviator Games, theoretically, it's a pretty good site, right? But well done is better than well said. In this case, all the talk here and all the attempts of Desolate to try and play that site 3 times in a row, well, 4th is not going to be the charm. Don't try it once more. You're halfway through your opening half on the defensive favored side here on a map like Villa. You go down 0-3 to the attacking BANO. That is not a good prospect to be in. If you guys, non-Filipino fans, might not be aware, BANO basically means noob in Filipino. So, yes, they're definitely not a noob in this map.
Definitely not. Far, far from it. Very far from it. And they are looking pretty good. They will go to the playoffs. They were top 4 last season. But unfortunately weren't able to push further than that. And this season will be a tough one as well. No use talking Renatus and Invictus Gaming. I expect them to dominate the top 3. But BANO have improved from last season. So there's definitely a chance.
Bomb located by attackers.
Okay, Reels getting that kill on Rossi. Good roam from him. That's a good opening start. One that they have been looking for so desperately here for the side Desolate. I think that drone's actually able to spot him on out. He knows that Sahari Mac is on the corner, and the pre-fire is perfect from Robust. He is such a good rock, such a good glue for this team. And Ruby Rose, with a vertical angle looking on down. He finds Robust as well in the cellar, and that is where he shall remain from whence he came. Vooz pushing in here in the bathrooms. He has to know that around the corner is going to be Ryul's, rather Pie Guy very close, and Ruby Rose as well. And so, have to bail out of this fight. Perfect goo mine there to hamper that bathroom push. This wall cannot be opened on the Master. That mute jammer is going to keep it from really exploding further. And even in the trophy, he knows that he's here. But Pie Guy is able to get the kill on the lunch, and he's the one to be eaten this time around. 3-1 potentially this map is looking like.
Oh. God mode swings in, and they are trying to bring this round back, trying to make it 4 on the attack. And I have full faith in them the way that they've been playing so far. Vooz survives that. That gives me even more faith. God mode takes down Pie Guy. Ruby Rose really needed to push that with a shotgun, but he let Vooz by. And now Vooz is going to take control inside of Astro. He's inside of bathroom already, sending out his replicator, as you can see. He's going to see all that is clear for him. He knows that both of these defenders are on the same side. Godmode's going to push in. He's going to miss the cross from the Jaeger. He knows he's stuck in the corner. Jaeger's going to go for the peek. But the LMG is going to come in, and Ruby Rose is the one punished for it. Jaeger, not enough. And Godmode cleans up. What's that? A 4K for him, I think, in the round. Absolutely stellar.
2 versus 4. I don't know how they let the Yana there in bathroom just escape his life. Vooz should have been dead to rights to the hands of Ruby Rose, or was it Reels there? I think it was Ruby Rose, yeah, with a shotgun up close. Like, he was playing on Astro, right? He has a shotty, no bullets on Vooz's hands, going for the reload on the ARX, and I don't know. Missed opportunities here. It was a 4v2 Infian, a 4v2 they gave on up. At this point, BANO, they are looking to turn this snowball into a full avalanche, especially if they take a 5th round here on the opening half. D8 Desolate seems to have maybe eaten their last few meals here in the Operational League Season 4.
Defenders,
They're in
protect
death
your
row.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
Absolutely they are. Although Death Row is a French team in the European Challenge.
That is true.
They're not here.
Good catch, actually.
Yeah. Just read a French League article on them just the other day. That's why they are fresh in my mind. But fading from people's mind and fading from the series is Desolate. 4-0 up is BANO. They're going to be feeling very good. They were pushed really intensely hard on Chalet, but they will be feeling very, very confident now that they won it out. Had they lost that, I think it could have gone pretty badly for them here on Villa as well, because they lost first map against Invictus 7-5 pretty close as well. And if they lost first map again in a close manner to a team that they really should be beating on any day of the week, then that might have just broke their mentality. Desolate showed pretty good mentality early on, but right now in Villa, they are not switched on whatsoever.
Desolate. I mean, this is the point where you have to turn that switch up, where you have to start heating on up, because well, if they're not going to be, you know, a nice unleaded engine that gets kicking right off of the bat, if they're not going to be a hybrid that gives you immediate acceleration velocity, then they're going to have to be a diesel engine that heats up as it progresses, and as the hours and the time passes by, they're going to have to get hotter and hotter. But it's not working out for Desolate as of the meantime. This is one of their final few rounds, and we've seen 4-2s be come back into for overtime. So, Booz, I don't know what that nade was for, but he certainly seemed miffed about it.
God mode's 9-0. He hasn't died a single time in these 4 rounds, and he
That's
might
crazy.
be able to get a couple more in this one. He's looking for anyone poking out from the top of Astro Stairs. No one's there so far. They're all very scared of this god with the LMG. I'm certain he's gonna get a couple of kills in this round.
I don't doubt it. Looking at his track record, God Mode certainly living up to such a title.
Located a bomb.
This man, robust, has an idea, but he's not able to really confirm that kill as of yet. He's applying lots of pressure here. It's Cleverly now this time who is being hampered by that. This Booz was taken down. Cleverly could potentially actually find Robust here if he's not careful with his own holes that he did make. Little does he know that Cleverly is very smartly, intuitively hiding between the lines, and he finds Robust. That's what we're talking about. Is be very careful. God Mode finding the kill. There you are, Infin, right on the money. Gets another one in the round. He's 10-0 so far here on map number 2. Rios gets a kill on the Rossi though, and Lunch is going to get an absolutely huge trade frag to bring in 2v3. This is certainly still doable. And we've seen God Mode in the round right prior on this site come back from a 2v4. Will they make it happen once again? Doesn't seem to be the case, as God Mode has finally been taken on down. Launch has been exposed as well. They know he's here on towards that master door. And, well, with him being very low, half HP, actually less than that, 40 maybe, remaining on this man, 10 seconds left on the clock. This is a done, conceded round. All he can play for here is kills, his KD, as BANO, rather Desolate, finally get their first round of this half. If they can get this 2-4 Infian, I don't think it's going to be out of the question just yet.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question if the attackers went down 4-2. But the attackers, at the worst, will be up 4-2. So, you know, it's a bad thing. They are in real serious trouble. They were in serious trouble when it was 3 for BANO. And I don't know if BANO are going to make the same mistake again, because guess where we're going? Guess where we're going? We're going to a freebie for BANO. We're going to AVG. Desolate tried this 3 times. They lost it 3 times. They went down 0-3. They're going to try it again. They're not trying Kitchen. Why? They're not trying Library.
I don't understand.
Why?
Yeah, why not Kitchen? But maybe they're thinking, okay, we finally won a round.
At this point.
Maybe they're thinking,
there's
like,
no reason.
You know, I don't know, maybe 4th time's the charm here, Infin. They did just win a round, although that was towards the master side, right, when they were playing Statuary and Trophy, but maybe they're like, okay, now we're feeling hot, now we can actually win AVG, but, I mean, well, the track record doesn't really gleam good lights and high hopes for that, but who knows, maybe a bit of a change up here will work. Cleverly now on the Mozzie was something that did kind of earn them a round, but I'm not too sure if it's going to continue here now that they're back on this Aviator in games. Great drone here by Lunch, by the way, on Astro for that rotation catch.
I'm surprised no one from Desolate has caught it. It's a very common drone placement. Even when Villa launched, people were already parkouring their drones up to that position. Lots of places where you can hide Astro, so as Desolate, as the defenders really, you need to be checking each one of those corners. Speaking of corners, we have one hiding in the corner here inside of Trophy Room. God Mode is going to go looking for him. He's going to take down the camera first. There are 2 left and right for him. Well, he can take the 1v1s fairly easily, I do believe. There's one more in the far distance over here. The Vooz is going to engage and distract, perhaps, so that they are all focused on him. Vooz is actually going to win that fight. Cleverly goes down. That's a bad wide swing. It's a really bad idea. And God Mode gets his 11th over here. There's one that was inside of here. And there we go. Yellow pinged and God Mode picks him up as well. This is all falling to pieces. Robust takes down one more. It's all up to Pie Guy. He smokes out one. But Robust pushes through and takes the headshot. This round was over before I even ended my sentences. And it's 5-1 here on the attack. I don't know why they went back to Aviator in games, but they did. And I guess they want to do us a mercy and allow me to go off and relax a little bit earlier.
Well, I mean, Desolate, maybe they've learned a lesson now, but it's too little too late. 5-1 on the board, match point at the cusp of it if BANO wins a single round. And that they shall try. Thunderbird out here to support the Frost, Jaeger, Rooney, Vigil on the side of BANO. Pulse being picked up by Lunch, looking to go for quite a deep roam, it seems. Lots of mobility on this roster right now, and lots of obviously lurking power. So good idea here by Desolate, I think, to bring out the Jackal. Can get you lots of value on a map here like Villa. Can be, very corrugated and very widespread. Will really help those roamers on out, but they're going for Kitchen to open up this attacking, rather defensive half for BANO.
I don't see this lasting more than 2 rounds unless BANO overextends too much. Look, they're going to Kitchen Dining. On Chalet, they opened up their defenses, which is the first round itself, with the Basement 1. Now, Basement is definitely, I would say, it's a bad site. It's not a good site. Not only is it weak, it's bad. Here, on Villa, Kitchen Dining is neither bad nor the weakest site. It's in fact, if you play your cards right, and you bring the right operators, you ban the right operators as well, and you hold the second floor well enough, it's actually a really good site, and really defendable, such as, bringing a pulse. That's huge to bring on a site like this. So there's really no downside that much, and the fact that Desolate didn't even give Kitchen Dining a second look, it pains me, man.
Growing pains here of Infian for them to go, like 4 sites over and over, I think is one well shared. Desolate fans right now quite desperate for a round here, and so is the team themselves, taking this vertically. Good idea, but I mean, they have to make sure they don't get caught out by doing this and get their time wasted. To be fair, while this will give you control, of the hallway at the very least outside surrounding the site, it doesn't necessarily give you much within it. For that, you're going to have to try and take the master side and open that wall on up, open up trophy, open up master bedroom, and that's actually going to give you some vertical sidelines into the side. Oh, he actually almost catches the Aruni on the rotation there. Rossi is a lot luckier than he knows.
Yeah, I don't think he was aware of that angle, and it was literally a few seconds that the attacker, if he had held it, if he just looked at it, Ruby for a little bit longer, he would have been able to collect a kill. God Mose, he's on the vigil right now. He's going to give away his position. Oh, I think no, that was a sound cue. No, he might have actually hit Cleverly on the shoulder there. Takes him down. Fairly low. Who's is gonna help out? He takes down one, gets traded out by Cleverly, however. That's an important trade, but Sahara Mac off the board. Pie Guy takes down one. Cleverly piles on, and suddenly on the attack, Desolate seem to have come alive.
Showing his back there, God Mode, and he gets punched for it heavily. Cleverly, though, Rossi will be taken down by him. It's all on the Lunch. Now, huge clutch potential with him being on this pulse. That scanner give him all the information he needs to try and isolate these fights. He has to know that one is up top. He did hear them going vertically, and you can hear those footsteps as well. Pull out the scanner anytime soon, the heartbeat here, but I'm not too sure if they're going to expect him. He's even looking down the way of astronomy. He checks his corner, but Cleverly is on the opposing door, on the opposing room here in the trophy, as he went toward, rather statuary, as he went towards the trophy. So, good job here by Desolate to get that round. And, yeah, they're holding on to a lifeline, but can they really come back into this? With still 3 more rounds to go just to tie it on up. They're going to have to play perfectly from here now on forward.
Well, I was wrong. I'm going to be the first to admit that. I said it's going to only take 2 more rounds for this to end, but no, they pushed things a little too fast and loose. They played their Roman effectively. They lost the picks, and we didn't get to see much of it. A lot of it was off screen, but the setup looked good. So I have to guess that they just lost their 1v1s, they lost their gunfight. And instead of BANO being ready for the trades, it was Desolate that were a little bit more ready. Didn't work out for them over there. They're going to go back to the primary bomb site, so to speak, Aviator and Games. Now, I'm really curious if BANO are going to struggle. It's obviously early days on their defense, but I'm curious if they're going to struggle the same way that Desolate did. And maybe it's something in the way that both of these teams set up their defenses.
The defensive side, I mean, we do know it is the more favored side here a lot of times on Villa, but no, not able to make that kitchen work on out. This time, though, they're going to be going towards the same site. The Desolate have tried 4 times over on the opening half, but not been able to work out. Look at this aggressive peek from Rossi, looking to maybe hop out in case one does repel on this master side. I don't think they're aware.
He's going to wait for the repel to come in, and then he'll know exactly where the attacker is coming up on, and he's going to take them down. He might go over to the bathroom side, the repeller. We do hear some shots ring out. Ryuls might be able to turn around, flick around, and punish him, or Ryuls could lose his life if we have the defender of Rossi away.
Cleverly here. Trying to go for the clear, just trying to hold it downstairs, make sure nobody's trying any cheeky business on the defensive side of BANO. They catch one in study, not really in a position to capitalize off of that and kill him. Here on this main stairs as well, I believe that is Robust waiting for him. Great nade here by Reels to find Lunch, and he just did not expect that to come his way.
Yeah, that sent him sailing away. Lunch off the board. The Pulse being a big kill over here. Lots of information that he won't be able to give anymore. A C4 that he won't be able to use anymore. He won't be able to direct God Mode C4 as well from the information that he could have provided. God Mode himself takes a little bit of damage, but it's Vuz who gets the first answer back. Sahara Mac, he's been struggling this series so much. I think he only got 3 kills in Chalet, and he's gotten 0 so far in these 8 rounds so far. Really feel for him. He's not having a good time. Cleverly's low as well. He's going to try and push up main stairs, but I think it's going to be a bad idea. One body shot will take him down, especially since it's a Jaeger with a 416 carbine that he'll be facing.
Bring us 4-4. Even after giving up the opening pick, I mean, very, very winnable by BANO. They've bled the timeout now to a minute left on the clock. God Mode, though, has taken lots of damage. Cleverly down for the count, and Pie Guy will be taken on out. Ruby Rose 1 HP on him, as he said, so this is very, very dangerous. Both of the heavy guns here right now from D8 are down low, and Cleverly being taken down as well. Reels, no! No, that's not what they need right now. He makes up for getting that kill. He gets a double. Okay. Maybe he wanted to clutch all for himself. He wanted the clip. He does not want to share any of his kills, and he's at full HP, so this is definitely doable now for Reels. What a clutch this would be if he's able to make it happen, but he's trapped between the rock and the hard place right now. Crossfire being held by BANO, but they have no idea that he's here in games. He actually spots the head here at Vuz and almost gets the kill. Now, behind that vault door, Rossi is waiting to capitalize. He's going to check the corner. He's able to get the kill. No, he won't. Rossi will shut him down as BANO take match point.
Unfortunate that he didn't pre-fire, but also there's no way he wins that on the trade. Vuz is right at the door. There was a Banshee next to him as well. Even if the Aruni goes down, that is a round loss. He could have swung wide instead, gone for the wide swing around from Study first, take down Vuz, and then the Aruni. But yeah, this is match point. 4 match points. In fact, BANO very close to losing that somehow, it feels, even though it came down to a near 1v4 clutch.
Came down to it, the wire. But alas, it will be D8 slipping, and BANO on a very solid position to secure this series 2-0. Umai being picked out on here. Lots of projectile denial on the side of BANO. as Godmode and Vuz are on that Wamine Jaeger respectively, as well as Iruni and Rossi. The Maestro here, something we haven't really seen this entire game, come out from Desolate on the defensive side, now being pulled out by BANO. And I do like this pick. A lot of times, when there is no Mira on the board, or there is no Maestro, they're going to supplement that with having either of the two. And we didn't really see that from Desolate. So a lot of the same value that you might get from a Mira, a Maestro can give you very similar kind of, I guess,
10 seconds remaining.
information to work off of that the Mira would as well. So in this moment, I do like what BANO are putting on the table here. That electrocution as well on the master bedroom wall will be quite a problem for Desolate if they cannot clear out from down underneath and destroy it. But they do have the zero here, which could be very influential. He's going to have to go huge here, Sahara Mac, to open this wall on up. Otherwise, this could be it for Desolate.
Ryul's over here, the big man for Desolate over here. He really needs to continue on his consistency. He really needs Sahara Mac to step up, and Ruby Rose for that matter, who's on a breadstick. Unfortunately, he gets spawn peeked, or effectively spawn peeked. Can't even get into the building. That's a massive kill right there. And this is the round all but over for Desolate.
That is why you do not pass there just idly out in the open without checking. You have to be aware of how many windows they can run out of when walking on the southeastern side of the map here on Villa. And great punish there coming in from Godmode, running on out, but cleverly we'll get the trade. Okay, suddenly this is doable now for Desolate. They still have that zero, which we talked about is huge. They still have grenades on Ruby Rose, and that is something they can definitely use. Sahara Mac also has his hard-breaching charges. Now, mind you, operators have two of them, and a great catch by Sahara Mac to get the kill on the lunch. Okay, this is what they needed. They can now deal with the bandit, rather decayed Electroclaw upstairs, and they can potentially get that breach working.
Now Rossi over here, he needs to be a big factor in this. He's on top of the Astro stairs, and if he's losing his life over here, there's one pushing him from below, from bicycles, I think. That's Sahara Mac. If he loses his life there, that's the round all but over, because you give up control of the bathroom, you give up control of the bedroom, you give up control of the stairs, and that's the entire site surrounded. But Sahara Mac, he falls off. Maybe it's wise because he's not really been hot on the frags. He only got his first this very round. So him falling off is not unexpected. But Ruby Rose from below, he's trying to look at where this Kaid Electroclaw is. Ruse is inside, and actually he might be standing right below that peak hole. Rossi's holding the base of Astro Stairs, and we're down to 30 seconds.
They have to step on it here, Desolate. They have that man advantage, but what will it matter if you get bled out for time? Vuz does make that contact there on towards the entrance and landing. Robust has a good position. Rossi finds the kill, but a quick trade-off here from Pygang, not the direct one, but a trade nonetheless. Robust gets a kill. He finds a double right now in the round, and Rossi could potentially secure this one for BANO, and they will. Robust, a third to end the round. A triple for him. 2-0. The series is done. BANO move forward into the playoffs as Desolate lose here right now, and BANO will be that representative for the Philippines at the very least. Moving on forward, very, very nicely done for them. 2-0. The series is done.
In a very dominant Villa here for BANO, helped in large part by the fact that we saw Desolate go 3 times onto Aviator Games and lose it 3 times, and then they went back to it a 4th time and they lost it a 4th time. Oh, whoop-de-doo, what did you think was going to happen? It sucks. I really wish that they tried Kitchen a little bit more. They tried even Library. Sometimes it just throws the attackers off if you're able to structure your defenses quite well. But credit to Desolate, they had a really good chalet. I don't know whether they kind of mentally gave up after losing that at the very end. We saw them take a tack timeout over there. No tack timeouts came out here on Villa. Maybe they gave up. Maybe they're just outclassed. Regardless, they're out of this Operation League. That was the last match. They won't be making it to the playoffs. BANO have guaranteed themselves a top 3 position. Really, not really a top 3. It's just third, and we're going to have the first versus second matchup later on. The next matchup that Black and Blue and LAN are going to present between Invictus Gaming and Renatus. That's going to be a crazy, crazy match. And I'm so excited that you guys are going to get to cast it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys also casted the great game by BANO Invictus a while ago, and that almost seemed like BANO may be taking map number 1, but then Invictus, I mean, they just won APAC South. So they're like one of the best teams that we have here in the tournament, but we're going to really see if that's going to step up to the plate here in our next and final series of the day. But for that, we're going to come back after the break. Don't go anywhere. R6 Operational League Season 4 will be back in a hair. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada al tiempo.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
welcome back to Season 4 of the Operation League here for Rainbow Six in MYSGHPHID. Of course, I'm going to spell out the whole thing because we are down to our final series of the day. Series number 1 and 2 sealed and done, with the second one being won by Team BANO. But now we got Invictus Gaming versus Renatus. I am Black and Blue, and with me is Lan, my man. How you doing?
We are very excited for this upcoming match between Renatus and IG. Obviously, IG, the crowd favorite. They're definitely going to be the dominating force here, and they are the giants amongst the two. But Renatus, if anyone can take them out, it's gonna be them. Can they actually? Can they do it? We're going to go to some interesting maps. We're going to probably one of the most picked maps, and that's gonna be Clubhouse, and then following that will be Bank. And if we ended on Chalet, honestly, it's gonna be a real 50-50 decider for me. I'm not sure how that's gonna play out, but on Clubhouse, we already saw what Invictus can do there. But what can Renatus do?
Yeah, that remains to be seen. And to be quite honest with you, even though these map vetoes were done, as the day started before we even had our matches played on out, I do think it's a good thing for Renatus to be playing Clubhouse. While Invictus are pretty good on a map like Clubhouse, at the very least, they have a very recent kind of example of how, they like to play their Invictus on a map like Clubhouse. And so, if they took any kind of notes from Invictus's game, IG's game versus BANO a while ago, then this might just be a lot closer of a series than we might have expected. Renatus coming from Indonesia here, Invictus Gaming. They have a player from Indonesia, but they are a team from the MYSG region. So right now, man, Invictus Gaming, they are a team who, they're fresh off of the win from APAC South, right? And that's a big prospect to go up against a team like Renatus here playing on a map like Clubhouse.
It's going to be an experience they take away with them, and it's going to definitely, win or lose, feed into their growth. I can only hope that Renatus, after this, come back even stronger. It's not over for them, of course. They are most likely to go through into the playoffs. We just have to see how that turns out. I actually haven't seen what the scoreboards look like for that, actually. But in saying that, we are excited to see them on this map here. It is pretty scary for Renatus, of course, but starting on attack, it's gonna be pretty difficult. I will say that.
At the very least, maybe they can get that momentum going in their favor on the attacking side. But with Maverick banned here, which is honestly, this is his best map, if anything, so that's gonna really hamper things a lot. They do have that Thatcher online, but not wanting to pull it out, seemingly. There is no, ban for Thatcher, but they're not really going to play it out with one. Maybe, perhaps. Okay, no, they do finally. 6-pick out from that Nuck, just to shake things up.
Defenders,
there they
protect
go.
your
That's
bombs.
Opening
really
round,
surprising.
Placement.
Thatcher has a 94.4% ban rate. This is one of the few times he will actually get through. And if I was Renatus, I would use him to the most of his abilities and just abuse him to as best as you can. Surely he is a simple operator. He's quite easy to use, but that's what the beauty is. You just get to put down the EMP grenade and then you walk away. You don't have to think about it afterwards. Most other gadgets or utility, you'd have to really focus down on how you're placing it, what the angles are, but not with Thatcher. It goes through levels, it goes through walls. It is an AoE effect that saves you so much time. And in addition to that, we see Valkyrie. Valkyrie has a 72.2% ban rate. She is, we're seeing some of the most denied operators given access to this map. And on Clubhouse, Valkyrie has so many hiding spots and so many strong positions. Without an IQ on the attack, she's going to reign supreme on these outlooks.
One button, Lan. One button here. That's all the Thatcher needs to really get that value, right? But see, they open up the wall here on towards CCTV. The site is down below, by the way, on basement, but a very deep roam high up above coming here from the side of Invictus. Now, this Good Pro's a problem, but Adine, great kill by him to get Speak Easy. Hush, hush right now. Lonely taking some damage, but they're going to clean up house right now. Hoban getting that kill. Joe getting his own as well, and this brings it to a 4v3. I don't even know if Jordan expected or saw that.
No, I don't think he realized at all. Oh, okay, a C4 kill onto Dinipa straight away. There we go, we're playing vertical now. But Hysterics with the cheeky crouch spam. That's a bit rude. But hey, you know what? Maybe he deserved that.
I mean, karma is a two-way street. So if it happens once more, then we'll know it definitely was the case. 3v3 right now, Lan, and there are certainly do have at least, you know, kind of positionings to springboard off into an execute here for a plant, but I mean, they've lost some big-time players. They've lost that Buck, they've lost that Thatcher especially. It would help them going down to the site. You did kind of see that they were probably expecting to go towards, you know, taking cash and CCTV, but the shakeup here for them to go basement has been one that Invictus Gaming have potentially made a right gamble on. With Ivana still alive, it's very important for them. They're still going to be able to get that bar hatch open to try and get some control in the Modo, but a minute left on the clock here, and it's going to be up to the execute here now, as Blue is their only kind of anchor position they can really push down from the hatch into.
Lonely has a pretty good position here. We'll see Hysterics actually pick up a kill to the Tolji, and that's going to be a trade back onto Hysterics from Ape. Now, Ape, he's a player we've seen quite a lot in the past, but only because but only to the limit of his age. And now that he's of legal age and he's actually old enough to compete at this level, we see him go from Team Verve along with Lonely now onto Renatus, and this Indonesian powerhouse of a team have so much fragging potential.
Oh, he sees him actually, just doesn't recognize it. He gets it down. The smoke might kill him, but no, it's a 1v2 right now. It's all on the Lonely here, left in an island. He's all alone, isolated, but Joe is going to get the final kill on the Lonely. His name certainly pulling up to the game, and they do get around barely here, scraping by for IG.
The smoke kill as well to the toxic gas did also rub me the right way. I love to see utility kills. It's definitely nice to see that being used and coming down to it. I think Renatus actually had a pretty good position. They just wasted a little bit of time on that on some of the holes. They had great positioning. They opened up the hatch, but maybe some miscommunication with when to execute might have been also a problem. Despite the fact they lost 2 members, Invictus also were 2 members down, and perhaps just need to be a bit more, a little bit more aggressive with the execution, perhaps.
I mean, at the end of it, yeah, it did seem to come on in, but the time has been bled dry from them. Those hatches, the only one they were able to really get successfully opened in a decent amount of time was the hatch in blue. It should be fair, is one of the easier hatches to open here on Clubhouse. So, Invictus Gaming, it was cut close, really close. Closer than they could have expected. But they get it done in the end. That's the important factor. Renatus, I don't think they're out of the party just yet. And knowing them, I'm sure they're going to come back into this. But I think, are we going to gym and bedroom? Yes, we are. Very interestingly enough. Lots of teams here in APAC South, especially, love playing this site, honestly, to start off Clubhouse. And so, for Invictus Gaming to go here for the second site, I'm not too surprised.
And you know why? That's because we get control over cache and CCTV as well. They get to play a full game, and they give up the horrible position of playing in the garage, and they manage to take the good spots of the cache and CCTV through the wall and creating a bit of a setup there. We've seen obviously some other members in this position that really made it quite popular. I think Pengu was one of them, and a couple of others that elude me. But now that we see Ape rolling up, we do see that Adinva actually picks up the first opening kill onto Jordan. So that's pretty good considering your Goyo's down.
Yeah.
Oh no.
C4. Oh, yeah, that's not as good, but it's okay. He's able to retrieve it. A drone is a drone. It's a quite robust thing. Can certainly take lots of well, punishment, but he finds another kill here. It's his opening kill once again. Adinpa, second time round in a row. Breach does open big wall on up, at least in a CCTV. That's what they're gonna have to clear out on first. If you don't clear out the CCTV wall, it's gonna be very hard to enter from the windows on from bedroom and gym. And now Lonely holding him down on towards red. Does get that information. He's fallen back in towards Cash, and Adinpa is gonna challenge this. But Hysterics is going completely maniacal. You're getting that kill onto him. Good 4v4 right now. And to favor them, they take the lead Hoven coming from red stairs equalizes things up.
A bomb has been
Can't believe Lonely missed those shots. Usually a player with laser sight aim. Told you here is in danger, as we saw last. Lunar was hanging around the strip club, had external cameras and knew exactly where they were. Couldn't find anyone, and we now see him down in by the main bar. Hoven's gonna pop that adrenaline surge again, and perhaps maybe even gain a little bit of ground. But now that we notice that the soft wall between construction and logistics is open, it does mean he's got more room to have to play around, and he's gonna play a little smart with that. A little bit of foothold's gonna be opening up, and that's gonna keep him safe from line of sight, but expose anyone hiding behind that. Lunar now trying to find the one player on Jacuzzi and will not be able to, having to now rotate off that spot.
attackers
Holding this
located a
down
bomb.
can be a very, very important angle to keep pressing Ape here. He's going to have to go beast mode to help him get back into this. If I actually go up 2-0, it can be very hard to come back into, but now Hoven.
The attackers bomb.
Pressure being applied during construction. They now know where he is. Inside that bathroom, he's going to find the kill. Lots of ammo to spray on down, but Speakeasy going to hush this round. Second in the way now of IG. It came down to the wire once again. These final moments of every single round, these final stages, when there's like 10 seconds left remaining, is when the entirety of that execute comes on out and explodes on the site. But it just hasn't been working out for Renatus in those moments. Invictus have been finding those small advantages going their way.
A lot of good opportunities actually thrown away by Renatus just because they missed their shots. Namely speaking about Lonely here, he had line of sight on 2 of his opponents, but he missed a lot of crucial shots that were very attainable for a player of his caliber. He is definitely a player that, you know, I would rank amongst some of the best here in Southeast Asia, along with Abe, along with Speakeasy, but maybe he's just not warmed up enough. This is, of course, his first game, but it is not the first game for Invictus here as they move into this second game of the night for them, third for us. But Renatus, they gotta wake up a little bit. They gotta really capitalize on perhaps the adrenal surge. If they had that and they didn't use it in some of those engaging moments, what are they using it for? Maybe recovering a little bit of health, maybe to bolster them in some situations, but so far not in the circumstances in which they need to start facing off against opponents in a couple of showdowns, or even trying to take some of these this territory or the real estate.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh, it seems like
Sorry,
Joe
you
wants
stay
to
out.
go through it. He's like, nope, I'm closing the door on you, brother. In this case, so Invictus, they've been pretty spectacular on the defensive side. Now this time going to Cash. They've won basement, they won gym and bedroom. Cash could be the same from them. We did see them have quite a good hold on Cash, even though they were holding gym a while ago. Wherein, coming in from CCTV, you know, Renatus, they just kind of got shredded down. Able to get the kill, yes, but it came down to a 3v3. And so right now, as they're holding gym and bed, rather CCTV and Cash, then at the very least, if they're able to open this wall, they're going to be at the gates already. But more players are going to be focused towards holding this on open. Thatcher, that's exactly where his value comes in. But great trick here coming from Invictus Gaming to deny it ASAP. They have both abandoned in the cage. At that point, you can just cycle through that utility and really destroy anything now. As 2 EMPs have been deployed, this is going to be very difficult now to get on open.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this one open. The wall does manage to get breached, and they won't be able to deny it this time around. Even though they've wasted 3 EMPs now, Invictus are now on the back foot as they've lost Lunar Metal as well.
Okay, Lonely playing the rappel here outside that breach. Hoven getting the kill outside the CCTV windows. He drops on down below to catch him off guard. Jordan looking to try and double dip, but he's been spotted out. They know he's in red. He's taking some damage through the drone hole, but nothing too much to really dissuade him. Looking to go for a repeat here. Has to expect one. He does get the kill on the Ape, not expecting him to go all bananas, and Jordan able to get that kill.
A nasty sliver of an angle, but he does manage to pick up that kill as well. Joe will now be picked up himself, and Speakeasy has to pull Prone will be taken out by Tolji as they move in and they take control of the garage. Jordan not exactly healthy either, has to pull back, and it does look like he's going to deploy some of those toxic babes in order to delay a little bit of time. 46 seconds left on the clock. It does look like Joe does pick up a Dinapa, leaving Tolji, the Fragmite, all alone. 2 versus 1 right now. Invictus definitely look like they're going to take this round away, and they absolutely do from a high, long angle over in cash and CCTV.
Oh, spraying down. Great job here by Invictus. It did seem to, kind of go in the way of Renatus for a while there, as they were able to get some kills. Hoven, especially there on that Finca, was able to open things up, but that's all it wrote, really. That's all it really attained to. And Invictus Gaming, 3rd round for them on the board here on the defensive side. If they can get the 4th, then they should be golden to close off map number 1. But we're going to see if Renatus are going to be able to, successfully take the basement site this time. It is a tall task to ask against a team like IG. But Renatus, they are a great team as well that we have in Operation League, and they're one of the ones here in our tournament who could be able to do it.
If they manage to actually take this map or even the series, it'll be a massive milestone for them. Albeit the fact that, we spoke about this before, Invictus can't use their best strats here. They can use standard strats that, they're pretty vanilla but still effective. And that's what they're going for. They're going for the standard ranked strats. They don't have to play too intelligently, but they definitely have to coordinate as a team. Having said that, this does leave Renatus an opportunity to actually come and swoop that on their side and use that to their advantage. 4 rounds in now, we still see the Valkyrie and the Thatcher being used, but nothing too much has changed on that defending roster. The Saruya Gate are still up, but we are no longer using that alibi. I didn't see many of the alibi holograms actually get shot. They didn't really seem too effective.
I mean, I get the idea, but as I said with Infian a while ago, well done is better than well said. And in that case, they have some ideas here, some thoughts to throw out and speak of, but they haven't really been able to confirm that. Okay, Lunar, the drone has been pinged for him, but I'm not too sure if he really notices that.
Oh!
Drops down, but no, Lonely's gonna drop him. Lunar being taken on down, and that is the moon to shine for you. 4v5 as IG are looking to storm a 4th round potentially.
Unfortunately, the crosshair was just not close enough to Lonely's head. He will be able to leave with that. Still has a claymore on him, of course. If he takes control over the garage, he will be able to cover his tracks using that claymore and anyone that might want to rotate through. But it looks like he finally will be hot joining himself in and making sure that all his tracks are covered and everyone up front is not going to be opposing him. But 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock. They're not in the they're not in the building yet. They wasted 1 minute on the outside, and they're still droning for anyone trying to take them out on a roam. Finally, Lonely gets into the garage, walks past the oil pit, but with the EE1D, I'm not sure what they're using to capitalize on this.
I'm not sure why they were popping that. Maybe feeling some information, or maybe trying to go for a push on something. But okay, they do spot out the Jaeger here on Joe, but even with those line scans coming on up, it's not like they're necessarily pushing up against him. Flashes out, but that's not going to blind anything. Hysterics gets a kill on Abe, but still do have a great position here. Lonely on the swing, gets another kill. Double for him in this round. Hysterics now playing here towards the hallway outside the bathroom and the bar, and he's going to be very, very problematic here for the side of Renatus if they cannot flush him on out. So IG do not have the man advantage right now, although a single bullet can do Lonely on, and he's very low HP right now.
Lonely did not see Speakeasy actually rotate out of there using the shotgun. He was actually covered just by a sliver on the floorboarding. Someone that would actually cover that. So if Stack's going to rotate now, he will give his position away a little bit using all that sound, but you still see that the hatch is covered, and Tolji picks up that kill quite quickly. Speakeasy with a slow reaction to Hoven actually gets taken down there. Jordan now facing one more member as he's the last member alive. Takes another with him. C4 goes out, but it won't be enough as Lonely's already at his doorstep. Jordan goes down to the LMG. Finally around for Renatus.
Finally, Renatus gets something on the board. They get their game going, and we now actually have a map on our hands. 3-1, the lead is, yes, but Invictus Gaming, will they continue on basement? To be honest, I did feel like their second floor site holds were a bit more convincing than their basement hold was for the opening round, and so for them to go gym and bedroom this time, I think, is a proper decision here. They got the Goyo once again, they got Maestro and Valkyrie. So much information gathering and so much stalling power as well because of those shields, because of the information they can get from the Evil and Black Eyes, and as well as the Laser Gate. So there's going to be a lot to deal with here for Renatus. But fortunately, the most banned operator in the game is available here in Thatcher. And that is definitely something they want on the roster.
That's going to play into IG's favor as well when they swap over after another round. 3-1 right now to Invictus Gaming. Renatus actually have a round that they won, and that's a huge thing. Maestro and Goyo coming into the mix, of course, this time around, which takes place over the Kaid, and I'm not sure which one, what other operator he actually replaced. Oh no, it was the Mute. So replacing the Mute and the Kaid. Not looking to deny as much. We are looking at them just gonna give up the CCTV wall, essentially. But surely make a pretty decent hold out of that cash and CC. That cash room there is going to be a bit of a kill box. We've seen this happen before. We know that it can be very deadly for anyone that actually tries to push in. That's not coordinated. That doesn't have any backup. But I think Hoven and the rest of the team need to coordinate the Lion a little bit better. How are they using it to actually lock someone in place? Yes, we saw them pop it off as they moved in on Hysterics on his roam upstairs. But that was way too early, and they didn't really capitalize on that as best as they could. See this wall being opened up by Ape and X-Kairos. But now that it's opened up, what are they going to do with it? Maybe a bit of a distraction, perhaps? I don't know. But does look like they're popping the EE1D and moving in on one member. And no, actually, it gives away one actually roaming all the way over in Strip. Most likely, yep, Lunar Metal.
Nicely done. Hoven here gets the kill to trade on to Jordan, taking the goat out. And, interesting enough, they have a rotation directly, the default rotation here into cash from Red Stairs. Something that teams actually normally do, yes, on a cash and CCTV hold, but on a gym and bedroom hold, teams actually like closing that reinforcement off a lot of times, that rotation off. And in this case, you leave it on open, which can kind of propose an avenue here for Hoven to push into, but I'm not too sure if that's going to be the right idea. It's certainly a tempting one. Certainly one that you kind of want to ponder about, but Hoven goes downstairs as well. Instead, gets a kill, and so does a Deepa. Great take here from RTS, as Renatus are completely cleaning up house. It's all onto 2 players remaining for Invictus Gaming.
And now it's all down to Joe and Speakeasy. Speakeasy definitely is a man army himself. But with 3 members, so we're talking about the EE1D, the X-Kairos. They have 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs left in their pocket. Now that they spot one in logistics, Hoven not able to connect those shots. Will be taken down just a little bit, but Joe doesn't suffer too much himself. He actually has a good position here, and there we go. A shotgun kill? Hello? Amazing. Not even using the LMG, Speakeasy finds that kill with the shotgun at close range. And now all of them are thinking, we can't get close. This guy's gonna melt our faces if we get anywhere near that room. We have to eliminate him. Long range, long distance.
It's barely even a shotgun at that. And he makes it work out. Say, hey, you take what you can get. Okay, destroying the Goyo shields here. 20 seconds left on the clock, right on time. Lion Call will kind of alert them that the push is about to come soon, but Hoven has to check his corner real close, but Joe gives it away. Told you, very low HP on him. Speakeasy, he knows where he is on that. He's got the AA-12 in his hands. The smoke will go down. Can deny plant on here. No ping coming on. There is a red ping, but the plant will be stuck. He knows now that he's going to have to peek, and the plant did go down. Cannot hold that construction wall any further. They know he's inside the bathroom, and he will go down as the smoke dissipates. So does his life, and so does the round. Renatus bring this to within a single round. We're up 3-2.
It wasn't a bad call to throw the impact nade in the direction he did. It was a good decision, considering that yes, there was a member of Renatus in around that area. And sure, maybe the call was that he is actually quite low. If you throw a nade, he might actually get taken down there. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But I'm surprised that Speakeasy sat in that position waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Surely he wanted to be in a bit more cover, but I think he was a bit confident that the safest spot possible would have been in the room 1 over, which was construction, of course. Great play by Renatus to get that plant down just in time, but it was coming a little bit close, if you ask me.
It certainly was. I mean, they were totally just,
And defuse bombs.
you know, going by the page there, and a single flip either way could have turned that round around, and we would potentially have had, you know, IG up here 4-1. But Renatus, a great job for them on this attacking side. If they can win this one 3-3, then we're totally at anybody's game, of course. Invictus, so they need this round, honestly, they really do. This map can be quite favorable sometimes to the defender's side, although I don't think it's one of the most defender side maps that we have in the game. I think there are others who maybe take that slot, so it's not all hope isn't out just yet, but certainly 4-2 is a lot more easier to digest than a 3-3 going to that attacking side. And now Cash and CCTV, a site that IG have been successful once in winning. Can they do it once more?
A crowd favorite for us over here in APEC. Tolji, however, needs to get a little bit luckier with some of these exothermic charges and some of these breaches. Unfortunately, he was denied last time. We do see Lunar Metal on the Bandit instead this time, no longer on the Valkyrie. EMP ready to go, and Adinipa waiting for the right moment to help back him up. Might have to burn 3 of his EMP charges to make this one work, but I'm not sure if that's the right call he's going to go for. Primed in charge, they're waiting for the right call, waiting for the rest of his team to actually get into position. EMP goes down. 1, 2, maybe not a third this time around, and it will be able to land and nip them that hard breach. We do notice that Luna Metal took a lot of damage though. I think he's very unhealthy.
Perfect timing there. Opening up the wall, Lunar has taken lots of it. And for a big-time player like him, to take that damage early on is not a good sign to bode for Invictus Gaming. Playing the breach on here, Adinpa, they did pressure a while ago the CCTV window by having Hoven there. He spots the barrel out of the shotgun, but sir, you cannot damage him by shooting his gun, although I like the attempt. Adinpa here right now, trying to rotate around, maybe play towards that CCTV, rather the CCTV window side up on top, which can be a great pincer point into construction as well. With 1 minute and 15 left remaining, Renatus have to get something done. They have control here of this garage side by Invictus, but how long will it really last?
Toxic Babes deny entry onto the stairs, but we do see Hoven standing outside the garage shutters, waiting for the right moment for entry. Couple of fixating rounds going up here does lead to Speakeasy's death, and perhaps Hoven might find a good spot for himself to get a little bit more information on anyone upstairs in gym and bedroom. But there we go, a double kill going down to 8, maybe a triple, but no, Joe picks up Hoven, and now he has to rotate all the way back onto site.
Joe. Good pick by him, and 2 players left remaining here for Tolji and Lonely on the side of Renatus are both quite low as well. But so are Invictus Gaming. That is his last Toxic Babe. So as he burns this now, no more plant denial remaining on the side of Invictus. They're going to have to win this the old-fashioned way, with hot steel and hot lead coming from their weapons. Jordan on the peak here could possibly deny plant. He has to know that one is on that breach, and great support here. Great cover coming from Tolji. It's all on the Joe, and there he goes. Renatus tie up the game at the end of the first half. We're down 3-3, and we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Invictus Gaming laying this one slip. They got 3 opening rounds in the half, but Renatus come right back.
What a fantastic time for Renatus, actually being able to tie it up against IG. And no small feat either, despite them not using fancy strategies. How much fancier can it get? And that is no excuse for the victory that Renatus took over them there on that last round. Fantastic angles, all positions cover. There was no gap in that post-plant position, and Renatus need to be celebrated for that. If anything, now that we move into the 7th round and we see that the swap is coming in onto the attack and defense, Renatus stand the best chance at winning this map here on Clubhouse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Renatus. To take away map number 1, away from a team like Invictus Gaming to start this series, would be an absolute dream for a team like RTS. IG. They're on the attacking side
Stand
right
up.
now, and we know that they're
Stand up,
very capable
Indonesia.
of that.
You got this.
I'm sure they'd be
Let's
proud.
go.
Give them the claps. Let's go clap Invictus is what they're going to be thinking. But, I mean, to be fair, Invictus, they have shown lots of capabilities of playing on a map like Clubhouse, even on the attacking side. And with that Thatcher up alive and up alive, as it wasn't banned, as you said a while ago, Land, this also does help Invictus now that they're going to that second half. And so, this could actually bite them in the back. The fact that, you know, Thatcher was not banned. Renatus letting that one slip might not have been the best idea.
It worked out to their benefit. They managed to make a pretty decent strat out of it. But yes, you are right, and now also will work into their favor, as I mentioned before. And now that, you know, they have 2 hard breaches, if they mess up the exothermics, they still have the X-Kairos. They will be able to attack from all angles using both of these hard breaches that we've seen timeless amount of iterations. But with this attention onto Jacuzzi, it's a good call. And honestly, they can make this work for them.
Knock, knock.
Okay. Well,
Very
Bridge
aggressive
open there.
rotations, by the way.
I have to agree. I mean, you can see just how far they're extending here, completely rotating around. Jordan getting that kill on the Lonely. He was mid-rotation as well. I don't think he really expected that fight. That's kind of the risky run. Speak easy. Trying to pressure here on towards that garage door. He has to know that one is on the rafters. Dropping on down, though, here. The Oryx on Hoven is laying behind that chopper. Potentially.
Yeah, he
has some idea. He's here. Not in Harry Potter, but the run out here from Adinpa. And Hoven's going to find the kill as well. RTS, they're looking to take this map by storm and take the advantage as well. Will this be the lead switch here coming to round 7?
4-3 right now. Renatus have a man lead and the positional lead as well. If you take into consideration how far Invictus are from sight. They are very split. They are nowhere near that basement, and they are struggling to find an entry right now. They don't even have control over central stairs. Luna's going to sort out that drone. He has 1 minute to make a good call for the rest of his team in order to pull this in, but they're already double droning for each other and calling in a little bit of information. So it's not completely lost yet, but without the thermite, losing my words here, without the thermite, it's gonna come down to Hysterics, who is already slowly... Look at how slow he's walking down these stairs. And he's only going to be met by barbed wire. So he's waiting for the right angle of anyone rotating between. But the gas will put him in a really bad position. He drops a lot of health.
He's moving at a snail's pace. And he spots the shoulder out from Medinpa. But even if he gotten that kill onto the Mozzie, rather onto Tolji, he wouldn't have found anything further because Hoven was right behind him, not expecting him to also be in the blue. 15 seconds left in the clock. Invictus, this is not looking good for them at all. 12, time is ticking. The sands are slowly hollowing away. And Joe, they are none the wiser. Tolji getting that kill.
Whoa.
He's going to get the second follow-up as well. And they just completely shake and shook Invictus Gaming here right now. Renatus take the lead over IG. And they are looking to continue this further. This defensive side of theirs is looking spectacular in the opening round.
Oh my gosh, that ending was explosive, to say the least. Not only did he get that C4 kill, they did it in such style, and they had such fantastic crossfire. The coordination on Renatus is so good to see on a team leading the boards here in Southeast Asia. If anyone can take down Invictus, it is one of these one of these top 3 teams. And if anything, it's going to be Renatus. It really is going to be Renatus. But they have to prove that first. 4-3 right now. They finally have the lead, and this is the swap over. Now that they are on defense, Invictus are going to be struggling a little bit more. They had the openings available. They unfortunately lost their Thatcher a little bit too early, and it came down to trying to open a bunch of hatches that they couldn't, and they had to force their way in manually through staircases. But all those staircases without distraction are at best kill zones. We saw how the smoke went down. Ape threw out the smoke, and you know what? That gas put Hysterics in such a bad place. He was so low on health, and he got pushed into a forced team fight. He was going to lose eventually.
It's definitely a position that they don't want to keep on repeating against here, at least Invictus Gaming. Because, well, Renatus have been pretty good so far. Opening up the default, you know, sightline all the way there on the rotation into the rafters, but the damage being done to Hoven almost kills him as well. Now, sliver of his health, if that is even anything. So, Hoven, with that early damage, can continue to contest further, but he is playing on the mute, so all he has to do here is, you know, be that kind of operator player to just waste time. That's all Hoven has to really do right now. I mean, you can still see how Invictus, on the outside of things here on the southeast side, don't really have a great foothold just yet. They're trying to work on that. I think they're looking to go for like a CCTV push here and move on forward, take that control of the construction and move on forward. And seems like the whole push is going to come from mostly CCTV wall in the garage.
They've already wasted another minute on the outside doing a little bit of scoping. They need to spend this next minute getting closer to site and actually dismantling that defense to make it easier for them. But if they keep gazing and keep gawking at it, it's not going to happen. They already have one player here over CCTV waiting and in prime position. But now that they notice that, you know what, that jammer is stopping these X-Kyros from popping off, it's going to be even harder for them to even enter the site if they can't eliminate that. Of course, they've got Luna Metal, but he's nowhere near. They notice one more member in the rafters, but can they flush him up from that spot? Oh,
okay,
very
Lunar
nice.
Mel holding it down. That sheet of metal saving him, but Hoven, even though he's low HP, has no fear in the world to go for that peak. Jordan doing some damage. Hysterics able to get the kill, but what does it really mean? On top there of the rafters, Lonely taking on down Dean. Still holding, waiting. Told you, waiting as well by this red stairs. Anybody comes his way, then he could probably find the head. The Deanpa is dropped down here into the pit. I'm not too sure if we're going to expect this angle from him. This could be huge, but no, speak easy. Great anticipation to get the kill. And a quick trade off from Hoven as well. That's the second kill he's now gotten with just a sliver of health on his name.
Able to get that bulletproof camera down, and they finally got the gadgetry to open up that wall. Jordan finds a nice safe spot away from the gas. Throws down a little bit of smoke himself and is now forced to make a rotation that is going to put him in the very... Oh, he's dead! See you later. You got a C4 and a double headshot from Ape! The man on the SMG goes absolutely monkey on them and not only eliminates them, but saves them another round. So they are not only flipping the script on the scoreboard, but they are now taking the lead, Black and Blue.
This game is completely bananas right now, Lan, and not the way we would have expected here. For Renatus to potentially take map number 1 away from a team like Invictus is going to be huge, as we talked about. And they are on the path to doing exactly that. Echo here being picked now by Hoven. Lonely on that Kaid Jaeger for Adinpa. Standard stuff going on around, but they've got lots of information gathering on the Echo and Valkyrie. Cap it out from Jordan. We've seen him try to use that to flush out the rafters here over and over, but it hasn't really been getting them too much, or at least converting into a round win on this attacking side. The Thatcher is up online, but they seemingly cannot make it happen. Will it take 3 rounds for IG? 3 rounds for them to get into the game the same way Renatus did on that opening attacking half of theirs? Or will IG finally put their foot down, step on the brakes here and tell them, hey, this is our show too, and give us an actual good series? Because right now, Renatus, this double round kind of string that they've gotten right now in a row is looking to possibly turn into an earthquake if Invictus cannot really temper things down.
10 seconds to go.
They're gonna find some kind of way to enter, but they keep forgetting that Renatus, like their player, are a bunch of apes. They will run out on you, and they have done that 3 rounds now. Out of 5, they have done that 3 rounds. Back to back on this defense, and they are just so happy sending it and being that aggressive. Lunar, playing a very long angle, now has to make his way onto the site with the rest of his team, but they are very disjointed. Like I mentioned many times before, there's little backup and there's little pairing with a lot of these plays that Invictus are making here in Southeast Asia. Are they losing their edge, or are they just so confident that they don't need enough backup?
They just came off of a very hot win, right, of APAC South. We've talked about that, but potentially, who knows? Maybe they're kind of getting too confident, and Renatus are playing to that advantage for them not to expect Renatus to do this well. And yeah, it just seems like the decision making is not on point as well. Like, they take way too much time trying to work on stuff that, you know, could be otherwise avoided. All these pellets are going to be placed here, yes, but they don't really have any way of opening that up just yet. They do have a Thatcher, but he's nowhere to be seen. Here comes Lunar Metal finally to help him on that, and that should now open this wall as that EMP explodes. We're going to get that done. Opening things up right now, playing that breach, and things open on up. Now have some sightline to contest the CCTV wall into, but sight is towards Gym and Cash, so even, rather Gym and Bedroom, so even if they get CCTV and Cash, the job will only be half done at that point.
Looks like he started playing Tetris for a couple of seconds there with that L shape. Wasn't sure if it was going to really do too much, but it's achieving what he needs, and that's creating sightline into the CCTV room in order to cut out anyone on that rotation or anyone hovering in that spot. He will have to make his way onto site some other way. But now that we notice that a lot of the Toxic Babes are being popped early with 50 seconds still left in the clock, it does mean that they will have less utility to deny the last 40 seconds, which is good for Renatus. And Invictus are just keeping a lot of the very aggressive players away from advantageous spots, as they should be. Flashbangs go out, and one remember, as Speakeasy pushes in onto the bathrooms, isn't going to be spotted, but he will take a lot of damage for it.
So cut away, he's got a flashbang left remaining. Told you here, getting a kill on the Jordan. Things are collapsing now for Invictus Gaming. On the dodge on in, on the vault. The Dean Penhoven punished them for that aggression. Lunar, it's all up to him. Pistol and had Nitro Cell gonna explode, and Tolji gets him with the 1D to the face. Gets the kill onto the chest, and Renatus have taken match point from Invictus Gaming.
This is huge for a team like Renatus. Surely, if they leave on this, it is not only going to give them that high to move into the second map as we go on into somewhere, if I'm correct, we are moving on into Bank, but it is going to give them the morale boost and I suppose a little bit of pride that they managed to take a map off Invictus Gaming. Yes, Lonely has played against Invictus time and time again, but I can't say the same for the rest of his team. They are showing so much confidence and a level-headed that level-headed coordination they need in order to take on a daunting roster like that. But what's surprising me the most is that Invictus are slipping up as much as they are. Yes, they're going to take an easier time. They are coming off a big win, and they are pretty much done for the rest of the season in terms of officials. But this is still a big match for a lot of teams in Southeast Asia. You don't want to give teams like Renatus false hope or false security, thinking that, you know what, they actually won this legit. You want to make sure that you're still dominant in this entire scene, and you are not only the kings of the jungle, but also you are revered as an indomitable force within this entire space of Southeast Asia.
And to do that to a giant is definitely going to be a David story here for Renatus. But I don't believe it just yet. I don't believe it just yet, Lan. I think we got a round or two more coming from Invictus. I don't believe they're going to go down 7-3, especially here on opening map number 1. Bank is going to be a very different story. But Renatus right now, I'm sure they're going to want to end this and not let this get too far out of hand, because if Invictus Gaming start to heat on up, we know that they can be very, very difficult to deal with. But right now, those signs aren't showing just yet. We're going to have to see them come back heavily into this round. I do believe we're going to get at least one more round win from Invictus before we end this map. That is going to have to come through blood, sweat, and hard work. Right now is what they're trying to get them
from the outlines, but did take a little bit of damage in saying that Hoven, of course, has the ability to rotate quite quickly, and Adinipa takes a little bit of damage, and Lunar wins that on the vault.
Great shot by Lunar Metal, equalizing things up 4-4. This could potentially be an opportunity for Invictus Gaming to get back into this map number 1. Concuss out on here. They still have not opened the hatches, at least here on stock. They have not opened bar hatch, and Ape is going to get the kill on Hysterics. Lunar doesn't have much left in the tank to work with. Hoven dodging out here in a safety, falling down to the pit. That is huge. Quick rotations from him, making that Oryx work. Jordan has some idea. He's right around the corner here, and look at this, but no! Hoven on the swing gets the kill. Great lead into the shot, and he gets the double now. 3v2 as of the moment. 35 seconds left on the clock, and Invictus Gaming are slowly running out of steam here as they're looking to maybe get kicked out of map number 1.
Jordan saw the pre-fire hitting the pipes, and he still pushed into that angle. Joe and Lunar have so much work ahead of them in order to keep this from slipping into Renatus' hands and giving up map 1. For the first time in Operation League, by the way, their track record here is literally 4-0. They are undefeated tonight. Triple. And oh, there we go. Renatus take round 10, the first map here in this best of 3 series, leading on. And we're going to be moving on to Bank after the 7-3. Wow.
With a shotgun pistol as well there from Hoven. Very, very apt to end off the game. What a map number 1 from Renatus in this series, and that's exactly what you need to be able to get into this. When you are in these kind of like underdog situations, you need that. You need those kills. You need that map number 1 to take it.
Hoven leading with 18 frags at the end of that game. The only player to actually lead with... No one was close to his scoreline, by the way. Nobody. So if we're going to talk about carries on that roster, it's Hoven himself.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesian Pride definitely waving that flag up high right now, but you're going to have to continue on and continue that momentum in the bank, because who knows, it might just be a robbery here by Renatus over Invictus. We're going to find out on map number 2 after the break. Black and Blue and LAN will be back.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. my work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
We're back after this break. Thank you so much for staying with us here. Black and Blue still joining us, of course, and my name is Lan. We are going into a second map with Renatus versus Invictus Gaming, and we just saw something absolutely unheard of, which was Invictus Gaming losing a map. They have won 4 maps in a row straight, 4 maps in a row straight, and now Renatus take one out under their feet. It's pretty crazy to think that another team in Southeast Asia can actually hold a candle to them. Black and Blue, how was that last game for you?
Lovely, honestly. I love to see it. You love to see these underdogs win these tournaments. You love to see, you know, kind of the bar between the top of the line in Southeast Asia, kind of closing that gap between the rest of the teams. It just goes to show that, you know, the rest of the scene is elevating itself to that high bar, to that high metric that teams like Invictus, like Giants and all have set in the Southeast Asian region. So you love to see it. But for a team like Renatus, it's definitely a big updraft to their confidence, but the job is only half done. They've only taken 1 map. They're going to need a second map here to really secure this series. And as you guys can see in the bottom of our screen, we're going into Bank, which is a map pick of Invictus. And it's a map that not every single team is necessarily too comfortable with playing, especially in a competitive setting. And so that could be something that, you know, Invictus are maybe banking off of. And I wouldn't be surprised if we honestly go to our final decider of a map.
Bank is one of the least played maps. It has only been played 3 times in this entire league. Only a bit more rare than Villa and Coastline. But in saying that, it is not the first choice, like you said, for a lot of teams. They're not very confident on this map, considering there aren't many spots that you can defend in good solidarity anymore. A lot of it's been exposed, and attackers have a pretty decent advantage on it. So, IG getting the ban here on that last pick for the defense. Not sure exactly who it could be, but okay. So this is really weird. The Monty ban, I understand. Monty is directly pointed towards the middle, And Monty in this map in its tight spaces and a lot of its these linear corridors is extremely powerful. But the Oryx is kind of shocking to me.
Well, I mean, to be fair, to be very fair, they did kind of pop off with that Oryx a while ago in Clubhouse in the hands of Hoven, right? And maybe it's a very direct ban coming here from IG. They're like, okay, let's stop this monkey business. Let's get to the real meat of the game. Once again, though, no Thatcher ban coming in here. We're not really seeing him in play as of yet here, at least on the opening round of Bank. Is going to be that Hibana ban, which honestly is a huge ban, I think. Like, look at this basement site. There's 4 hatches for you to open, and to not have that Hibana is definitely going to be something to really hamper any attacking side here. But we're going to the second floor sites to start off map number 2, Invictus Gaming. They need this map more so than ever. They lose this. That is not the way they would have expected their group stage to go.
You're absolutely. Now with a blemish on their record as well, IG have to be very smart with how they do this. And if Lunar Metal sets up that mirror inside Closet, he's going to need corridor control on point. He cannot get flanked in this position or it is game over for them. It is a very exposed position as well with only a little bit of cover available to them. But to be fair, it does eliminate anyone coming in for rappel play or anyone perhaps coming through the corridors for that opening there as well. Lonely now going to be rotating all the way into the front side of the map, and we do see him use that corridor of course that has been added on, and a couple of stray shots from Ape will not connect to the one member hovering around the offices upstairs.
I'm curious to see, Lan, how exactly they plan to establish that hard corridor control. They do not have hallway control. They pretty much lose the round because their entire setup is based on having that. And their mirror windows are evident of that aspect. With this wall being opened up here right now on the top of the wall, you can see they're currently being breached by the Ace and held by Ape. This is already going to hamper that push. They should have expected that, and I'm pretty sure that they have that in mind here in Invictus Gaming, but you can't really anchor down in stock anymore because of the holes in there and because of the pressure from the outside. So what is the game plan here? How do they hold on to this further?
They do see a couple of pixels and they notice a head or two actually pop up. Lonely unable to connect those shots. We'll have to pull back and wait for the right rotation, but he can't waste too much time. Only a minute 40 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a rotation and a push onto the site as soon as possible. Toji has a good place right below the enemy team and might be able to open that mirror window, and he so does. But now that he's opened that position, where else is he gonna place himself and the rest of the team? Because they're slowly dismantling that defense, but they're not taking territory.
They are making lots of openings here, but as you said, they're not necessarily putting their foot through the door. It does get them that hallway control, yes. For the meantime, I'm pretty sure that they have some idea that the elevators is being occupied by Hysterics here. Great catch on that Wamai Magnet to try and continue to hold on to that. The barricades on the castle will not...
A really important point to note is that the drone economy was pretty poor. Not only did they waste a lot of the drones, I feel like when we noticed that the Buck was droning and put the drone on the spiral stairs, we noticed that Dinipa on that Yana also used the Gemini hologram and essentially just droned for himself down into the bottom floor. And what does that accomplish? Let's ask that real question right now. What does that accomplish? You are double droning two members next to each other, and one of you is not capitalizing. There's a lot of territory you could have taken there. You could have repositioned for one another and or, you know, use the hologram to bait someone out. But they didn't use that. They didn't do any of that. They just used the Gemini hologram as a clone, not to bait out any shots or to play bait and switch for a kill, but to just drone. And I don't want to harp on about it, but too much longer. But poor use of wasted utility and just a lot of time that got thrown out the window. a little bit of a setup on that staircase is gonna ensure that someone's gonna be able to play on those blue stairs. A little bit of a nice little shield here is actually a pretty good choice. It's gonna allow Speakeasy to set up quite confidently to cover not only his 6, but also anyone pushing through central stairs here around the office hallway.
I do think that, to be quite honest, Invictus, they got away with one there in that round. Like, that opening round, it did seem like Renatus, they were kind of, you know, dismantling, as you said, the defensive setups of Invictus, and it didn't look too well for them. But they're pretty fortunate that, first of all, Renatus weren't really capitalizing on that, and second, that player like Hysterics just completely popped off there on the Jaeger, and able to buy them out of those tough situations. And sometimes it's just what you need. A bit of that star power, firepower on all of these players to get you in a win. But now, you're going to basement. Lots of hatches to be dealt with. They got lots of breaching charges to use here as well. They have an ace. Honestly, would have preferred the thermite in this situation to open up more hatches and doors and walls as well, but do bring that ace. They got the hard breach charges as well for the important hatches at the very least, but only 2 they will be able to open.
In saying that, Maverick could have also been a pretty decent option. However, the problem is that he is quite slow with that, and Ace does a better job in terms of being able to cover for himself. Maverick requires a lot of backup and a lot of support. Drone does survive this time, but Tolji will be hot droning for no one as Lonely finally makes it to the point, but a little bit too late. Flashbang goes right down behind him, and it does look like perhaps he might be able to push this angle here and trade in one shot and take a bit of toxic gas as a bit of punishment.
There's a proxy mine somewhere around there, but Renatus 3v5 right now, looking really good on this attack. A minute left on the clock. Can't jinx it as of the moment. As told, he's looking to make a play here. Try and go from that main stairs, maybe help them on the pincer, apply, you know, or rather relieve some pressure away from the server players here right now. They do have some, you know, space and some control to try and go for this plant. You're gonna maybe want to fish for a kill first. Almost getting one there. Very lucky, Speakeasy. Lonely holding the angle as well. Unfortunately, he does not land the shot, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, Speakeasy. Be careful what he's trying to peek over here. Almost lost his head once. Does not want to try the second time around.
He has a couple of yokai drones still available for him, and he might be able to actually stop and disrupt that plant.
Oh.
EE1D gets popped, and they do get revealed. Tolji gonna push in and pick up Jordan along with him. Joe will take out 8, but it does look like the plant is gonna go down. Yeah, that's not gonna be stopped just yet, but oh, they do manage to put a damper on that, and IG win round 2. Just in the last couple of seconds, they do manage to pull in a little bit of a clutch for themselves, and Renatus get mowed down systematically.
Oh, this is looking to go all the way down to the wire. Invictus Gaming. Will they bring us into map number 3? Possibly. Seeming to be the case. A Lunar here. Lunar Metal. And Speakeasy. Great job by them to hold things down, especially Speakeasy there on that Echo. No garage presence meant he had nothing to worry about. Nothing to look over his shoulder for. And that just gave him a clear sightline and path into contesting that plant. Great use of the Echo there. The yokai drones, he didn't even have to come in. He didn't even have to deny plant with the yokai drones because he brought his gun out. M5 SD was more than enough to deal with the situation. 2 rounds now going in the way of Invictus. You're me going here now to the open area. Not a sight you see all the time, but it's one quite delightful to see how teams like to replay this one. For the meantime, though, Renatus on their attacking side. We got that Lion, Finka, Yana as well for information, Ace, which they've been bringing every time around, and Tolji on that Buck. They do not have that much soft destruction from them, but they got quite a bit of nades. That might just be enough, at least, to capitalize if there's any else that would be bulletproof on the side of Invictus.
They should be able to make something very nice happen here. 2-0 right now. IG actually finding, they're still leading this, and we expect them to lead. Renatus, of course, have had their time in the sun, but is it over for them? Now that we're moving over into the open area, like you said, it is not a site that gets played very often, and that's because it's very easy to attack, and there's a lot that you have to defend. But in saying that, the defense can be quite elaborate in playing upstairs and downstairs as well, with 2 levels of vertical play. The verticality on that side can be very beneficial, especially if you're going to be playing all the way over into Archive. But having said that, that would spread your roster quite thin, as you have to cover a lot of ground. But you know what would have been good last round for the attackers?
What?
One operator to change the whole game and make those yokais completely useless. A Thatcher.
And speaking of, he's not even bad. So yeah, you're right on the money on that.
Yeah,
Could
exactly.
have definitely helped their case, and even the electrified walls would definitely be something a bit quite easier to deal with. Great hold here, Adine punishing Hysterics for the over peak there. Get that opening pick, and Renatus, can they take an opening round here? Can they maybe cut this lead down to a single round? Secure this remains to be seen. They're in the right path to doing so, and when they're playing against a site here, like the open area, well, it's going to be even much more so possible.
When he gets popped, no one's revealed, but they do manage to transverse that second floor in a little bit more safety. Now that they might notice a little late that a lot of members are actually held up in Archives, and the actual site is free, by the way. Both sites are completely free. It is open for the taking if they can make it onto point in time. But Renatus have to make this transition over there, and they might just drop that hatch or not. It doesn't look like they're going to do that, but they will throw out the Gemini. They're going to try to get a little bit more intel. Where are you sending your Gemini, my guy? Peeking downstairs to make sure no one's going to be on the flank. Lonely finds another kill into Jordan, and that's 4-2 as Tolji picks up another one to Luna.
Tolji, great opening find from him. 5 versus 2 as he talked about land, and this is looking like an opening round for Renatus. Sight not necessarily the best, but Joe, he's going to answer back with a DMR in hand. That will be his only spoken word. A speak easy will be the last one left remaining. He's going to have to blurt out a complete sentence here to try and get this round with a UMP in hand and low HP. He gets that kill on a Lonely. What a shot from him. But he's going to have to do even more. Heroics here are going to have to come in for a player like Speakeasy. It's not going to be something too out of task. Oh, he's honestly super lucky he didn't just get one-shotted by that super shorty. But told you he's going to get the kill anyways at the end.
He's going to be kicking himself once he watches this VOD back. Unfortunately, he gets taken out there, and he is unable to connect any of those shots through the soft wall. But that is the first round for Renatus, and it is a strong one as well. Not only did Invictus misplay and leaving no one on site and pretty much giving that all the way up to them, Renatus did such a great job at slowly moving onto point and just making sure they covered their six and covered their ground. I did notice, of course, that as they moved onto site, I called them out for just wasting a lot of time and not setting onto the point. But in saying that, they don't know that no one's on that site, and it's just my frustrations. I apologize for that. But Renatus definitely do spend a lot of time ops point, and we really need them to just be more assertive with their placement. We'll be seeing that, of course. Now we're going to be having the castle put up some of those barricades over those windows, and it's going to be pretty important for Joe to be able to cover that line of sight, just because playing upstairs again is going to be very strong for them. We saw them win on that last round upstairs, and it was pretty much nearly a flawless round. Hysterics went absolutely crazy with the triple kill, but can they repeat that? Has Renatus learned from this? I would say that yes, Renatus do learn quite quickly, and they are adapting very fast. Lonely is not a stubborn player, but can they use that drone economy a little bit better?
Land, my man. Look at this. Aruni being picked here, and they're going for the second floor site. Are we in for some hijinks? Perhaps, but I think they're going to use it a bit more tactically. It can be a very, very strong, I guess, execute tool to have that Aruni in your composition to, you know, maybe, let's say, take the lane real quick or get themselves in a stock
Amaru
real quick. Yeah, sorry. Amaru, yes. Words A. Amaru, yes. Well, in this case, Yana taken down very low. Not a good prospect, but yeah, the Amaru can definitely be something that isn't always a meme, as maybe many a ranked player might assume. But like for hatch plays, it can be very beneficial, and you can see that there, Hoven. If you put it on a player like him, he can definitely pop on and off, and for him to just barrel his way into the main lobby here, that was a huge pick off. for Renatus.
Putting some of those flashbangs down, he might be able to transverse through the hatch, but oh, if he doesn't notice the one member just above, he does notice him though.
If he goes up, he might actually kick him in
Oh,
the
he's
face.
gonna walk into it! Surely! Oh no! Flashbang goes right back on him, but as he actually leaves the spot, he will be taken down on his grapple through, and it is unsuccessful. Joe with a double kill through 2 different angles of the map, covers that second floor beautifully.
Joe is spectacular on this castle. We've seen him hit some very good shots. I told you, he has some idea here. The ping is out for him. He knows that there's someone there, but he's still not opening with the master key, at least. This has been something that we've seen even on Clubhouse, where he'd open 2 separate holes, but the player would be playing in between that. And he's not able to necessarily kind of flush him out just as a moment. On the peak here, Joe, that's a triple kill with a UMP on the castle. Hello? What are you doing? Joe, man, he is completely decimating Renatus here. Just when they had the lead in a 5v3, they're letting it slip away. And this is something that can be quite frustrating to see as well, because they've had these advantages. Tolji gets that kill on the Joe, but it's down to a 1v2. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Tolji. Lunar, Metal taken down. Speak easy, last one left alive. It's a 1v2 for all intents and purposes. Adimpa, yes, is down, not out, but no position to get that res. And Tolji secures the round. What a play from him at the cusp of it. RTS finally tie up the game.
A massive round for Tolji as he just waltzes right through, covers for the rest of his team, and gets some very impressive kills. He toggled onto that head, and he managed to land such valuable shots in saving some time. He still had a couple of seconds left on that clock as well. Tolji saving that round and actually leveling the playing field, equalizing it 2-2 right now between IG and Renatus, showing that they can stand back-to-back maps against the giants that Invictus are, and that's not a that's actually a pretty decent pun on their former team organization. But in saying that, we're going to be seeing that the Thermite is swapping over to Zafia. They're going to go downstairs. They still have a lot of hard breach with the breaching charges that Tolji has been bringing so far, back-to-back rounds, just becoming an absolute breaching monster. Goes to work on those hatches, absolutely, yes. Lonely on the ace this time around instead. Fantastic work instead of Ape being on that. But I think Ape really suits a more frag heavy operator with some fancy recoil control. Not really someone that I expect to see on Ace, but seeing him with Zafia, that suits him a little bit better.
Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
In this case, Hoven now back on that lion. No more Amaru business. Did find that kill with it a while ago, but knowing that they're going to be probably going to basement, I think it's a smart decision to flex off of that. 2-2. Renatus. Honestly, they have lost 2 rounds, but at least one of them, I feel like, should have been a win from Renatus. And Invictus Gaming, we know the caliber that they are. We know that in their purest and best form, probably no team here operationally can stand up to what they've done and stand up to how they can play. But right now, it's not the Renatus, rather it's not the Invictus that is to be expected. So Renatus doing really good right now to use these openings, taking second floor control real quick. Look at these very quick peaks. Should be able to get this control, and that is it. The second floor control by them, they can now work their way downwards and hopefully have enough time for their sake on this execute. But the blue hold here, I think there's a player inside blue, should be Joe. He's going to propose a problem as they try and take towards the square side.
Doing a little bit of homework right now. They got to make sure that no one is on their 6. I'm not sure if they realize that a lot of the members are actually on site waiting for the opportunity, but they are taking ground quite swiftly and quite confidently as well, making sure they cover their crossfire and they make sure they cover their angles as well. Tolji will be getting into work on these hatches, and I just want to say that Buck has become an absolute monster of utility recently.
I quite like it as an early adopter of Buck when he came out for Black
Same.
Eyes. So I do miss the nades though, not gonna lie. I do miss the
Yep.
nades though, but
Yeah,
it is
everyone
what it
misses
is.
the nades, but I mean, like, who cares if you're an attacker? You know, your life is supposed to be pain.
I guess.
Oh my
that's all
gosh!
game right now, but Lunar, oh my goodness.
Shotgun
He got the
for
kill with that. I
shotgun.
think he killed him with a master key. So,
Yep, he did.
Shotgun
It was a shotgun
for
for shotgun
shotgun?
kill. Yep, pretty
okay.
much.
Speaking of Buck. Here we go.
A lot of good utility being scouted out here. Some good drone work being done. Adinapa's going to be able to drop and transverse down the stairs quite well. Takes out the ADS as well for good measure. And will be able to take out the proximity alarms as well, just to make sure that his team get as much cover as possible. Ape will be rotating down to try to cover his team from the central stairs, or perhaps even from this hatch here. He has a little bit of work to do, but checking the vanilla cams back to back, that's just poor comms from his team to not communicate that these have been eliminated, or even to remember that these things have been eliminated. It is wasting a lot of time. 12 seconds left on the clock, and they need to make a move.
He's gonna have to hot drop here. The Nitro Cell is gonna deny that plan, but no, a good kill from Hysterics on the drop. What a shot from him. He gets a double and triple, a quadruple kill from Hysterics. Completely maniacal. And Invictus Gaming have taken a third round. But what a play, what a player. Big time players make those big time plays, and Hysterics is going huge as of the moment.
Oh, the pistol as well, not to be denied. The glory. Of course, the German pistol is one of the most accurate in the game. Cannot deny that it is probably the most, one of the most efficient sidearms. But can they do this? It's so close. I actually don't know what to think. If it wasn't for Hysterics popping off, they would have lost that round. He needed to pull off that 3K, because as soon as Warden sent that C4, he was dead. Yeah, 2 rounds now, he got a triple kill, and this time a 4. And
Yeah.
it's really hard. It's really hard to consistently
the opening
do that.
round of this map, if Hysterics did not get that double kill and then the triple and then the kill right after to make it a triple, rather on that opening round when they were holding this exact site, I don't think that Invictus would have won that round. I think we could have very easily been in a 4-2 or maybe a 4-1 right now in the favor of Renatus. But Invictus Gaming, this is where their magic is made, honestly, when they can just somehow, some way, put up these plays that don't make sense, that don't really come into any playbook, but individually they step up, and sometimes that's exactly what you need in a game here like Rainbow. Yes, strategy is the name of the game. It's the way you want to play, but sometimes you need a bit of that star power to get you out of a tough spot, and Hysterics, he is shining so bright.
30 seconds and you're still outside the building, not enough recon work, and if you don't win the prep phase, you don't win the game. That might not be the case here for Renatus, but they are playing quite a long game on these angles. And we see a very similar setup from IG controlling over this banana curve inside and around the elevators as well. So it's not completely bad for them, but now that, Lonely actually has a pretty decent spot for that camera and might be able to fish out a little bit of intel and a couple of the enemy team members hovering around. So is he able to capitalize on this? That's the next question. They have to actually make a move onto the site, and they might just go through the stats room, or perhaps... Nah, they wouldn't go down this hatch. No, no way. No way, not
No
that.
way.
Not there. No way. Just holding
No,
the holding the
Adiva.
crossfire.
Okay, so he does use his hologram to that information, make sure, just in case it was. But now knows that's definitely not an idea he wants to try and really put into fruition. So going out, spotting some utility here and there, some of my magnets that might propose a problem, but Hove an opening kill. But at the same time, Lan, we've seen them get these opening kills. We've seen them even go into 5v3, but still lose a round. And that is something you do not want to have as RTS. They need this third round if they want any chance of coming into this game, because I feel like Invictus are starting to warm up.
I'm not so sure why they're scared of that bulletproof camera. They have an angle on its vulnerable points on the side. They're just not willing to transverse or cross that window as they might be taken out. And there we go, Jordan gets taken out by Ape as he apes his way through and tries to make it all the way to stock.
That he has, successfully. Good pre-fire there on the walk-in closet door. Just to make sure he doesn't get peeked, but Lunar goes for that peek on a lonely. Double L's being taken here. Dolji laying in the hallway, waiting for someone to come his way as well. On the spam just to open that sightline. Mirror window should be broken on open. Almost spots the head there of Lunar Metal. He's going to try and aggress around the corner, rather Joe. Does get that kill on the Ape here. 3v3, this is what we talked about. Now Lunar has been taken on down, not just out yet, but he is down for the count. Speak Easy, playing inside the walk-in closet, has a shotgun in his hands, and he's gonna find the double! This is why he's so deadly! But the Deepa gets the second now of the round, finally securing the kill. Would not have expected him if he was continuing to hold that. I honestly would have believed that Invictus could clutch that round out, but he turns his back, and Deepa capitalizes on it.
3-3. It's not over for RTS. They're definitely playing this real-time strategy game here. They know exactly how they're going to be playing this. A little hesitant in some points, but with good cause. We see time and time again, vaulting through stock is deadly. The fact that they made it through stock and survived is surprising. But managing to capitalize on this and actually take some pretty good position has led to some great success here so far. Round 7 now for the swap over, and it's the first time we're seeing them on defense here on Bank. So I don't know how Renatus are going to play this, but they are starting down in the vault and basement. So if it's anything to mention, we have not seen a dock this entire league. It is one of the rarest picks possible, and we've seen Capcans before, but we've never seen a dock. And you know, Doc is an operator that's just consistently handy. Never a bad pick, but never the best pick either.
Yeah, he's just there, you know? He's like your side.
He's just there. He's just there.
To be fair, there was a time wherein you would see a Doc and a Rook in every single Bank game that you'd play and see, because when spawn peaks. Look at that triple lineup of the ADS is perfect, beautiful. Basement site now to be taken, LAN, and it's a Renatus side on the defense. We have seen them honestly give away 2 rounds. This should be, on paper, a 5-1 scoreline. But Invictus are so good at making these comebacks happen, and they get an opening pick here as well. Speak Easy taking that damage, but at the very least, they get the kill.
Heals it back up with the Adrenal Surge. We do see Tolji go down almost immediately to LA1. Just melting the defense as they try to play this external roam game and deny entry to the into the basement. But they keep forgetting they are not playing in this lobby. Most of the time you see basement defenses, it's either on that 3rd floor or perhaps maybe just all downstairs. And as far as going as this as the blue stairs itself, we do see that this time around, you know what? Roaming doesn't work. Not against IG, at least. With only 2 members left on that map, it looks like IG might just be able to take this out quite easily, especially with Ape being the only one really on site. Oh no, Adenipa has actually made it back in as well. So they're all focused on this one central stairs, of course. They have shotguns ready. They've got the utility ready, and he still has all 3 of his toxic babes. So he can deny 40 seconds, 60 seconds. Completely deny the last minute of the map. But they have 2 entries at this point. They have 2 ways of entering. They're committing a lot of utility over onto the center part of this rotation here. Ape's going to transverse right through, and it does look like they're going to start denying a little bit with that, using the toxic babes. So will Invictus actually rotate over on into server? Actually take this one out. Pre-fire from a Dinipa. Might look like a double peek. No. Actually going to make a lot of noise on that barbed wire. Flashbang goes out. Does force them to pull back a little bit. No one's going to be hear anything. They won't be able to hear that. But Ape taking a lot of damage. Losing the duel there. And will be taken out as every last member on the attacking team. Drops the hatch. Picks them up on that rotation. And leave with a flawless round.
Complete janitorial surgical dismantling here of that opening attacking round from Invictus Gaming. Very nicely done for them. Super clean as well. Flawless in every aspect. Renatus. We would have expected them to be better on the defensive side here. But alas, it doesn't seem to be the case. And maybe those 2 rounds that they gave up in the opening attacking half of theirs is something that they are really, really gonna want to have gotten on the board. Looking to switch out the smoke here for maybe that dock that you talked about, but Valkyrie it is, and Valkyrie gets so much information value here in a map like Banquet. That main lobby, a single cam completely gets everything in sight. Basement, a single cam can honestly win you a round, like towards square, know where to regress, maybe inside the server, have that information.
Going to enable them to take some better risks and recover from that as well. Ape going to be able to heal up just a little bit, providing a little bit more of a bolster for his health. And there we go, Speakeasy already trying to shoot his way through victory and blind fire through a couple of soft tissue walls. Reloading because he has the opportunity to, of course, but Hysteric's making his way through the lobby, almost unimpeded. We'll gain some good territory for the rest of his team, knowing that they will be able to take that advantage for themselves as well. But he's not focused so far on being able to do too much, and that C4 picks up Speakeasy. I don't know how. I wish I saw that, but you know what? Without that finger boost, that does put them in a disadvantage because they can no longer play aggressively as they expected to.
Yeah, and with Renatus here having a Thunderbird online, they're going to have a lot more sustain that Invictus Gaming were hoping to have on their side as well with that Finka. But Joe does get taken down here. Rather, does take down Tolji here. Brings it to a 4-4. For you to lose that Mozzie, big pick. No Nitro Cell left remaining. Hoven did burn his, and Ape still has his Nitro Cell, so it's the only one remaining on this team. But for the rest of RTS, well, damage done towards Joe. Starks trying to help up here on top of the second floor. They know that Lonely is going to be somewhere here trapped in an island. He's able to get that kill, finding him inside it. Now they can finally make their way towards downstairs. On the square, droning in. The blue stairs, though, is being held here. That Mozzie Pest is going to deny that, and Thunderbird peeking on out real quick from Hoven. It's going to eventually confirm the drone. So 50 seconds left on the clock. They have to step on it at this moment.
Joe's already dropped quite low, and we do see 4 members of IG converge over here on central stairs in the office hallway. Will they be able to make this happen? I'm not sure what their plan is. They look a little bit lost, but they only have 30 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of the utility is still around for Hoven. He really has put that station down. Where? Oh, he's going through car park. He's going through car park. It's the safest space for him. I do give that to him. But Ape is still around. He still has a C4 left in his pocket, and he still has those cameras. A couple of members like Tolji are keeping an eye on for him. They have eyes on anyone, and there you go. He gets taken down. And oh, Ape gets traded back by Hysterics, going for a double kill. But they still have only 3 seconds left to get the plant down, and all Hoven has to do is bait it out. And they have the plant down. He's going to be able to trade it over. And yes, no! He misses the shots! They hit the desk! He misses! And he goes absolutely wide. If he got that shot, he would have won the round. But unfortunately, it is not the case so far. Wow!
Oh,
that is unlucky!
Oh my goodness, maybe with his spear out, he could have found that poke. He could have found that small sliver of his head or his leg sticking out and confirmed the kill. But that was a completely committed peek. Like, if you go for a peek like that, you have to know that a second after you're about to die, right? That was going to be the thing to do, and he did the right thing to do. That is exactly what you would do in that situation, even though you would probably die a second later. But just unfortunate, super unfortunate, that he could not get that plant denial go, and he could not land the shot barely a sliver too low, hitting the table, the desk. Unfortunately, in a game with lots of wall bangs, that one isn't bangable, and it just bites him around. IG, cusp of match point already, and this Echo from RTS could be one of their final outcries to maybe get a round here in this map.
Can you tell the casters are flustered? Can you tell that we're a little, like, rustled by that last misplay? unfortunately, just not able to connect those shots has just led to a 5-3 lead for Invictus Gaming. This is very sad for Renatus. It's not a thrown round, but it definitely was very achievable for them. And if anything, I just want to say that is the kind of decision making you need to have. He made the right decision. He just unfortunately just could not land the shots. I don't know how else to mention it, but so far it's an okay time on defense for Renatus. 2 rounds into this so far. Moving on to our third, it does mean that they still have some room to be able to win this. They need to take 4 rounds back to back though in order to take this clean. If not, we are going all the way to Chalet, and you're going to be able to close this.
Lingering around, you know, the catwalk above and in the hallway. So you can try and open this on up, but electrification will pose a problem here. Not able to open that up as of the moment. They do not have a Thatcher, even though he isn't banned. He isn't in play for contention, at least in this round. Lunar, Metal, trying to drone here into, you know, the stairs, and as of the meantime, Renatus, all they have to do is continue denying these drones, play that angle, play these positions to just keep on hampering their pushes, just waste time. Though, elevator angle has been spotted on out. Drone will not connect. If he had a nade, though, he would have been a better chuck.
Drone activated.
They still have a couple of drones left available to them and a lot of utility. A grenade still on Speakeasy does mean that he can play very aggressively, especially with that LMG. But the 2 smokes, we barely see smoke actually get used here on any of these maps so far. Surely Jordan should be able to create some cover for himself, and no, he doesn't need that at all as he collects the headshot along with Speakeasy's grenade as I speak about it. But Joe gets traded back by Tolji, and that leaves him all alone. Ape getting taken up by Jordan as well.
MX8, the storm here. Gonna have to bring it. Tolji in his hands is gonna be deadly, but Lunar gets a quick trade. Good job by him. Did not let it get too out of hand. 6-3. Invictus have taken match point land, and we're looking to maybe go into that third and final map decider. It's honestly feeling to be the case. Renatus right now look completely lost in the second half. I think we might just be in a done map number 2 rather.
Sorry, I just looked at the chat and everyone's talking about the chair. The steel desk. It's really good. In saying that, we are on match point now. It's not looking good for Renatus, I'm telling you that for sure. It's like, wow, man. Invictus are switching up this quickly. Renatus had some really good moments, but they've thrown it away. Now that they're going up top into Predator, into CEO, and that third floor, I am unsure if this is going to be enough for them. They cannot defend down bot. They cannot defend up top. They are not doing well at all on this defensive rounds, and it is showing. It is showing.
To be fair, this map can be
10 seconds remaining.
honestly a lot of pressure on the defense, and they're looking to really anchor down here on 90 of the hallway. What they need to do. It's been a position that we've seen IG be very adept at taking time and time again. 2 rounds now, they've taken that without much of a problem. And so for a team like Renatus to double down on that, I'm not sure if it's the best idea. They were able to, get that electrification to really, I guess, slow down Invictus Gaming, but it didn't stifle them by any means. It didn't stop them. It did just slow them down. You have to do a bit more of that to be able to even have a chance of coming back in this game. 3 rounds perfectly, flawlessly. They're going to have to play from now on. Otherwise, we're going to map number 3. In that case, Invictus, I will say, would have the advantage in that aspect. So, Renatus, as I said, man, 2 rounds that they could have honestly taken more on that attacking half of theirs, but they give it on up, and that's certainly one they're going to maybe lose sleep about if this series doesn't go their way. Jordan gets that kill here in Adinepa, and that is not a good sign for a team like RTS here with their backs against the wall.
There you go, Jordan getting taken out by Told You there. So the alibi coming in quite handy. The MX8 Storm, obviously a very, very accurate gun. And it's no surprise that it's getting a bit of a nerf coming up soon. Hoven as well, going to be playing on those staircases over by the skylight, is exposed, but is quite safe considering the position of the enemy team. Lonely with the magnets will be able to cover his 6 as he puts it down near the spiral staircase. And as they transverse through this lobby, they have to keep in mind that not only are they going to be able to... Oh, yep, you have to pick up the diffuser, of course. But not only are they going to have to gain a little bit more knowledge, but they only have a minute left to do that and to execute whatever plan they devise within this time and space. Lonely, despite the magnets, will be taken down here. Had one in his pocket, unable to use that now. Looks like he will be bleeding out because Ape is unable to actually meet up with him and connect or save his teammate. Hysterics goes down, and that's a massive blow to their roster, as now they don't have one of their best consistent players. Speakeasy, of course, is still available to them, and the rest of the roster who are just as competent. But now that we see him actually pop in that Adrenal Surge and push up the spiral stairs, he's going to have to trade with some of the best, as they have a great line of sight on him and his head. And there we go, Told You, picking up a headshot onto him for a double kill.
Using his clones to perfection there. 2v4, Renatus not giving up a round just yet. Ape is able to go insane and find Lunar. Will he be able to escape out of this situation? Joe, tagged up from the side. Too much pressure on him. They can honestly pincer him right now, and that they do. RTS do not go down just yet. Stay alive. Another one. One more round at the very least here for Renatus to bring it 6-4. He can bring us to overtime. Well, they were able to win overtime on map number 1. Can they do it here on map number 2 once again?
Renatus have just a little bit of a leg to go before we can take it into an overtime match. It is not completely unheard of. It is not completely impossible for them. Showing their performance in that last round there definitely does sit well with me. Considering that I know what they're capable of. Seeing Lonely actually play a more passive role instead of the aggressive roamer that we are so accustomed seeing him play is very different for me. But now that we are... Oh no, please don't bring in 2 UMP-45s, man. We don't need that. They're going to go to the archives, however. The castle is going to be very valuable here, especially if they're going to be opening up the wall into open area. That is going to be able to let them play a little bit more ranged, a little bit more open, and but it does mean that they have a lot of responsibility. There are so many openings available over in open area. It can leave them very exposed. We do see a little bit of a rotation with Ape actually pushing into that space now. Can we see a 2-floor defense? I would really like to see a CEO room hold for this defense as well.
Perhaps, but the question remains if it'll even be effective. Mirror window being placed on here, which I'm not holding my breath out for that to really gain them too much value, unreinforced and all. Not necessarily always a bad idea, but they're extending very heavily here, and I'm just a bit worried if they are kind of spreading what they've got too thinly. It's not unheard of, obviously, to spread into the open office, but other teams like to extend vertically when playing this site, and so I'm just curious if it's going to work out. And Lonely, he gets tagged up early, and that is usually a telltale sign that you have spread yourself thin, that you do not have enough reinforcements, you do not have enough great positions, because, well, there isn't much to hide behind. And Lunar, he's going to get that kill on the Ape, and Lonely's low as well, so this is not looking well for Renatus. There's a kill, and that could be the end of the game.
Give me Lunar's perspective. I want to know how this man is getting these kills. But losing your smoke so early is huge. You are no longer able to actually defend for the last minute for free. And instead now you're going to have to take these fights. Hoven unable to play this vertical game because no one's above him. Everyone's still outside the building and or just on the same floor in the lobby. And he's looking for literally no one right now. He sees one member over near stock, but it's not going to be somewhere he's going to be able to play with using C4. And he can't shoot him from below either. It's a bit of a waste considering where he is at this point, but he's not able to connect those shots as well just because of the barring and the flooring just above him, not giving him the actual clear angle on that. So, with the last 3 members on their team, can they actually hold this down? Those are it doesn't look like it so far because they are spread thin, like we mentioned so many times before. Now that they've opened up some of this walling as well and some of these footholds, Hoven is so focused on using this cardiac sensor that he is no longer taking a lot of these angles. Tolji takes one up with the Vector, maybe a second kill for him as well. But right now, as they transverse, they actually survive. Adinapa doesn't go down despite taking a lot of shots. And Speakeasy finally finds Tolji, so that's a massive takeaway on their team yet again, losing more and more valuable members.
I don't know about this one. I'm not sure if the pulse was the right idea. They could have went for the Nitro Cell kill earlier on, but it does not connect this time around. Waste of utility, waste of a pick, and honestly probably waste of a round right now. Flash is on out. Cardiac sensor is going to be his only lifeline, his only saving grace to try and buy him out of the situation. So 2v4, Adinepa. Very low. But I'm not sure if Adinpa is going to be able to find that. He actually does on the Speakeasy. Plant will try and go down. They're going to try and stick it as well. Try to contest here. If he had the Nitro Cell, would have been a great chance to throw it on out and deny that. Switches to his pistol. Lunar will get the kill at the end, and so will Joe. Why are you sprinting? Of course it happens here on Bank to the great man himself. But now Invictus Gaming have brought us into a third map.
Why are you sprinting in the last 3 seconds of the map? The plant is already down. The timer has been extended. You don't have to sprint. What do you know they're in front of you? Like a completely disappointing play at the very end. I don't know where their vertical control went. I don't know why Hoven was so focused on a member of the enemy team that he sees through the cardiac sensor that he cannot connect to. The flooring in that space is all hard. He is clearly not within the kill zone of a C4. What is the point of throwing the C4 there? It was a desperation move. They were panicking. They were flustered. They lost their cool in that last round, and it's so clear to see that because a lot of those moves would have never led to a kill, and they still did that because they were just hoping. They just forgot what the map actually looks like. So a bit disappointing from that last point there on that defense for Renatus. I definitely thought they would have had a clear grip on that, but the inability to take that for themselves and convert that into a win has led IG to take pretty much an easy take over Bank, a clean heist, a clean robbery, as there was little to no resistance.
Yeah, and there are some rounds there they honestly kind of felt like thrown away. From the side of RTS, you saw the scramble happen, but we'll get back to that after the break here. Map number 3, the final one of the day, will go on after the break.
Clash on this round, on this defense of the second floor. That basement defense.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada al tiempo
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello, welcome back here now to the final map about to happen between these two teams, Renatus versus Invictus. We didn't expect it to go this way, but alas, here we are. I am Black and Blue, with me is Land the Man, and we're here for the final map as well. Map vetoes to go on here. Our final map of the day to be played, I believe, should be Chalet. What do you think of that, Land?
I think it's definitely leaning towards Invictus here. We've seen how they play. Renatus have an okay track record here, 50-50 at best, but now that we are taking all the way to a best of 3 situation, all the way, they have their work cut up for them, is all I'm going to say. They have to make sure they cover all those mistakes they made on that last map over on Bank, and they need to be just, if not even more aggressive here on Chalet. It is unlike Bank in the scale and size, but it does have 3 levels, and they have a lot to transverse. So they have to be very concise and decisive with their calls, what they're going to do, and how they're going to execute that. They cannot waste time.
And, you know, speaking of the time here has been something that has been kind of like that 6th player against him over and over that you just can't seem to get over. No matter they're on the defensive side, on the attacking side, it seems like Renatus, especially there on Bank, it just was being flushed away from them. 2 rounds on that attacker's side that they honestly should have had, but let them slip away, even with a man advantage in the end. And then, you know, on the defensive side, a few rounds too that were kind of questionable and why they went the way they were. But here we're going now directly into the bans. Invictus Gaming opening Thatcher ban. Finally, by the way, this is the first time we're actually having Thatcher banned in the series.
And it's overdue, really. Now, albeit the fact they didn't really use Thatcher, despite the fact they left him open, that's perfectly fine. Not surprised to see the Monty ban coming in from RTS. They do not want Luna Metal in their face. He still has a lot of options available to him, of course, just not as dominating or effective. But now that we're looking at that defensive ban for RTS, I wonder what it's going to be. Most likely a Mira or a Valkyrie.
Certainly be the
There we
case.
go, called it.
Okay. Mira picked up here. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? In this case, well, we're gonna have to see who the final ban is coming here from IG. But Monty being banned on a map like Chalet makes sense. Definitely want to alleviate some of that attacker-sidedness a bit. Valkyrie can be such a nuisance, and that is a ban. So no Nomad bans, no Cade bans or anything like that, which means for the defensive side here, they should be able to kind of roam a bit more freely, as no Nomad obviously has rather they won't be able to, kind of roam as freely because the Nomad is banned. Not banned. So Cade will be coming on to play. A very, very important pick on a map like Chalet, I do believe, especially like when you're playing a very hard site like Basement, to be super influential. But the Maverick to come on out by Hoven is something that I've been waiting to see all game long. It was banned on Clubhouse, wasn't really played on Bank, but now finally in Chalet, they bring it out.
I still think a player as aggressive and dominating as Hoven really should be on a frag-focused role, as opposed to being delegated to doing, hard breach duty. It's great to see that him, along with Habana, will be pairing up for a lot of these pushes as well, maybe even on opposite sides. But I'm surprised that he is put into these positions where he's definitely not going to excel as best as he could. Thunderbird Station will go down, of course, and has one more that's available. But Hysterics, a player that we've seen play as aggressively as he has been so far, is just popping off non-stop. We cannot deny that he is one of the best players in this league. If anything, one of the most consistent. But he's not overshadowed, of course, by the rest of his team, who are just as effective and aggressive as players. So we're moving on to a new map, and Chalet is a map where, depending on the position you play, it can be very convoluted, especially on that second floor, with a lot of rooms in between the site and the most likely entry point as well, being over in the master bedroom.
Well,
and the library
as
here.
of the moment. On takes like these, most teams like to come from this library side, maybe pressure a bit on Solarium, but for the most part, the main push is going to be on that library, right? Very well read. But Invictus Gaming, knowing the expertise and veteran experience they have, they're going to be able to expect this. Castle has been picked on up, placing one of that on towards a piano window. I honestly don't necessarily favor it too much because I don't think it really gets you much, to say the very least. Directly accessible from the outside. They're going to open it, yes, but, well, that's all it is. Just waste maybe one impact, if anything.
Told you trying to gain a little bit of data here. Unsure what he's trying to do. We'll decide to opt for the bomb bot instead. We do see the RCXD now roll through and be eliminated immediately. So, taken out quite quickly. We do see a little bit of waste in that utility there. Hoven going to be able to throw a frag grenade through. Might be able to take out some of those, some of that denial. Maybe a couple more bots as well for his own use. But we do see a little bit of electrification still available to them. And told you, still not taking the shot, unfortunately.
Yeah, Electro Claw is still electrifying that wall. And so they're going to have to try and go underneath and deal with it that way. They have Zofia here to try and impact it from underneath and, get that sight line that they try and do for the meantime. But Lonely is not necessarily linking up with the rest of his team. I think they finally got it on out. They might have burned a nade to do that, but totally worth at this moment. Right now, Tolji, I think he should have still like 2 Rotero drones on him. Yes, he does. And that should be enough for him to high up and get this done with. I'm interested to see that they actually use those nades to open up the wall underneath instead of the floor underneath, rather, instead of just, the Gone 6 on Yana, but it is what it is.
RCXD does finally pop off. They get a little bit of that work done on that soft wall, make a little bit of opening for themselves. Hoven has a good position here where he can actually intercept anyone on that rotation. They finally pick up that diffuser, and as they push through, Lonely and Jordan trade back and forth with a Claymore, though. Lonely picks up 2 kills for himself from the grave. And now Tolji trying to push in with a couple of flashbangs might be able to make something work. Lunar takes a whole lot of damage, and Tolji gets inched off just a little bit, but Ape gets that plant down successfully, and Joe finally trades back onto Ape and punishes him for it.
Joe, 2v3. He's gonna have to bring this clutch on in now. IG being shut down. Dolji getting that kill. It's all in the speakeasy here for the side of Invictus. Able to
What?
get that kill, but he's taking so much damage in return on the swing. He knows that there is a player here, but Adinpa is going to get that kill. Playing outside the breach. The round goes in the way of Renatus to start things off here in Chalet.
What a strong position to have created there as well. Hoven did a fantastic job at not only just opening that site along with Abe's Habana, but being able to create that line of sight with the reinforced wall enabled him to not only play that post-plant situation to a T, but with a lot of confidence as well, knowing that he had a lot of defense and a lot of structure to keep him alive and safe. Didn't even have to crouch, if you ask me. Could have just kept spraying it and he would have made sure and ensured he got that kill. He, of course, left with that win. And this time around, we're going to see the Kali get swapped to the floors. No surprise there, of course. But Kali would have been pretty good in that last situation, considering they took quite a long time trying to get past the electrified wall. The Attila Claw, of course, going to real work and providing a lot of value there. But on that defense side, we won't see the Kaid come back at all.
No more Kaid here, which is curious. To be fair, I do think the Kaid was doing an ample job of really delaying that breach from happening. He has Nitrocell as well, which should have been very dandy for a retake. But since they're playing, you know, a different site now entirely on the game side, you can kind of see what they're going for here, right? They want to play towards the library. They're going to reinforce the mezzanine up top and place those shields as defaultly standard.
Yeah, so I would have said that, you know, like, the Kaid would have been fantastic for the hatches over here as well, just to make sure that reinforced. But if you're playing up top trying to deny that space, you want some of those hatches open for yourself so you can make that rotation. You can, of course, play aggressively vertically, as Jordan might be sitting downstairs, use the shotgun for himself in order to take those vertical fights. But that is circumstantial at best. And as we're seeing that not only is the Thunderbird station going down to great use to boost and keep them topped up, but it's also providing them a little bit more confidence in actually being able to rotate this. Hysterics, with a little bit too much of that, gets taken out by Adinpa as he gets eliminated on those rotations. And immediately, now all his holograms are completely useless.
Yeah, you know, at that point, every single alibi you see is, well, fake. But at the very least, you know, maybe a stray bullet will catch one and it will give them that small bit of information. But this Rotero drone is absolutely crucial. They deal with that shield on the mezzanine. The shield on top of library stairs has also been dealt with. And so the hold here right now of Invictus Gaming not looking too solid as of the moment. Seems like the foundations of it are crumbling away slowly from the top. And Renatus are making good time on this as well. 1:30 left on the clock. Actually, even more. But still, doing a pretty good job of trying to take control of the second floor here. Not entirely conceded by
Toji!
by Invictus yet, but Toji, a bit of a blunder there. I don't think he's going to mind too much, though.
Yeah, he still has a lot of time to be able to rappel on up there. Frag Grenade does go out. Speakeasy picks up a nice kill using the spear onto Lonely, and that's a good position for Speakeasy to actually take, especially since that's one of the only ARs actually on that defense, also paired with the carbine over on Luna Meadow. So, now that, as I say that, he gets completely destroyed. Hoven picks up a very nice kill for his team, and now Joe actually has to pull up a little bit more front end in order to take this defense a little bit more seriously. 3-4 right now. RTS definitely have a lead here on Chalet so far. Can they keep this up? It does look like Joe manages to find a kill onto Adinpa, and that takes him down one, but that smoke is going to come out and deny a lot of access over from the main lobby. Double kill going down to Hoven with a headshot does lead into a bit more of a fair round. RCXD pops off, forces Jordan to push up, but doesn't provide any information otherwise, and now another kill going down to Hoven on the Speakeasy as they duel it. Hoven with a 4K cleans up pretty much the entire game for the rest of his. Look at this guy.
So quick,
Crazy.
so clean of a player, Hoven. That's a second round now here for Renatus to start off this game. Attacker side map confirmed, of course. Kitchen dining is the site that Invictus are going to be going back into. Never mind, they switch their opinions around. Second floor, bedroom and office. Well, I'm not too sure about this. Invictus, at least they're trying something new, okay? which we can definitely applaud, but your second floor site holds, maybe not second floor site holds, but your second floor control in general hasn't been too spectacular, although we have not yet them see play this site specifically, at least here in this matchup. So Renatus, a good 2-0 lead here, I will say, Lan, but will it continue on forward remains to be seen. They are playing pretty spectacular though, or at the very least better than we did see from their bank gameplay.
22 seconds left on this prep phase. It does seem that, of course, Invictus are not having a great time. They are playing this 30, and you can tell that they're being a little bit more cautious and a little bit more detailed with these setups as well. They're not just running in or just playing it too simply, as we have seen in that first map, of course. Speakeasy now actually rotating over, and you know, I'm just unsure of what else they're going to try to achieve here. Swapping over, we do notice that Speakeasy and Hysterics have swapped operators, of course. This might enable Speakeasy to play a little bit more aggressively.
Well, as of the moment, that aggression coming from Invictus hasn't really been felt with yet in terms of the presence of that. So Invictus Gaming right now, you have to look to shake things up. Perhaps, you know, having the Thunderbirds can give them that bit more sustainability that could get them further into the round where they are so good at. Typically, you know, start of the round, mid-round, sometimes it can get caught off guard, but when it gets to the meat and bones of it late round, where it's an equal playing field, then they can normally secure the round after that. Easy for Speakeasy. Get that kill, opening off. Get Hoban off of the board too is a huge pick off here for Invictus.
Attackers located a bomb. RCE Latero out. Gathering intel.
With a little bit of a reload here now, they're going to pull back and just hold up a little bit. Without their Maverick, they don't have the ability to create strongholds and good line of sight as they have been so far. Flashbang goes out, does get caught by the magnet. Proximity knob goes off as well. Now they're pulling back. They might get into a bit of a crossfire here, but Flores still has 2 of the bomb bots available. Hysterics gets taken down here. Great pickup from Lonely, and just might be enough for them to create an opening for themselves. They have 1 minute left, so they have a lot of time considering how close they are to the site. But they need to find maybe just 1 more pick in order to make this a little bit of an easier time. Bombot's going to go out.
Quad kill from him in the round. Invictus Gaming come back straight at it to bring it 2-1.
This is why Speakeasy and Hysterics swapped roles. Prior to this, Speakeasy was on Spear, and you know, they decided, you know what, just take the Jaeger, just take the Jaeger. Took the Jaeger, went off, cleared out the entire site, turned the entire table on its head, and it suddenly became a fact of, you know, Renatus just not having enough manpower to push in and actually take territory. So that now that he's moving into Vigil, it's going to be even more the case. The K1A it's going to be able to enable him not only to be able to roam safely, keep himself out of sight, but he's going to be so much more of a threat, because Renatus now have to dedicate a couple of members to their team to flesh him out, find him, clear the roam, or he will come back and bite them so hard they will lose the next 2 rounds. They have to actually control what Speakeasy is going to do, and he will now become a roaming threat. He's a factor in this defense that will only become more of a danger as time rolls by and as the countdown ticks away.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Round here right now could be tied up. Game could be tied up by Invictus if they get this one. 1-2. Well, easily be different story. Speak easy. We saw him go big on that previous round, right, on the Jaeger. But him on this Vigil, he's looking to go maybe even bigger. You pick that Vigil, you're pretty much saying, I'm looking to make a play in the round, and I'm looking to, you know, put some weight on my shoulders in that fragging, in that, you know, time-wasting perspective. Rotero drones out right now, quickly denied. Okay, not letting that find much information, but nothing that they can really work off of. Trying to take that second floor control here right now, but Invictus, Renatus, don't necessarily seem all together in that aspect. They're taking the kind of like this trophy room side, but not really vertical control nor supremacy of anything really coming from them.
All right, the diffuser is still offside, so they still have some time. 1 minute left on the clock. All members are still alive, and everyone's in pristine health. Bomb bot going to work though. Look at the amount of utility he's going to bring to this team. There goes that deployable shield. That cover is now taken away from them, and that's what Flores really excels at. You know, dismantling a lot of this defensive structure that they build up there, as well as providing a lot of information as well. It provides, I suppose, a little bit more of aggressive play than what Twitch can provide, especially for hard structures like the walls. But Tolji doing this on the inside will allow him to be a little bit more aggressive, or maybe even to react to some of these plays. Notices the ADS, notices some of the extra utility there, but will lose that drone, of course, quite quickly. Ape now trying to do a little bit of droning himself. Every member on that team is droning, but they need to be able to take the position as well.
Okay, well, they have information that there is a player inside the library, but will they be able to actually flush him on out? Ape has taken some damage in that engagement. Oh, very, very tough spot for him to be playing, and Hysterics will be found here by Renatus. Brings it to a 4v4. 35 seconds left remaining, though, and even though they've equalized things up, they're not in the clear just yet. Tolji holding it down, looking through the rotation, looking through the connector. Not going to spot anything as of yet. There is a player there, but he will not be able to land a shot and get the kill. Here comes now the Hibana trying to breach things up, but that toxic base is going to really keep him at bay for the meantime. Tolji gets a kill. Hoven gets another 2v4. They have to storm the site right now, but Lunar is going to be left alone as Joe goes down from the hands of a Dinepa. He will be able to get a peek, but Ape is going to go and escape with the round 3-1. As Renatus make another great attacking round here this time. Pretty good so far on their game's attacks.
Renatus showing some pretty good coordination and strength here. I'm liking this from them, and don't get me wrong, I love the guys on Invictus. Yeah, I got to meet them. I had the privilege of meeting them along with the original Verve roster, including Lonely, over in Malaysia for a local tournament that was held. But I want Renatus to win, not because I know Lonely, not because not because I think that the underdog story is fantastic, but because Renatus deserve it by the way they're playing. They are definitely working as hard as they can, and you have to exploit the fact that Invictus can't use their best strats here. They have to go to maps that they don't want other people to see just yet, and you have to exploit that. It is the way the game is played, and it is the way the structure of the game has to be laid out. Invictus are in a weak spot, and they have nothing to do about that. They can only play to the best of their abilities as individual players at this point. And that's an opening. That is an opening for the local scene to take this as an opportunity to upskill.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, there have been opportunities time and time again in this series, but teams have not been able to always capitalize off of that landing. The doors might be left open, but it's up to the player themselves to walk into those doors and close it behind them. So at the moment, Renatus able to seemingly get their foot into more rooms than otherwise. 3-1, they've taken that lead, and this is a good sign for them. But we've seen Chalet comebacks happen here to bring it into overtime, even though it's a 4-2. And well, on an attacking side like this, Invictus can be very deadly. But Renatus cannot let these rounds slip away from them the same way they did on Bank. So attacking side from them, those Rotero drones have been completely influential in a lot of these rounds. Piano hold here right now, looking pretty solid for Invictus, but will that continue to stand the test of time and the test that Renatus are about to put against him?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Sending out some love.
They notice there is some line of sight that's being made through what looks to be punch holes. Juniper, of course, has called that out. Isn't too worried about it. Will be rotating out there. A lot of flashbangs going down, and now along with the boom bot as well, the R6D will be able to get to work and be rotating through. And we see, of course, Hoven playing the same angles as before. This time, no longer with the help of the Habana. We'll be looking at actually making what looks to be an entry point for perhaps a vault through. This is risky because if he opens that, he has no backup, which I'm sure he's got somewhere. It does leave him open to be picked up here. Lonely playing on this angle will be able to open up that wall that is soft and create a lot of line of sight, but it does make him a little vulnerable, especially if he's going to rotate and Hysterics is going to be able to pick up with a headshot like that.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Renatus, they did lose that pick off. Lonely, but Tolji's able to get the trade, a huge one at that, to get Lunar Metal down. Is certainly going to kind of reinforce and steal their veins here. Oh, don't flick your teammate, Tolji. I get it, you're cracked, but calm down a bit. Nade on out here on Piano, will get caught by the Wamai Magnet. They're holding the rotation on in. They can go for a plant right now. No nitro cells remaining on the side of Invictus, so by all means, there should be a clear plant, but 30 seconds left on the clock. Things are looking to run away from. Oh! Jordan!
Ouch.
From the basement. I don't know what Hoven is trying to do there. Going all the way down.
Yeah, Toxic Babes now being used as well to delay the last few seconds left on this map. And 15 seconds and counting. They have to swap the diffuser now that they do. They have to make a rotation. They have to be able to get on site. They're going to have to tank a little bit of this gas. They do make it through, but they will be gunned down as they do on entry, and defense win just based on time. Unfortunately, just wasting too much on the outside. I feel like they had, Hoven really had a good position over on that wall upstairs, and they just didn't capitalize on it. In the end, they weren't able to make an entry. They weren't able to actually use that space in order to in their advantage. And I feel like the Habana rotated so far away from the actual reinforced walls. Where was she going and why was she not there? Yes, you don't have a Thatcher anymore, but you have an RCXD, you have grenades, you have all the utility in the world. Where was that play they had in the first in the first round? Using grenades to take out the utility, using the space and the positioning in order to take that second floor quickly. There was just too much focus on that library and not enough near the actual office and the mezzanine. We see, of course, that Hoven had that position locked, but the rest of his team were not focused on there. They were actually now rotating around somewhere else. And now that we notice Invictus Gaming win the second round based on time, Renatus have to wake up to the fact that they are delaying and just stalling way too much.
Yeah, I mean, Renatus, it is not as well for them. I mean, at least
Oh my god.
when it gets to the defensive sides, typically, right? We've seen that on Bank, where it slipped away from them on the defensive side, and I'm just trying to make this fun work, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It just really caught me off guard, and I was not ready for that.
Well, as of the moment. Something that hasn't been too bad is, Invictus stepping up on that last round. They were able to really have that time, and as you said, and as is commonly seen, when you have a smoke late into the round like that, then it can be very, very difficult to get into sight, and you get more value from operators like a smoke or like a Tachanka the later the round gets. But Hoven, an early peek, an early pick from him here in the library side. Hysterics trying to continue to contest this, but he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. They're going to pincer on him. He still finds a kill with a spear and a great impact as well to get Hoven. That is completely insane. How does he do it? Maniacal. Hysterics has been this entire series, and you would never have expected a kill to come from an impact like that.
look at how they're reacting to the play over on Office as well. They know that Renatus like taking this site. They know that this point is one of their best, as one of their more common attack spots, and they're bringing in the clash. Lunar Metal on a shield operator is dangerous at the very least to say. Now that he's able to deny not only a lot of that line of fire, but also to provide a lot of information as a human drone, Lunar is able to stall them out for as long as he possibly needs to, considering that now they have to play for that wall on the mezzanine. They have no other options available to them, and with Joe, along with his Attila claws, he has one in the pocket, and he's going to be able to play quite well to deny that. They're going to be able to take that out real quick, and maybe deny that a little bit longer. He doesn't have too much else to worry about right now, but Lonely doesn't realize there's one member downstairs over on the staircase, does miss that one quite quickly, and gives a triple kill all the way to Hysterics, who is now closing in on Tolji and the rest of the gang. When I say rest of the gang, I mean like a Dinipa. Like, he's the only other person on that team. 2 members left on Renatus, unfortunately not able to do too much about it. Invictus Gaming are in a strong position with 40 seconds left on the clock. They don't have to do too much. If Lunar wants to, he can push Tolji, and he can do nothing about it. Frag Grenade goes through, Magna pulls it away to safety for him, but Tolji won't be able to trade back. But a Dinipa does do a little bit of damage with that trade. Unfortunately, doesn't get seen. Now will be zapped to all heck. And he's losing health quite quickly as well. Proximity alarm gives him away. He sees that.
10 seconds.
Oh, this is so hard to try and contest, and he will get the kill at the end. So Jordan there with that final one, and now they bring it 3-3. This is not looking good for Renatus. This has happened to them on Bank. They get, good opening rounds on their attacking side, but once you get to that defense, well, Invictus just use that advantage against them, and I'm not feeling too hot here for Renatus, to be quite honest with you. I mean, even if they don't take this series, it's still a great point for them to be able to take a map off of a team like Invictus Gaming, probably the best team in APAC South right now, but still, man, this is going to be a huge series for Renatus if they can secure it entirely. Ape going here for the mute, Smoke as well, double SAS to keep things going high up in the air. Right now, Renatus, these chilly outskirts of Chalet, you're gonna have to find some way to heat up in this game, because otherwise IG could be turning this snowball into an avalanche once again, and that's something that Renatus have yet to really successfully been able to stop.
You don't have any options available left to them at this point. Invictus lining up the score line 3-3. As soon as I saw the clash, I was like, nah, Lunar's done playing games. He wants to win now. But on defense, Renatus stand the best chance at winning. So considering that they went 3-3, it's actually not that bad. I think it was probably one of the better score lines they had. And yes, as we said many times before, they threw a lot of their opportunities away. But that last round was very hard stuck, and it was definitely not the best situation for them to be in. There weren't many other options available, or like, what could they have done in that situation? Having a clash with so much, I suppose, defensible environment around her just makes it too easy almost to defend that site. So he had to push the other player. But with Clash zapping you, slowing you down, and making it very hard for you to react, it takes away a lot of your options. Jordan now trying to push in with the rest of his team as he connects and covers for Joe as they start droning the side as well for a little bit more information. We do see that all members of IG are on Rappel and pushing in on the location as well. Hysterics now pushing in on this location. We'll throw a drone, and it might just be a little bit better of a time for them as well. Can they really capitalize on the situation that on the fact that B site only has one member defending it? I don't think they realize that just yet.
Well, if Invictus had that information, I don't doubt that they would probably or potentially opt to try and take things quick and aggressive, maybe overrun it, but taking things a bit more methodical right now. Playing here on the Solarium stairs. There's a Player right under the stairs itself, Adinpa, rather. Look at all these flashes being eaten by the ADS, who's going to force him out of the angle. Adinpa barely gets out and escapes from that nade. A sliver of health remaining. Hysterics laying defying the wall here. Finding much, and Adinpa will get the kill. A second one goes his way. They are taking that quite low, and still Invictus, if he can get a kill or two here, especially on one of the players with high HP, it definitely could be doable, but Lonely will get that kill on Hysterics, and this is looking to potentially be a Renatus round. Something I honestly wouldn't have expected, seeing their previous defensive rounds on either map.
There's not much utility left on the side for Invictus. They're out of drones, they're out of frags, they're out of flashes. They don't have anything other than the master key, the skeleton key, and Lunar already being eliminated from this angle by a Lonely is painful. Joe, it's all up to him. He's all down by himself. He picks up one kill on the Adinpa and maybe a second on the Lonely or anyone in that side as well. He sprays it down and it's not going to be enough. He needs to find an opening, but with so much toxic smoke right in front of him, he's not able to move in, and they move out to pick him on the running, on the run out itself. Renatus are still running for this win, and they are not far off from that.
Certainly not. It's only a round here that they do have over Invictus Gaming, and so they're not out of the waters just yet. And there is definitely a big comeback chance here for Invictus Gaming. But attacking side, we know that they're very, very good on this. Caveira, I don't think he's really going to play that, so you can expect the 6th pick to come on in a second. Maybe to, just meme about. But as of the moment, Renatus, good opening lead from them in the second half. They're going to need a bit more of that here, especially in a player like Adinpa to pop off, to really secure, that 2-round lead. And if he can bring us 5-3, that's definitely going to be a cushion that they're going to be a lot more comfortable on.
30 seconds left in prep phase. Renatus finally take that lead. They're bringing in the Frost this time. So Frost generally works quite well in high tier games. Surprisingly, the submachine gun lives little to be desired, but you could say that it is one of the more consistent in terms of aim as well. It's just not exactly the best in terms of damage. In saying that, Hoven will be getting to work on some of those hatches, and I kind of like the double throwable denies with Waimai and Jaeger. Sometimes it is a little bit too much, but on pretty tight rooms that we have on Chalet, I think it's almost perfect. There's a lot of throwable utility on the side of Invictus Gaming. There's a lot of flashbangs, a lot of smoke, a couple of frags, but moreover, it does keep them safe because they are a lot of them are still playing on site. I actually can't see from here, but I'm sure there's at least one member on the roam. How much further they actually roam is the question, though. Jordan's going to be doing a little bit of drone work on that office there, and as he drones up, he will notice that there's one member hanging around in the lobby. Tries to shoot through and make a little bit of line of sight, but Speakeasy goes down almost immediately to Hoven with a good headshot and a clean kill as he rotates over past some of his teammates to high-five them on the way back to home base.
Those projectiles that you touched on, they can honestly be a very good thing for them, knowing that there is a Wamai and Jaeger stack here coming from Renatus, so lots of utility to burn, and they have exactly the tools to do just that. Hysterics holding on to the angle here on the corner. Almost peeking out a bit too wide there, told you was, but decides to pull back instead. I believe that might have actually been Hoven, considering knowing how this guy plays. Rotero drones out right now. We'll try and maybe clear any shields up top this hallway. There's one towards the library stairs, but perfect mute jammer to stop that from actually finding much value. Now he's going to have to try and hop out the window and toss his Rotero drones through that. So the RCXD being denied for the meantime. Shield here on Mezzanine as well is going to propose a big problem to the side of the attacking Invictus Gaming. They have a minute left in the clock still to work with Land, but at this point, they should already have control of the second floor or sometime very soon. Otherwise, it could be another round to Renatus, and a great shot here by Hysterics as Hoven and him both trade each other off.
That's crazy. What a shot from Hysterics as he just manages to trade that positively for his team, considering he really needed to. It would have been an absolute shamble if it was a 5-3 situation, but saving that was pretty good. In saying that, they took the only C4 left on the board. No longer with that C4, they are out of utility on that defense as well. Lunar Metal goes down, and that's massive. So there goes all your frag grenades, by the way. You're left with one smoke, and nope, no more smokes as well because they got eaten up by the ADS and the magnet. Here we go, and oh my gosh, how does he win trades like that?
He knew he was there, but 15 seconds left on the clock isn't much to work with. Renatus at the cusp of maybe taking match point in just a round right after this, to be able to take this one, and there is the drop, and he is going to be dropped here on that Frost with the SPG. Ape goes insane to get that round, and they're now at a 5-3 lead here. Renatus a single round away from taking match point in the final map decider versus Invictus.
They are so close to a victory here. Renatus need to keep this up. They have the advantage of being on defense here on this last map. They cannot slip on this. 5-3 is a huge lead considering that we are on the last map. Chalet is no easy task to defend, nor is it an easy task to attack. But Hoban bringing in the Oryx, I don't know how to feel about this. I've got butterflies, and it could go amazing. I want to see him knock someone down through a wall or something like that, but I know that's not going to happen. I'm asking for too much at this point. They're going to be playing down in the wine cellar for defense this time, and it's been a while since I've been here, so now that we see that, of course, the wine cellar room itself is a little bit more open, this shows me that it is so much more defensible as well. But they have a lot of soft floors to play with up in the lobby, and that is an open area that is so much line of sight available to it. They're gonna have to play a very deep game or play all on site and really try to deal with a lot of vertical angles, which is never ideal. I wonder if they're gonna have a lot of defense left over by that garage door. They're gonna have to play over that shutter, and it's gonna be very important. And of course, we're talking about the car garage as well, smaller garage in the back, and along with the ski garage. What am I talking about? But sorry. Round 9, 2 minutes 50 seconds left in. Sorry,
It's getting pretty late.
It's getting pretty late for me. I will say that it is. If I'm correct, 3:30 a.m. So, sheesh. Sheesh.
Well, Mr. Bob, you're gonna have to put this one on a stick, because Renatus close to tearing up the Bobby, as some friends would like to say. Renatus right now on this defensive side, they're playing on, basement, which, to be fair, a lot of teams like to open a big wall and then maybe progress from there, take the main lobby, vertical. Some teams like going the opposite way, going from the back of garage where you can see Lunar Metal isn't right now. Seems like you're doing a hybrid of both. Come in through the back garage, at the same time, try and open things up vertically from main lobby, but that's going to be very difficult if they don't clear out the mezzanine up top, because they can get fined for that. Hysterics, great find by him to find Oven, and that was a huge pick here in the favor of Invictus.
Yeah, they actually know where some of the defending members. They actually notices him stroll on past. Unfortunately, not able to connect those shots. Will allow them to move on back to site. They have lost their Oryx. They're all still quite healthy. They should be able to make this happen. Shock drone is out this time around, and we might see the F2 go to work, but first of all, first things first. Oh, wow. Ape with a shotgun. Ape's all over him and gets traded back. Lunar actually picking that one up with the AR instead. As he trades back for his teammate, they are looking at a bit more balanced here in some of these roster picks. Considering now that they don't have a C4 available to them, they have still one on Tolji, but not much utility else on Renatus. But Lunar still has 2. Hysterics goes down almost immediately to the Dinapa, who doesn't take any damage in return. So complete win on that trade. And just only 3 more drones left on the side of Invictus. They're gonna make this really work for them. And oh wow, Tolji winning that one, leaving him down, unable to pick up that kill. Speakeasy trades it back onto Dinapa, and now they push on the side as well.
Told you on the quick peek. Amazing shots from him. The down, the kill, everything goes his way. And Tolji going completely insane. Renatus here. Match point taken against Invictus. They have a 3-round lead, 6-3. Invictus, are they going to go down here without the fight in the second half? 3 rounds straight, Renatus has taken.
Honestly, the C4 and the double kill, amazing. This shows that Renatus definitely have the caliber of a top tier T1 team. They need to be able to keep this up and show that, you know what, they deserve to be at the top of this leaderboard. They already are at the top of the leaderboard, by the way. I think they're absolutely tied with Invictus at this point. And so, sharing this #1 spot, they need to take out this map and assume the win on that seed and that leaderboard. So, will Renatus be the #1 team in Southeast Asia, or will Invictus retain this position? 3-6 right now. Invictus have to win like five rounds in a row. It is not an easy task.
Yeah, that's a big tall order. If you're ordering a Longhouse iced tea, well, that would be a huge bill to come from it. Invictus Gaming, I mean, Renatus right now, they have a huge cushion over arguably one of, if not the best team in Apex South, and this is something that Renatus can definitely hold high up on their shoulders, but Invictus Gaming, I don't think they're going to go down without the fight once more. I did say that a while ago, I will lie, on Clubhouse, yes, I did say that, but I mean, maybe this time around, they're actually going to bring the heat here and bring us into another match point. We've seen one already today. It could definitely be the case if Invictus step up their game here right now, but as they're stepping up to the plate, we're going to have to find out if they're going to hit a home run or if Renatus are going to send them back with a strike.
3-6, Invictus definitely have a pretty good position.
Oh.
But they can't lose any of the members too quickly. Frag grenades are going out. They're trying to burn as much ADS as possible. Grenade is timed quite well, but will connect to nobody. And Speak Easy goes down almost immediately to Dinipa. Lunar's taking a lot of damage, and he gets taken off as well. And Dinipa with a double kill. Gets traded back by Joe, but wow. Great value coming in from the Jaeger on that side defense.
Yeah, and he didn't even get the bounce there, Lunar Metal, that he was hoping for on the nade to flush him out of the trophy stairs. And just like as the name might suggest, that trophy stairs is completely going golden here for the side of Renatus. Could potentially be their crowning position to secure this series. 4v3. Make that 2v4 as a great kill from him. No more monkey business around. This guy has been making it happen in every single situation he's been placed in. Jordan here. He might be carrying the name of the GOAT, but this time the ape will fail. Rather, we'll figure it out as Hysterics will get the kill. Get killed.
Oh,
Jordan getting that one on the Tolji. Finding a second kill as well. Okay. Looking to make it happen. It's a 1v2 land.
Jordan.
And Jordan, the weight of the world on his shoulders. But just like Atlas, he cannot falter here. Do not have an opportunity to get that breach. It is electrified because of the Kaid. He's going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Drone out, get a kill, and find one more with nothing but his weapon in hand.
If anyone can do it, it's Jordan. He's definitely got the ability to clutch this. That plant will go down successfully. I'm not too sure where the last two members of Renatus are, but we do see a C4 connect. But no, a double C4 leads to a triple kill for Ape. And there we go. That is your round. That is your game. Your best of 3 series. Renatus win it with a default post plant C4, double C4 kill, giving them the 2-1 scoreline here on the last game in the second week of our play for Group A. Wow! Taking a game over Invictus is a huge triumph, a massive milestone. Not just one map, but in fact,
Series.
2 maps, an entire series over to Renatus. Congratulations!
Wow. Great job done here by
Indonesia,
Renatus. And
stand up.
arguably,
Indonesia.
arguably, like, wave that flag around, right? Wave it around, but arguably, they could have definitely won bank as well. We talked about, you know, how it could have easily been like a 5-1 half. in their favor to get going in the second half, but alas, it was not the case. We go all the way here now to a third map on Chalet, and right in the cold kind of tundras, right outside of the outskirts of the Chalet. Well, they heated up at the right moment, and they take down the top dog of not just the Operation League, but APAC South as well. These guys are really, really swinging home run here, stepping to that plate, and they are making every mark work. But man, oh man, what a great day. What a great tournament we are here so far in the group stages, and what a great performance we just saw from Renatus. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, friends, far and wide, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to be closing off the night finally with an amazing game, an amazing series to cap it all off. I am Black and Blue. With me is Lan himself, the man. Thank you so much for joining us here. Rainbow Six Operational League, MYSGPHID, of course. We'll be back next weekend. See you guys.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa, wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Soñé con los ojos bien cerrados, pude ver el misterio que me acerca. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz colgada tiempo atrás. Para ti una luz se enciende un poco más. Para mí una cruz. That seems to me can't get enough. Come give it up. Sabes qué pasa when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Won't fall in love. No es un pecado, boy, just turn it up. Te